This is a test. I am speaking into the EmacsConf Gen channel. Testing again into Gen.
So normally now I'm talking in Gen. Alright everyone, we're about to get started. Next up, we have Saturday's opening remarks.
Welcome to EmacsConf 2022, where we get to find out just how crazy a text editor can get. There were so many interesting talks that we couldn't figure out how to fit them in 2 days. So this year we're experimenting with having 2 tracks. There's a general track and a development track. But really, you'll probably find interesting things in both tracks no matter what your level of experience is. So don't feel limited to one or the other. If we all figure out this track thing together, that could mean being able to have even more Emacs talks next year. So let's give it a try. The best parts of EmacsConf are the conversations. The wiki has a page on how to watch and participate, and I'll give you a quick overview as well. You can watch both streams at live.emacsconf.org using free and open source software. The schedule shows the general track on top and the development track on the bottom, so you can see what else is going on. The track pages have quick shortcuts so that you can find out more about talks, open the Etherpads, and join the Q&A sessions. The watch page has more tips on how to make the most of Q&A. If you can, please add notes and ask questions in the Etherpad for the talk. This makes it easier for everyone to share their notes, and speakers and hosts can read the questions from there. We'll copy the notes to the talk pages afterwards. We have one pad for each talk this year, so you can follow the links to get to the next one or go back to the schedule and get the link from there. If you have general feedback about the conference itself, please put it in pad.emacsconf.org/2022. Internet Relay Chat or IRC can be another great way to be part of lots of conversations. You can use chat.emacsconf.org to join the IRC channels through your web browser. The tabs on the left can help you switch between the different channels. There's EmacsConf Gen for the general track and EmacsConf Dev for the development track. If you need to reach us, you can find us in EmacsConf.org or email emacsconf-org-private@gnu.org. You can use EmacsConf for your hallway conversations. Once again, we're going to be streaming with open captions from most of the talks this year, thanks to our speakers and captioning volunteers. The caption talks are indicated on the schedule, and with any luck, we'll be posting transcripts and talk pages shortly after the talks start. If you need additional accommodations, please let us know in EmacsConf.org, and I'll see if we can make something happen. If something goes down, we'll update status EmacsConf.org. If it doesn't look like we've noticed yet, please let us know in the EmacsConf.org IRC channel, where we will probably be quietly panicking. In all of these conversations, please keep in mind our guidelines for conduct. You can find them on the wiki, and they basically boil down to please be nice. Thank you! We'll be posting the pre-recorded videos as soon as possible. Assuming things go well, you might be able to check out quick replays on the TubeMix channel, which you can find on the watch page in the wiki. We'll post the live talks and Q&A sessions sometime after the conference. If you'd like to get an update, you can subscribe to the EmacsConf Discuss mailing list. Alright, let's get going. Leo Vivier is going to be hosting the general track, and Amin Bandali will host the development track. The other volunteers and I will run around mostly backstage, and you'll probably meet us in the closing remarks. Let's have fun at EmacsConf 2022! The next talk is called Emacs Journalism, or Everything's a Nail If You Hit It with Emacs, by Alfred Zanini. Afterwards, he'll handle questions over Big Blue Button. You can join using the URL from the talk page or ask questions through Etherpad or IRC.
All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome to my talk. We'll be talking today about Emacs journalism and what that means. First of all, I'd like to thank the EmacsConf organizers. Thank you very much, Sasha, for being very patient with me. Let's get right into it. So who's this talk for? First of all, it's for anyone who wants to learn about workflows and how you can work with Emacs to basically do anything you want. And it's for all levels of Emacs lovers, so I'll keep it accessible. Why this talk? So first of all, I want to share the love of Emacs. I also wanted to learn about workflows myself, so what better way than to talk about them, to be able to learn. And we could maybe learn a thing or two about collaboration and using Emacs to that motive. So I think it's useful to try and figure out who am I? Why am I having this talk? So I'm a journalist based in Hong Kong and a documentary filmmaker. So that means that I have interviews quite often. So I'm dealing with text and subtitles, which I have to transcribe. I'm also dealing with a lot of research. So that means going through a lot of documents and a lot of skimming through documents to be able to have something to write. And I also use Emacs since basically 1 year ago. I started using it full time to the great detriment of my productivity. So we'll be talking about, basically my workflow for Emacs and how I went about having an Emacs workflow. So what is best when you're thinking about your own workflow, and some things to think about journalism and about using these kinds of tools in combination for this. So where do we all start? Let's start with a simple-ish definition of what is a workflow. So a workflow is any sequence of actions or tools you use to accomplish that. So it doesn't have to be through text processing, though obviously being a text-oriented community, it will most likely be partially text. But it's just about how we accomplish a task and which tools and mindsets we go into it with. For example, let's talk about my old workflow. So that workflow was basically just Google Drive using proprietary tools like Notion, Google Drive, Office, Storyboarder, and for communication, WeChat. So if I could forgive all the privacy concerns of WeChat, I wouldn't. But I still wouldn't forgive the terribly buggy interface, and I hate it. So there are certain tools that you have to use, and you have to modify your workflow or just adapt your workflow to the tools that you have to use. So for me, unfortunately, that means having to use WeChat. You compartmentalize it and set it aside. Try not to think about it too hard. And this is the part that hurts the most, right? You're thinking about your workflow. You're thinking about, all right, I have this thing that works. I don't think about it, and all of a sudden, I'm not happy with what I have right now. So let's get into how. So let's get into how and why we're not happy with our workflows, because obviously it's quite nice to not have to think about things. But once you've thought about it and once you're not happy with how it works, I think it's quite useful to think about why we're not happy about it. And so a huge part of what Emacs is being conscious of, well, how do we find our workflows? How do we find what we want to do? And for me, obviously, the best way to find that is to write it down and to try and tailor my tools to it. So this is what I came up with. So I want to be able to manage my accounting, to manage collaboration. So working on files alongside my colleagues. Communication, so that's planning out and managing meetings, managing teammates, managing tasks, information gathering. So that's what I was saying, going through documents, going through all these lists of tasks and all of these, not lists of tasks, all of these, basically scientific papers, notes, references and wikis. Media. So I want to be able to have a music player, podcast player, movie player. That's outside of work, but it's still one of the tasks that I do. Media processing. So this is where my job kind of gets into it a bit more. So I want to be able to take notes on the media that I watch, to transcribe the interviews and even the conversations that I have, to be able to, later on have, an easier time. Photo editing, video editing. So unfortunately, Emacs isn't quite oriented to that. Graphic design, color grading, storyboarding. And so obviously you go into it a bit more. So managing to-dos, scheduling tasks, interviews, preparing shot lists, tracking time, setting daily work goals, setting priorities, independent tasks, publishing. So publishing stuff for my work on my work CMS, publishing stuff on my personal CMS, although that's not happened yet. I've been kind of busy. Security and privacy. So making sure that everything that I use respects my data, and respects me. Unfortunately, not the case, but you take what you can. And text processing. So that's journaling, writing down articles, my personal wiki, my work wiki, which I use to document, for example, several projects that I have currently. So I basically have my work wiki that I'm trying to fill out, where I'll be able to basically go into it later on and have my thoughts written down. And programming, which I'm not very good at. And some people might have noticed that this looks a lot like literate programming. And so if you, no, that's not the right one. If you go into, into my config file, I have something kind of similar. I was planning on having a bit more time for this presentation and making it stick to that, but you'll see basically the mess that is my Emacs config. But it kind of sticks to the same thoughts, right? Text processing, web browsing, finances, so that's my accounting, media and research. So my libtex, here be dragons, terrible config that I've stolen from plenty of people. And so basically that's how Emacs fits into this. And so this is where I talk about literate configs and how that's helped me. Obviously, I've extolled the virtue of literate configs to quite an extent right here. It's basically, the concept is to have documents, living documents, and documentation as code. So basically, let's go back into my config. I talk about what the config file does, have code blocks. So this is something that Emacs does. I'm pretty sure that there are some resources about that accessible online, or even accessible in the EmacsConf. And so, yeah, basically just having everything accessible in one single source, one single file, which allows you to basically put everything down and integrate things from your config much more easily. And so that's something that I found very useful in Emacs, and which I think everyone can benefit from, or the idea of it, like having everything stored centrally. It doesn't have to be used just for Emacs, so it can be used also. It can be used also for example, Qt browser, or for other window manager configs, that kind of thing. It's not been very easy to set in place, so I haven't done that just yet, but that's the plan. And so basically, this is all thanks to org mode. So small presentation of what org mode is. Org mode is basically a project / text management, task management, and text management, and writing mode for Emacs. So I can just put in a heading, put in to do, hello world, send a message to Rosie tomorrow about the shoot, space MDS. That's thanks to wonderful Doom Emacs. Schedule it to, I don't know, tomorrow. Let's go. Set it to 9 a.m. And say maybe it's tomorrow already. I've done it. I've sent a message. Perfect. It's done. And it also allows you to have an agenda view. So I hope there's nothing too compromising right here. Whatever. It's fine. And so it allows you to basically manage your agenda from there. Oops. And you might have seen me doing my little space NRF, wonderful key binding by org-rome. So this is also another thing which is quite nice with Emacs, is that you can have org-rome, which is basically a database management program. So I can have documentary ideas and have basically my ideas which link up to another file. So for example, this one, which I have nothing for, but you get the idea. So it allows you to link up with different files and to manage your thoughts. And this gets back into the workflow part of my talk, which is, well, this is a way to control what your workflow is, control what the tools you're using are, and to control basically the way in which you interact with your technology. And so I getting back into the way that I collaborate, because obviously it's no good having just one Emacs user who's trying to share things with his editor. So I use Pandoc. For example, let's go back into my my file right here. So obviously I don't spend much time inside of tables, but if I select this one, space ME, thank you Doom Emacs for the key bindings, and I can just export it via Pandoc right here. So P, and I can just export it to docx or export it to ODT, so as an ODT file, which is typically what I do. And then I just send it through WeChat, which is not optimal, but I'm not allowed to do anything else. So it is what it is. So basically this is how I export my files, and I re-import them with Pandoc as well. So I convert my pages files, which I receive through an ICS plugin. It's not quite finalized, so I'm not ready to show it, but there's a link that I'll be putting in the description, which talks about this. And so this is my sharing part. It's nothing very special, honestly. It's just making sure that your documents are able to be shared. I have certain things. So for example, if I go into retro gaming in Hong Kong, if I go into my script, there are certain headings which I have. So for example, they ignore. My editor doesn't like to have subheadings. But when I have a video script that I'm preparing, I like to have them for my own organization and for my thinking. So I keep them in right there and put in ignore. This is the advantage of Emacs, because you can just space ME, and this is ready to send, basically. There are ways to have export presets, but I'm not quite there yet. It's a lot of work. So getting back to my presentation, this all goes into basically other packages which I want to implement, but I haven't been able to. So my main conclusion of you don't have to get lost in the weeds. I kind of did that while in preparing this talk. So basically, you don't have to do it all at once. Don't let it consume your life. I probably should have done this earlier. But Emacs configs are forever a work in progress. So there are lots of features which you can add, a lot of things which you can implement if you only had, I don't know, five weeks to be able to implement them, but you're working right now, and this is a message to me 5 months ago. Don't do it. Just keep working, and don't get lost in configuration all day. So yeah, basically the aim is to use software that you love, but not die in the process. And yeah, basically just using it as much as you can, using fast software as much as you can. I'm doing that as well, where I have certain software such as Storyboarder or BibTeX, that kind of thing, which I try to use as much as possible, even outside of Emacs. And the aim is to get the work done in the end. I'm not a absolutist on this. So yeah, basically, let's keep modding our configs and having fun. If you've got any questions about the talk, I'm happy to answer. I am a novice at this, at both presenting in front of camera and at talking about Emacs. So I'm sure I've gotten a few things wrong, and it's not been the smoothest talk, but it's 10 p.m. almost, and I need to get back home. Yeah. Take care, everyone. Thanks again to the organizers. Here's my contact info. Oops. And I'll be in touch with the questions. I don't think I'll be able to do the live answers, but that's more or less it. Thanks so much for listening, if you've been listening, and take care.
All right, so we should be live. Can I get a quick confirmation from the little elves in the background that everything is working properly? Thank you. All right, so I'm gonna record this session. Oh, it's already being recorded. Great. So, hi, Alfred. How are you doing?
I'm doing great, thank you. It's a bit dark outside. I understand that it's morning for most of you.
Yes, well, not for me. I'm also in Europe, and I can tell you it's going to get dark pretty damn quickly.
No,
so thank you so much for your talk. I didn't get to ask you the question before I joined, but do you have access to the pads and the questions?
I do have access to it. I'll just open it up. I'm not sure Sasha had given it to me. No. Could you post
Sorry, what was the question?
Could you post a link to
I
it
can
in the
give you a link
chat?
on the. You can press. I'm putting it in the BBB chat, so it should appear on the left. But in the meantime, if you want, I can just ask you the question, and you can maybe, whilst you do the little thing to open the pad, you can actually start answering one of the questions. Do you mind if I read you one?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sure. So the first question that we had was, it'd be interesting if you explained why WeChat is a necessity for you. Outside China, most people have no reason to use it at all. So can you actually develop on this?
Yeah, so my
The next
utility
up
for
is
WeChat
called
is
Emacs
basically
journalism, or
I've got to
everything's a mail
have
if you hit-
calls every morning. So my manager has to use the tool. He's not a huge fan of it either, but it's like company policy, and there's plenty of sharing that has to go through that. So it's kind of all since it's the tool that's used by most companies in China. It's kind of a tool that you have to work around. And now most people know this. WeChat is a privacy nightmare, and as I touched on during my talk, it's also just a nightmare in general to work around. So it's interesting to try and find ways to work around it, or to minimize its impact on my life as much as possible. So strictly speaking, I don't need to use it. Obviously, functions that can be that it has can be used by other software, but yeah, that's most of it.
Okay, great. Also, I'm really sorry. Apparently, my audio seems to be crackling a little bit. I will address this as soon as we're finished with this talk, but there isn't all that much I can do right now. So sorry, people. You'll have to deal with it for a little while. Okay, so next question. There's a question that is actually dear to my heart. Have you looked at CRDT.EL for collaborative real-time editing? Do you actually know what it is?
I hadn't looked at it, no. For me, collaborative is less important because most of my work is just like versions. So I have a version of a script that I send off to my editor, and we don't work on it together. So that's kind of been less of an important part for my workflow. But it is interesting. I'll have to take a look at it. It used to be a bigger part of my workflow when I was a student, and so definitely interesting to look into. But unfortunately, I don't have much to say about it.
Yeah, but you're fine. The reason. So I hope I don't have too much now. Alfred, can you tell me? Am I cutting off a lot when I'm talking?
Yeah, it's pretty bad. I thought it was my internet connection, but it's not great.
Oh, it's me. You know what? What we'll do for the moment is that we'll stick to the audio simply, okay? And you should be. Can you still hear me right now?
Yeah, I can hear you a little bit better.
Okay, sure. I'll put on my webcam like this. You know what? We just care about you, so you'll have to be solid on the scene. The reason I was asking you about CRDT, is it better now? Can you just confirm the audio is better?
Yeah, the audio is much better.
Oh, cool. Thank you. I'm so happy to hear this. So the reason we're mentioning CRDT is that it's actually pretty great. It's like a lot of people think about collaborative editing, and then they tend to think about Google Doc or any kind of proprietary solution. But CRDT is kind of broaching the gap to what you can do with multiple people using Emacs. Now, I'm talking about this because I've worked with Shantan Hong, who's the maintainer of CRDT, and we've worked a little bit on it, and there are still infuriating problems with it, especially making it secure and all this jazzy nonsense. But yeah, I do recommend looking into it because it would make it much easier to work with other people. All right, now that I am not lagging anymore, do you have the pad in front of you?
I do. Do you want me to answer questions directly, or do you
yes, that might be best, so that I can.
Okay.
Yes, I kind of like to work with the little helps in the background to make sure that I can. Yes.
All right, I'll leave you to it. So I'll answer the question about org mode files and sharing, which I've encountered. So I've kind of had a whole issue starting out with, well, I've started working with org mode files, and now I've got to figure out what do I do with them. So my first instinct was I'll just share the org mode file directly, which as some people might have figured out if they've tried, is not very successful with normal people. I've also tried exporting it to docx or to ODT, but that's problematic because you have, well, plenty of standards in ODT which don't transfer well. So for example, by default, the ODT kind of adopts what's it called, a latex-like structure. So it's like 1.1.1, which isn't optimal for writing and sharing documents, at least in the way that I write them. So what I've settled for is, for now, just not sharing the org directly. I wanted to be able to do that through GitHub or GitLab, but it's a bit too much of a hassle to ask people to create an account there. And I've just created some export profiles for my ODT documents, which sorts out that problem. And allows me to just share that through that and kind of bypass org mode files for now. So unfortunately, yeah, I kind of am not able to stay 100% org. My plan on the long term is to have it go up on a website, so kind of make a work wiki, which will allow me to link back to some research documents in the script. So that's the long-term plan, but and that'll be built with org mode documents, so with OX Hugo and all that kind of thing. But yeah, that's most of it. Pandoc for incoming and outgoing docs, repeating conversions. So I do use Pandoc for outgoing docs, as I just said. I found some issues with document quality. So as I said, like layouts are kind of wonky, but that's possible to work through if you go into the settings and adjust basically to how you want it to look like. And for incoming docs, so that's a bit more of a hassle. My plan for this talk was to have it a bit more ready, but I've got this integration for the Apple Pages documents, that kind of thing. So that's often the documents that I get from my colleagues, and I found a way to transfer them into org documents. I did that kind of quickly, so I don't think I'm quite ready to share exactly how it went, but I'm planning on doing some documentation around that. But yeah, basically the gist of it is I don't find it a huge issue. I do use other tools other than just Pandoc to kind of complement that, because otherwise, yes, I wouldn't be able to use that for incoming and outgoing docs, and I'd have to copy and paste stuff. Yes.
Oh, sorry, I mispressed my talking to production button. Don't mind me.
No worries. Beginning on Emacs again. Welcome. Yeah. That's the issue I've got as well. Let's take your time.
So Alfred, what we're probably going to do soon is that, as we've probably told you in the opening remarks, we will be letting people in. So right now we are in a room with Alfred on BBB, Big Blue Button, and we have now opened the session so that people can join and ask questions with their voice rather than having to type them out. And we have about 10 more minutes until we need to move on to the next talk. So normally if you go to the talks page or all the areas that Sasha pointed out earlier, you should be able to find the link to the room and join us to ask questions directly to Alfred. And Alfred, in the meantime, I don't think we have any more questions for now. You have the questions about beginning on Emacs that is now finished, if you want to take this one in the meantime.
Yeah. And so the comments and all that, I'll go through the notes again once I've got a bit more time. It's been a bit of a hectic day, and put some more references in. So, what was your moment when you started to work in Emacs instead of config editing? Interesting. So basically, as I hinted at in my talk, I did spend a lot of time this summer just editing my configs. And I kind of had the click, the moment where, oh, I really need to stop doing just that. After I had text editing workflow that I was happy with. So I think it's possible to just jump into do Emacs without editing the config at all. That's not the way that I work. But I think that, yeah, being able to not be too frustrated in like figuring out how to take notes, like the space NNT in Doom Emacs, just creating an org capture template, or using an org capture template, and realizing, all right, I can just, any config idea that I have, I can put off to later and continue focusing on this work that I have right in front of me. I think that was kind of a moment where I realized, all right, I don't need to edit this config all day. And I like to edit my config for like a whole month, but obviously that's not quite feasible.
I mean, working on a month on your config, some of us have been working on our config for the better part of the last 30 years, or 10 years, or 20 years, depending on your age. So do not worry, you will find the time to work on your config. Emacs is just about editing your config. So before you continue, I just want to let people know. So we have opened up the question and answer room. and now people can join and ask questions. But I see for now, we mostly have people wanting to listen in, but that's also because as soon as we'll need to move the stream to the next talk, you'll still be able to join the BBB room, and it will still be open, so that if you want to ask questions to Alfred off stream, be careful, it will still be recorded and still be posted on the website afterwards. Well, you can do so. And as long as Alfred is available, he can answer your questions. And otherwise, if you don't want to join, you can still type your questions in the pad, and I'm sure we'll find the time, maybe after Christmas or whenever we are all a little more available, to answer all the questions that we have. All right. So sorry, Alfred, you can go now again.
Okay. So yeah, I've seen the latest question from Vidianos. So why is Emacs recommended for journalism? It's actually an interesting question, because that's what I had asked myself when I just started. I wouldn't say it's recommended. Obviously, it's like, just as Emacs isn't recommended to anyone in particular, because you have to really figure out, oh, this is for me. But I think it's yeah.
Sorry. Is my button not working again? I will chastise myself.
No worries. So I think it's so I gotta get back into it. It's valuable for journalism in the sense that there are plenty of tools that are used for scientific research, which are also used for journalism research. And in the sense that Emacs is kind of tailored through BibTeX, through BibLaTeX, through like OrgRome and OrgRome Noter, that kind of thing. It's very easy to transfer these skills into journalism, because you're just researching topics, you're transcribing interviews, you're like going through data and trying to figure out, all right, this is the part that's valuable, this is like something that I'm going to research. And for me, OrgRome is kind of a game changer, because it allows me to just set my thoughts aside, just create a Rome link, and know that I'm gonna get back to it. So I think it's recommended in that sense, because otherwise I'd just be writing in a Google Drive document and just be spending all my days working on stuff that's not exactly related. But obviously, for people who have a bit more self-control than I do, it's probably a bit easier and less necessary. But
it's so good to hear this. Sorry for the interruption, but it's so good to hear that OrgRome actually manages to people manage to use OrgRome to, give some more life to their notes. It's just not a scribbled notes in one of your book that you never open again. It's the fact that it's just a file and that you can link it very easily to the rest of your files. It makes it really easily accessible to not forget about it and to try to refine it later on into something more valuable, be it an article, be it a research paper or stuff like this. So yeah, I'm very pleased to hear that OrgRome is being put to such use. And we'll hear plenty more about OrgRome and Zettelkasten as usual, ever since there was the boom in 2020 about OrgRome stuff and Zettelkasten stuff. So don't worry about it. And if you're tired about it, well, sorry, you can go watch Dev or something.
Yeah, no, I think that when I realized how to use OrgRome was also kind of a moment that made me want to stay there. Like I had shown it on the talk, but my documentary ideas page is basically just like chock full of ideas of stuff that I have thought about for 5 minutes, and just stuff there, and know that I can create, like, stumble on the link at some point and work on it. So it's yeah, it's very valuable. I think it's something that we, like, even outside of Emacs, we should probably be a bit more conscious of using these kinds of tools and promoting that kind of association and kind of linking, even outside of the confines of OrgRome, or as much as there are confines, I suppose.
Well, I think people are already complaining that there's too much OrgRome being talked about. So before we start, well, going outside of Emacs, there are plenty of tools as well outside of Emacs, tools which are also Floss, which allow you to have similar workflows. But I believe really that tools within Emacs are within the entire stack of Emacs, with the philosophy of Emacs that allows so much different modes to be developed on top of it, which is amazing. Before we continue, I kind of want to check the clock because we will need to get started on the next talk eventually. We do have a lot of people joining on BBB, and thank you. Hi, everyone. You're probably hearing me twice, once in BBB and once on the stream, so don't forget to pause the stream if you are hearing my voice in doubles. We will need to move at 45, so in 5 minutes, to the next talk. And until then, this is very French of me to say then and not then, we can take a couple more questions then, Alfred, if you want.
Absolutely. So yeah, open to questions or to people joining in on the mic. And if there's nothing, I'm happy to chat around or to wait.
Sure. Do we have any other questions on the pad? I think you've been pretty thorough, and thank you so much for taking your time to answer this. One of the reasons that we wanted to have 2 tracks this year is to be able to spend a little more time with speakers, because it was really heart-wrenching last year. To have so many talks going one after the other, we barely had the time to talk. And this year, it's a more of a leisurely paced stream, and yeah, it feels like I can take my time. I'm not running constantly out of breath. It's still the beginning, okay. I still was extremely stressed whenever we need to press the start stream button. All kinds of fires start spawning left and right. But if we don't have any more questions, well, maybe we can just go on a little break and reconvene in 4 minutes, because I don't see people on BBB having their mic open. So, Alfred, you're more than welcome to stay in the room. What we are probably going to do now is go on a little bit of a break. So we're going to try to put something on the screen, but
there's just been a question from Corwin. So are you closing out the room or?
Oh, no. We probably, well, okay, let me just read Corwin's question. Yes, you do have a question for Corwin, but we're not going to close the room. We're going to leave it open as long as you want to stay. You can stay 5 to 10 minutes. Maybe people might show up, but otherwise, yeah. So just reading Corwin's questions because it's not in a pad yet, I think. So do you use any fancy solutions for annotating text onto particularly video timestamps?
Well, I don't use it yet, but it's planned. So I've started a Reddit thread, and Sasha has been helpful with answering that one. But my plan is to work with subtitle editing at some point, and to introduce. Wait, annotate. I might have misunderstood the question. Oh, sorry. Fancy.
I'm looking for the question as well. So don't worry if you're lost. I'm also lost. Trying to find the question.
Annotation text. If it's possible to get a clarification for what you mean by annotation text, is that like text effects, or is that subtitles?
I think it was mostly about, you were talking about note taking. I think annotation in that sense on the videos would be, you have a video and you're trying to take note on this video. Like either you have the timestamp on the side or you overlay something, but I think it's mostly about taking notes on videos. Okay.
Yeah, so for now, I'm creating a new link between every video or podcast that I listen to that I remember to do so, and creating just an org-roam document for every new episode or every new video. But I am definitely going to have to take some time and figure out a process in which I can like link together RSS feeds or lfeed as well, to be able to annotate that and link it up with my other libtext notes. So nothing fancy yet, but that is planned. So stick around till next year, and I might have something for you.
And we will love to have you back.
Non-answer. Yeah, it's thanks so much for organizing this. It's great to have these questions.
Yeah, well, thank you so much, Alfred. It was, you had nothing to do with it, but you were the first speaker to come, and even though having a prereq makes it that much less stressful, to be facing the crowd. You still had to take the first questions from the crowd, and thank you so much because you did it brilliantly and you answered so many questions considering. So, Alfred, you're going to probably stay in a room a little while. I don't see a lot of people joining quite yet. I don't think people are current. I think most of the questions have already been addressed on the pad, but you can stick around in 2 minutes and we'll be with you shortly to help you close the room. But right now, what we're going to do is we're going to take... Well, we're not going to take any break. We're just going to move straight into the next talk. Do bear with us because it's a fine machinery, and if something flashes on the screen, bear with us. It will be
the next
live
talk is called
soon.
Back to School with
It's apparently
Emacs.
live. Bye-bye.
Daniel Rosal demonstrates Lectorg, a package that he wrote to make note-taking faster and simpler.
Okay.
Afterwards, he will handle questions
so
over
we are now
IRC.
off the stream. We are playing the next playback. Thank you so much, Alfred, and sorry for the intermittent microphone tuning in. It was basically my push-to-talk button with production. It is misbehaving a little bit. It's working so well that I'm actually, if I keep talking whilst I'm releasing the button, I'm talking to you, which is really weird and really confusing.
You don't focus as much on how you take the notes.
Yeah, no, it's always rough with new audio setups going live with them at the same time as you're discovering them.
Get that same experience.
Yes.
Interesting.
Especially since it's only one aspect of the stuff we're doing. We're doing so much stuff on the side as well. Okay, I'm gonna have to get going. I don't see any people joining on BBB, so you can stick around a little while. Colin might be back in about 2 to 3 minutes to help you close the room, but otherwise you can just leave if no one shows up in 2 minutes. Okay.
Such as org mode, which is fantastic when it comes to note taking, but I still believe it could be much better. That's why I've developed the package called Lectorg. It's a collection of scripts and snippets which allow you to improve your note-taking experience on a computer, of course, making you more focused on the subject rather than the process of taking notes. So why use Emacs? Well, again, if compared with other software, it has a lot more customizability, and it can also unify pretty much anything you need in student life or work life into one place. The problems that Lectorg solves are kind of, as I mentioned, already solved partially by org mode itself. What I've done is simply make a bunch of additions to org mode through an external package, but I've also developed other submodules, one of them being HBH, which allows me to easily plan out my days, HBH hour by hour. Therefore, I can plan out my days by on an hourly basis, practically. But I've also built something called Reorg, which, for those of you that are familiar with the Remarkable tablet, it allows you to integrate notes from your Remarkable into Emacs, into your org mode notes, basically. Now, I believe there's already another talk on integrating handwritten notes into Emacs, so I won't get too much into that. So again, at the heart of Lectorg is org mode, which, for those of you that might not be familiar, org mode is one of the best pieces of software when it comes to basically capturing any sort of text, managing that text, exporting it into various different formats, which is perfect for taking notes because you can either export them, take them on the go if you don't have access to your computer all the time, or you can share them with friends, which, well, that is somewhat self-explanatory in how that can help you or others. Now, the ecosystem of Lectorg, it's a bit chaotic as of right now. It's a package itself, lectorg.el, which also partially relies on a collection of Python scripts, as I didn't have that much time to develop the software strictly in eLisp. But it still gets the job done, and I believe that there is no speed hindrance. Now, to further improve Lectorg, I'd love to ask for your help if you have encountered any sort of issue when it comes to note-taking or academics in general. I would love to integrate your solution, or if you don't have one, we can come up with one, into Lectorg. Also, if anyone would be willing to transcribe those Python scripts into a more Lisp approach, then that'd be fabulous. So let's look at how Lectorg works in practice. We'll look at two examples, one of taking notes for math and the other for business, I believe. Now, I have to mention that all of the things that I do in that example do not cover all the functions and features of Lectorg. There is decent documentation on the Lectorg GitLab page, so do check that out for the reference. For our first example, we're going to start off with taking notes for statistics. Now, what I'm doing here is opening Lectorg Hub, which allows me to associate certain resources with this particular course. Here I've opened the book which I have associated with this course, and I'm going to go right in and start taking some notes on the cumulative distribution function here. Now, what org mode allows you to do is integrate LaTeX into regular text quite easily, preview it, and then later export it. Now here we can see the first usage of a snippet, exclamation point and M, which inserts a block for entering a LaTeX equation. Now what I'm trying to do here is take a screenshot of the figures in the book, which is done with org download, not a part of Lectorg, but a very useful tool. Now that is it for math. Let's look at something a bit different. We're going to take a look at business, more specifically taking notes on the product lifecycle. Here on the left, I have certain notes from class which are not complete. As you can see at the top, there's a comment also done using Lectorg, which puts this file into a to-do so that I can get back to it whenever I want or schedule this to-do. Now I'm taking notes on a video lecture, which I've opened again through Lectorg Hub. As you can see right now, I'm inserting another snippet for plant.uml, which immediately exports it to a file. And again, I'm going to be using org download here to insert another figure at the top. I hope this demonstration was useful. Once again, it did not demonstrate everything. You can find more on GitLab. I hope some of you might consider using Lectorg in your academic life or perhaps even in some areas of business. I believe that is everything I have to demonstrate for today. Thank you for listening to this talk. Have a nice rest of the day.
Alright, okay, so we should be back now. Can I get a confirmation in ISC that you can hear me, just to make sure that everything is working properly? Alright, I had a lovely elf whisper in my ears. So, as such, right now the speaker, thanks so much for the presentation, Daniel. Daniel has decided to take questions over IRC. So right now we've put the lounge, which is the IRC web interface that we're using, right into the Gen channel. And Velocitatem, you'll recognize him with a little cross next to his name, will be taking questions for the next 5 to 10 minutes. I'm not sure exactly. I'll come back to you on this. But for now, it's probably best if you want to ask questions to to Daniel to join over the lounge and ask your questions over there. In the meantime, I'll be taking a little bit of a break because, as you've surmised before, my webcam is causing a significant amount of strife, and I'll leave you focus on the questions. Okay, it's me again. So we have about 10 minutes of Q&A right now. I'm going to go take a sip of water and leave you with the questions. Alright everyone, so it is almost 10 a.m., which means we are about to get started with the second track, the development track. So Sasha has explained to you everything at the beginning, but again, if you go on EmacsConf 2022, the page, you'll be able to find all the links you need, all the talks, all this jazzy nonsense. It's the second time I use jazzy nonsense, I swear I won't be using it again. But otherwise, on Gen, we're going to get started again in about 5 minutes and 40 seconds with the next talk. Okay, hi again everyone. We are about to get started with the next talk. So in about 1 minute and 20 seconds, we'll move on to the next talk in a schedule. I'll remind you as well that we have started the development track. So if you want to check talks over there, feel free to check on the website and you'll have all the information about all the talks. Otherwise, in about 1 minute, we'll close the we'll stop showing IRC and we'll move on to the next talk. I'm just warning you ahead of time so that you're not shocked. The next talk is called How to Incorporate Handwritten Notes into Emacs Org Mode. In this talk, Bala Ramadurai shares how he takes handwritten notes and includes them in his org mode files. Afterwards, he will handle questions over Big Blue Button.
Can you recognize this building? Some of you may have recognized this. This building is called the John Hancock Building. This is in Chicago. I recently bought this building. Isn't it nice? Heavens no. I am in my home in Pune, in India. I'm Bala Ramadurai, an author, professor, and an innovation coach. Hello and welcome to my talk on how to incorporate handwritten notes into Emacs Org Mode. Now, why did I show you this building? The name is of interest for this talk. In the US, someone's signature is also referred to as their Hancock. Your handwriting is pretty much part of your identity. It is as fundamental as that. Of course, there is a movie by that name too, Hancock. I could have started with a clip from that movie. But in spite of Will Smith and Charlize Theron, both my favorite movie stars in the movie, I hated it.
Hancock! Hancock!
What, boy?
Bad guys!
Would you want a cookie?
But I digress. Handwriting has been a fascinating topic for me. However, note-taking has always been on my computer, in particular in the Emacs Org Mode system. It is so easy to note down anything, add a schedule, add a deadline, search anything you want, link anything you want, export it to any format, track what you've been doing, clock your tasks, and on and on and on. It's such a squeaky clean system to track everything and link it to anything from the digital world. Sharing the original notes is still a pain in the rear, but for personal stuff, it's awesome. But then what about handwriting? Research seems to suggest that handwritten notes can enhance clarity of thought, retention, sometimes even getting rid of your worries. My experience seems to agree with that too. But as a professor, my fear has always been this quote. Lecturing is that mysterious process by means of which the contents of the notebook of the professor are transferred through the instrument of the fountain pen to the notebook of the student without passing through the mind of either. So, question. How do we combine the efficient org mode system with the effective handwritten note-taking system? Merge the systems together. Absolutely. How do you do that? Step 1. Write the notes by hand on a notebook. Pen, pencil. Keep some convention for yourselves for tracking tasks like a star or an asterisk. Step 2. Scan them using your favorite mobile app. I recommend Adobe Scan or Dropbox. Step 3. Store the document as a JPG file into a folder called Inbox. Make sure this syncs into a cloud storage folder. And your org mode system has access to this folder. Step 4. Optional. Convert the notes into text using Google Keep or just type the damn thing one more time. Then you can process that in your org mode system, as you always do in your whatever is there in your inbox. But 3 steps or 4 before I get access to my notes and into my org mode. What a precious waste of time. I'd rather be tinkering with my config file in that time. Correct? Why? Get or buy or gift or convince your partner, parent, or anybody else to gift yourself a touch-enabled large device. Then use an app like OneNote to write notes on the device and link the handwritten note directly into org mode by copying the link. You can use a shortcut like Ctrl+1 to mark the to-dos, but that means it remains only on OneNote ecosystem, the to-dos. You can use the same app to also convert the handwritten note into text. Just by the click of a button. As a bonus, you can even include screenshots from your online meetings. I like both my options. Option 1, use a regular notebook, scan and process them into my inbox. Or write the notes in a digital device and convert them into text. Or third option, I appeal to thee, O great community. Can you please build a package inside org mode that recognizes handwriting to export it into our org mode, Emacs org mode. Thank you so much for your attention. Bye.
Easier.
Yeah, definitely. I understand. I've been in your shoes.
All right, so we seem to be live. So, hi Bala, how are you doing?
I'm doing well. Thank you so much. This is fun putting these topics together and recording it. I hope it is useful for people who listen to this.
Okay, so sorry, I was talking about production in the background. So we were talking before about the fact that it was really dark for us in Europe, but actually for you it must be even darker, isn't it?
Oh yeah, it's 8:45 p.m. So it's pretty dark outside. Yeah.
Yes, I think you win, unless we get someone from Japan, and I doubt we will. But we were supposed to have someone from Japan, actually, Jean-Christophe. Oh, we will actually see him tomorrow, but it's probably going to be even darker than what it is currently for you. Okay, so Bala, I'm just going to ask you one little second, because we are recording these questions, by the way. Everything we are doing in the Q&A is being recorded, but we're having a little problem pressing the record button right now. So let me just ask production what we're doing. Okay, so Bala, I'm going to ask you to wait 10 seconds for Sasha to come and save the day right now. And as soon as she's there, you can start taking questions for the pad. We do have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 questions. So in the meantime, I'll remember everyone. I suppose not a lot of new people joined since we started. But right now we are having a closed Q&A session with Bala, just taking questions from the pad. And then we'll open up the room so that people, if they want to join and ask questions directly to Bala, they'll be able to do so with the link. But for now, just close Q&A.
Okay.
So Sasha is joining currently. By the way, everyone can say hi to Sasha. Oh, we are recording now. Okay, great. But do say thanks to Sasha for being everywhere at once, trying to make sure that the stream is working properly.
She has the magic touch. Yes, definitely.
All right, Bala, sorry for the delay, but now the floor is yours. You can take as many questions as you want, and I'll be making humorous comments when I'm not busy putting out fires in the background.
Okay. All right. Thanks, folks. So thank you for the questions. I'll take one by one. How do you link the notes together so you could search through them in the future? Okay. This video I made before, or rather the experience that I shared with you was before I got into linking of notes and how to make sense of it. I'm still, I'm thankful for guys like Leo for putting our Rome together. However, yes, you can take a bow. However, I'm still in the infancy of trying to link these topics. So the suggestion I have is once you convert your handwritten text into text, so handwritten stuff from your notebook into text, or if you write it, if you have a writing device and you can convert it into text, input it into org Rome and link it the way you would do it. So I have not yet gone into it, but having said that, I've started doing it like a week ago. I started linking these handwritten notes, which are converted into text and then can be linked to any other note that you want. So that would be my response to the linking part. So which actually leads to the next question, is it necessary to OCR your handwriting? This is a necessary step. You have to do optical character recognition, as in convert all the handwritten stuff into text, because otherwise indexing and linking becomes a problem later on. If it's only you going through the handwritten notes so that you browse it and read it when you want it, that's okay. So you don't have to worry about OCR. Just input the JPEG, the PNG, or whatever file you use, format you use, input it into under the org mode headline or the org Rome file, and you should be good to go. However, if you want the other stuff, then OCR becomes a necessity. So I'm unfamiliar with any package that does the OCR conversion inside of the Emacs ecosystem. So I use tools like OneNote or I think Google Keep does that. I don't know of any other free/open source tools which do that. I'm not familiar, but I use an external tool to convert handwritten text into notes if you want the link. Again, reiterating, if you want the linking and the indexing. If not, for me, sometimes screenshots and handwritten notes have to go together so that I can find out, okay, this team or this student was talking about his project or her project, and this is the screenshot of their presentation, and I write down my notes, and it goes along with that. That was for me a key to have that together, and not just typewritten notes, because I have no recollection later on. But handwritten notes, I seem to recall better, and that's the whole idea of how to integrate. I was breaking my head over it. Yeah, so those are the two responses to those two questions. What about searching notes to text while being offline? Oh my God, this is a related one as well. So yes, it is going to be searching, has to be linked. If you want the searching facility, it has to be converted text. There are no two ways to that right now. Proprietary software like Google Keep seems to manage it. I think others, OneNote also, Dropbox also says that they can do it. I haven't tried it there, searching it inside these systems to look for handwritten text, because I don't use that for managing my projects or making sense of what I've written down. So when it comes to doing all those tasks, I use org mode. So I would say absolutely mandatory for us to convert this, unless I've made that appeal at the end of my talk, saying if org mode, Emacs org mode community can put their brains together. I don't know if I can help, but if you can, if you want me for testing your package, I certainly put my hands up. For sure, I can do that. I'm keen on trying that out. I hope that answered the third question. These articles on those articles on note taking seems interesting. Could you get a link for them? I'll definitely drop it in the Etherpad after this recording is done, for sure. I will leave it there. It is my good friend in France who shared that with me, saying when he saw the title of my talk, he sent me a whole bunch of articles saying, hey, this seems to support what you told me. And I have sort of shown you the screenshots in the video, but I'll definitely leave some of these links in the Etherpad after this. Oh yeah, I've used, the next question is, have you looked at taking handwritten notes on a tablet, like I don't know how to say that, journal with an X++. So yes, I have started using it again. I haven't started. The only tools I used were OneNote and Google Keep, because those were the only ones which would allow for writing using my stylus. I'm sure there are other apps which can do it. But do they convert it into text, and how easy is it to input it into org mode is something that, so for now, the Dropbox method for me was I write notes, I take a mobile camera, take a picture, upload it to Dropbox. Why Dropbox? Because it allows JPEG to be uploaded. Whereas PDF, I find it very cumbersome from handwriting to get it in here. So JPEG, I can input it into OneNote, and that converts it into text, and then I take it into, put it into the inbox has the image as well as the converted text. So I put it into my system, the org mode system. So that's how my workflow really is. I don't know if I answered that question very well. I've used Journal, but not a whole lot to give you intelligent advice. Have you tried out Remarkable device to take handwritten notes as well? I haven't figured out how to link the files back into org mode in a constructive way yet. Okay, so yes, I've heard of Remarkable devices. There's another one called Books, if I'm not wrong. And Amazon has also come up with a writing, I call it the writing Kindle. I don't know what it's called, a smarter name for that. So these devices do exist, but I'm not sure if they convert it into text and if they can put it in a repository which is accessible on your computer, where you can import it into org mode. I'm not so sure about those things. So linking that would be nice if you can have access to where your Emacs org mode ecosystem is. For me, Dropbox works very well because it's on my smartphone, as well as on my computer. So the linking happens, and I can just push it all into my org mode inbox and process them, refile the notes, or do all the good stuff. Linking, if I have the text, I can link them. Do all that, I can certainly do that. So that's my answer to where did it go? Remarkable stuff. That question is gone. I don't know. Okay, anyway. So that was...
Yeah, I don't see it either anymore. It's disappeared, but thank you for taking the time to answer it.
Okay. So next one. How are we on time, Leo? I can talk all day.
You are completely good on time. Don't worry. We have until 45 at the current hour until we need to move on to the next talk. So it's very roomy. Take your time answering as many questions as you want.
Okay. So, all right. So I won't hurry then. All right. Something to think about is handwritten and org transcribed notes deduplication for searching. Do you want one or the other? Oh, okay. So this is wish list. Oh, thank you so much for asking this question. Transcription for me has become important, not only handwritten, but also voice notes. So this is another thing that I've been, I have a couple of podcasts where I want a summary of my important points, and I can grab the voice clips, but transcribing it, in spite of so many tools out there, I find it very difficult to transcribe them automatically. I can make the error corrections later on, but I find it extremely cumbersome to transcribe voice notes. So it would be nice if we can have, voice transcription. One, handwritten transcription also helps for sure. If it can be done, then it makes it, actually that's a great idea. Transcription. I wasn't thinking of inside. I was thinking of basically taking the notes and somehow linking it within the handwritten stuff itself. Maybe my limitation imagination, but transcription is definitely something that I would be very interested in. Voice as well as handwriting. This I've seen it in some other software. I think it is OneNote where I saw that you can record yourself vocally, and also there is a transcribe for paid packages. They have transcription as well, and then you could link text from there on, right? So if we can do it in our org mode system, nothing like it. I mean, I keep saying it, and notes get notes keep coming up there, or I keep writing it on my Wacom device or my Remarkable device, and it goes into my org mode as I write or as I speak. Unbelievable. This is potent. This is really potent. Thanks for the great idea. I hope this, again, I volunteer myself to test this out as well. I have tons of, at least this year, they have produced 300 minutes of podcast content. And I find it extremely cumbersome to transcribe it easily. So if this can do it for us, at least even a minute or two of the text, nothing like it. That's amazing. The last question I see is, how often do you type in and summarize your notes? Would you consider that a suitable approach for yourself at the end of the day? That's a good idea of typing notes. When I'm in a hurry, I type. So when I'm in a tearing hurry, or my notes is just lying somewhere, and there's a meeting going on, I don't want to get up and go get my notes. I immediately go to my org mode and start typing there. So that's what I do. At the end of the day, summarizing, I don't have that habit at all. I promised myself that I should do daily journaling and all that, because everybody says it's a good habit. I've done it a few times and I found it to be good, but it's not a habit I'm yet on. So I mean, I also have a shortcut, a keyboard shortcut for the org dailies. I do have that, and it shows up on the calendar, the blue color. I love those features, but I'm not on it. I should make it a habit. As much I've look at my org agenda, you should have a dailies as well. And I type out when I'm in a hurry. Perhaps even writing your daily journal could be helpful. Particularly, I find that I'm comfortable typing English letters. If non-English, for example, my mother tongue has a different script which I can't easily type using English. So perhaps writing is easier there for me rather than typing it out. It feels very weird. So perhaps that could help for non-English, non-Roman script. Perhaps writing is better for journaling as well. I guess that could help.
Oh, okay, Bala, if I can interrupt you for a second, because don't worry, I'm not stopping you with the question. I told you have until 45, and I will honor what I've said before.
Okay.
But I just wanted to let people know that we have opened up the BBB chat room. So if people want to join the room now and ask questions directly to Bala, who's already answered many of your questions on the pad, but if you have more questions, or if you'd just like to chat with Bala, well, do feel free to join the room. The link has been pasted on the IRC channels. It's also available on the talk page at the top, so you should be able to find the link pretty easily. And even if we move to the next talk, if you're still there and still want to chat with Bala, provided Bala is available and does not need to sleep, by the way, do respect the fact that it's really late over there, do feel free to hang around a little more and ask more questions, and we'll be posting all of this in the website afterwards. So Bala, I think, do you have one more question on the pad, or was it the last one?
Let me check. I think that was the last one. Oh, there is a new question coming up just before that.
Do take it then.
Sure. I was going to say something of an experience I wanted to share, but anyway, I can answer this. How fancy has your handwritten notes import been? Okay, I'm going to wait for this. Bullets.
I'm not sure if we're talking about importing the notes into, like, is it merely importing the files, or is it about importing into your notes-taking system like Orgo and whatnot?
Okay. I get it. So I have a simple system for, yes, I absolutely agree with you. I mean, the birth of org mode was that you wanted notes and you wanted tasks inside it, right? So that was the origin of that. I think the same philosophy applies for handwritten notes as well, because you're writing down notes and somebody says, hey, Bala, can you send me this document by next Wednesday? And I write that down in my notes, and that's a task. So I just put a star next to it. So I know when I am scanning, I don't think that shows up as I don't think star shows up as anything in my import. But I know when I'm scanning it that I need to keep track of that as a task. So in the talk also I talked about it, is in OneNote, Control 1 is the shortcut for to do. And if it is converted into text, yes, of course, Alt Enter in org mode will work as well. So yes, so I think that is important. Even so, that's the only thing that I do is an asterisk or a star just before the note, so that it tells me that it is a task that I have to keep track of. I even put a date so that the numbers also get imported into org mode. But my wish list, this has gotten me into me wishing, is if the handwriting notes, I mean the gadget, the device, the Remarkable or the Amazon writing pads of the world, if we can actually write down notes with a star, asterisk, and the headline and scheduled and all that, and import it directly into org mode, I think that's doing away with a whole bunch of in-between scanning, uploading, processing, and all that. This can go directly. You can start refiling into your system. So that would be nice. So somebody is asking me for a wish list. Here's one more too, if we can do that. So that makes basically a writing org mode rather than like as if it's a language, like a human language, rather than it being something restricted to a computer. So that's interesting. That's an interesting thought. Just to glorify handwriting, I don't know if it has anything to do with the question. A few days ago, a client of mine asked me for a talk, and I was going to give them the plain vanilla talk, but I decided to pause myself and write down what I was going to talk about. Actually, that gave rise to a completely different idea, and the whole thing was far more effective compared to what was my plain vanilla. According to me, that handwritten ideation that I did with a white space really helped me think beyond what was my plain vanilla talk. Of course, the talk went well, I think, and the audience did have fun because I even jotted down a few things that I wanted to crack jokes on. All that went into my notes. So I think handwriting is sort of undermarketed, underplayed so much with the advent of typing and these things becoming so efficient and easy, that I think that all your ideas, if they come together, I think handwritten notes will become a part and parcel of the org mode system itself, and effective and efficient way of capturing our thoughts.
All right, Bala. So I think you don't have any more questions currently. I don't see anyone with a microphone on. So by the way, if you're joining us on BBB and if you want to ask your questions, you do have to join with a microphone. It is interesting for you to join listening only, but if everyone does this and nobody turns on the microphone, it's going to be very lonely for Bala and myself. I can ask questions for you. I have plenty of questions that I love to ask. I did get my own tablet. Oh, actually, let me show the stream. Oops. Can I unfull screen this? Yes, okay. Let me try to make the screen a little bigger so that you can see me. Okay, I was going to talk to you about, if we have a little more time, because I do have a tablet like this, which allows me to do handwritten notes. This is, don't worry too much, this is a lead code exercise that I was solving. And this is e-ink, which allows me to type my stuff. And I bought this about 2 years ago. And I've really been struggling to find ways to how do I work both in Emacs and how do I work with my handwritten notes, which is why I was really interested with your talk, because honestly, right now, those are two completely separate collections of notes. What is in my machine, this device right there, is its own thing. Like it has its own quality. Do I do my journaling in it? I do my journaling, maybe. I also do my lead code exercise, but that's about it. And I wish it were easy for me to connect the dots between what I've got on this device and what I've got on my computer right in front of me. So I can talk some more about this, but people could also join and ask their own questions. I can talk to Bala whenever I want. I've been in touch with Bala for quite a while, and I'll be able to do this whenever. But this is your chance for you to do this, to have your question answered, and to for the question to live on EmacsConf forever and ever. Like all the talks for EmacsConf, all the questions since 3 years ago have been published. So it is your chance to, if you're not making a talk of your own, it's at least you have the questions of your own leaving on a website. So Bala, I believe you were a little interested with my little device. So I'll just give you do you actually have a device of your own that allows you to take notes like this, or is it just handwritten on paper?
My computer is a touch screen, so I can write. I have a stylus that I can use to write anywhere on the screen. So I take the laptop and actually fold it, and I can use it like a notebook. So this is my use case these days. So when I'm learning Japanese, by the way, and I tell you this, there's no way I could have retained so much if I had not written Japanese out, the characters. So this is critical. This is critical. Writing is critical. It's and your ideas, when they're externalized, you see it. By you writing it, there's a physical action. You feel the proximity to your ideas, what you're doing. So typing, yes, it is also physical, but for me, it's one step away from writing down. So for me, that's
I'm gonna make you laugh
how I
because
see it.
I was also studying Japanese, and I do have my own kanji
Oh, wow.
sheet, which allows me to do my practice. So
That's
please don't look at it.
amazing.
If you're gonna pause this video and check what I've written, you will be sorely disappointed because those are just collection of verbs. But this is how I practice my kanjis as well, and it's been amazing. This is, it is such a wonderful usage because if you try learning kanji just by seeing them and not putting them in your hand or embedding them in your hand, it's so complicated to do so.
Oh, we have more things in common than I imagined. Okay.
Yeah. So we happen to have someone in the room currently. Gak, I believe, is their nickname. Do you have a question? And do you want to maybe unmute yourself to ask the question? You are more than welcome to do so now. I might actually need to unmute you. Actually, I can't. Can you unmute yourself and ask the question if you want to?
There we go.
I'm just trying to get my headset set up. I'm having this similar struggle with this issue of handwriting my notes because that's the easiest way for me to write them quickly. It's also it does help me retain the information better, but then getting them back into org mode. I'm about to start experimenting with some of the iPad apps like Notability and GoodNotes to see if that can work or if I can use Apple Notes for that as well. My interests are probably similar to yours. I'm studying computer science, excuse me, and I have two kinds of notes that are very difficult to transcribe. Mind maps, which is often the way I take class notes because it's a good outlining form, but the handwriting recognition blows, if you pardon the expression. The and equations, particularly involving proof steps for formal semantics. And I'm wondering if you have any ideas about mind mapping in particular and getting those incorporated from handwritten notes. I hate using the mind mapping tools that are available. I find that that replaces the bad memory generation from typing with a bad memory generation for mind mapping. But if you have any thoughts, I'd love to hear them.
Actually, I have used mind mapping is hierarchical. So you start with one and then it has a sort of thing. In fact, I use something called function maps where you not only have, just like ORGROM and its interlinking relationships, this also has what is the relationship, what is the nature of relationships. All that I've been drawing it on my laptop screen, so that helps me internalize that. So I do not convert it into any other digital format. I leave it as a picture because every time I read it, I'm able. But in the digital format itself, it's when you have new understanding, you can actually add another object and interlink them and add the relationship. So it's a lot easier if it's on this. But on a piece of paper, drawing a mind map and or a function map and editing it and moving things around becomes a problem. So I find that doing it on a device and retaining it as such, not converting it into a free mind or any of those kind of XML or anything like that doesn't help me at all, or a plant UML even. But I find that I leave it as such. In the digital format, you can select it, like a lasso select, move it around and add new objects when or remove it or shade it. You can do all those good stuff if it is remaining in the same way. So I like it to be that way itself.
Yeah, I've done that as well on the iPad. I'll use Nebo or something like that to give me a good way of rearranging the mind map.
Sure.
Directly in the iPad, exporting it as a JPEG, and then linking it to other notes documents that I have. But I do wish I had a better way of extracting the keywords that come out of it and and having those searchable. But I get it. It's
no. Okay. The answer is no. I don't have any. I usually link the live document itself into org mode. So when like for example, OneNote colon and the entire, I just click on that and it opens the exact document that I want, and I can add more to it. But the reverse is not possible.
I do something very similar.
All right, folks. I'm really sorry for interrupting it, but we are getting close to time. It's thank you so much for joining. We have 4 people on the scene right now, which is amazing. You can continue talking about this, and people can still tune in. The link to the BBB room is still available on Bala's talk. You go to EmacsConf 2022, you go to the talk of Bala, and you'll find the link at the top of the page. You can come in the room and chat with Bala some more. But for us on the stream, we're going to move on to the next talk in about 40 seconds. So Bala, thank you so much for taking all the time answering all the questions, and thank you, Gak, also for coming and asking also lovely questions. I suppose it was really good. Yeah. Thank you. It was great seeing you. Sorry, I'm rushing because I'm being pressed for time. And
The next talk is called Writing and Organizing Literature Notes for Scientific Writing. In this talk, Vidianis Giannitsis shares how he uses OrgRoam, OrgNoter, and Zetteldesk L to manage his literature notes and write articles. Afterwards, he will handle questions over Big Blue Button. You can join using the URL from the talk page or ask questions through Etherpad or IRC.
Hello everyone, I am Vidianis. Today I'm going to show you how I write and organize my literature notes using Emacs. I take my notes using Zettelkasten, who you may or may not have heard. It is about taking small atomic notes and linking them one another to create your so-called second brain. Here is mine. This is a graph of all the notes I have accumulated the last few years. It has various types of notes, but we're mainly going to focus on literature notes today. Here are the content of my talk. We're going to start with bibliography management, which is how I take bibliography from the web and import it to Emacs. Then we're going to talk about how I create literature notes using a custom OrgRoam BibTeX template I have. And after talking about that, we can talk about how I write literature notes, which is through annotating an article using OrgNoter. OrgNoter is a package that allows you to annotate PDFs using the org format and creates a supplementary org file to your PDF. Then we're going to talk about adding the literature to your Zettelkasten, which is a simple but important topic, and how you can write permanent notes based on the info you obtained from this literature. Lastly, we're going to focus on the organization problem one might find when having a lot of literature for an assignment or an article or something, and how I have tried to solve this with my package Zetteldesk. This isn't the perfect solution, but it is what I have and I really like it. Finally, we're going to talk about how to compose the final article that you want to produce using this literature with the technique described in the rest of this talk. So let's begin the talk with bibliography management. Zotero is the bibliography manager I use. It is very seamless to store articles with it, and it exports to .bib, integrating with packages such as OrgRoam BibTeX and Ivy BibTeX. I'm researching. I typically find a long list of articles from a search engine. I open the titles which have interesting titles through their abstracts, and save to Zotero those whose abstracts are the most relevant to what I want. From these articles, I typically won't read all of them because there are a lot, but I will select a few once I have collected as many as I want. Zotero acts as a way to store everything that might be interesting, while Emacs and my Zettelkasten stores everything that is definitely interesting and I have read it already. And then we can move to how I create literature notes. I set the default action of Ivy BibTeX to Ivy BibTeX edit notes, which with OrgRoam BibTeX mode active, prompts you for an org capture template when selecting something, if the node doesn't exist, or takes you to the existing node. And obviously you need to have this here to set the default action that was already there to a letter. Then we can move to my org reference template using org bibtec. This isn't so complicated, but it has some important stuff I want to highlight. Save it to the ref directory so I can remember where it is, and it's classified as a literature node. The file name is the site key, which is easy and small, but the title is the actual article's title. Give it the tag of the entry type. This is typically article, but it's easy to sort things this way because not all literature nodes are articles. And then give the keywords that are given by Zero, because why not? Tags here are tags from Zelkasten. These are the links to other files which are relevant, but it's initialized as empty, obviously. And then this heading is where all the magic happens. The name is just not really so relevant. I just needed something that made sense. The properties are what matters. And mainly this one here. The $file attribute finds the file of this specific literature and makes sure that org noter works by default here. As I'm going to show you in a moment, this way, initializing the literature node, org noter works by default. That's all basically for the template. This is the private talk where it's the first demo. This is about opening IPBibtec, selecting an article that I want to annotate, initializing the literature node. We can see that everything is inserted in for me. And if I open org noter on this heading, it opens the article, as expected. I can read the article, can say I want to annotate something here, annotation, something. Obviously, annotations are not that simple as here, but I don't really have the time to actually annotate an article live. But you can keep going, and it's a good setup. Then close org noter, and let's go presentation again. Moving on, this section is some stuff about my annotation process. As I said, there is not enough time for me to actually annotate an article live, but here's some things about it. First is that I annotate with org noter, which I absolutely love. It is great for annotations because you do them in org, which is an amazing format, and gives you a lot of flexibility, such as adding to the Zelkasten, being initialized by a capture template, and other things. But also, you don't need to look for the notes inside the PDF, which is a problem you can have if you annotate on the PDF, and it is very annoying in my opinion. So I prefer having these notes, and I can only focus on them, but I can also see where they refer. The other scenarios are not so good. Annotating on the PDF, you search for it, and if you don't know which section it refers to, then you need to look about it, and that is very tiring. Also, I am always annotating in English. This is not my mother tongue, but it helps me avoid necessary mental overhead of translating while reading. I want to pay attention to what I read, and not to translate stuff. I will translate later. And when finishing an article, I write a mini abstract myself, which contains what I think about the article. It doesn't need to be much, it's usually like 3 or 4 paragraphs, and it shows things that are useful in the article, and what is mentioned that matters to me, so I can look back at it, and it is very easy for me to find what I got from this article, so where I will cite it on my actual project. Then last thing you need to do is add a note to your Zelkasten. This is very easy to do with being in an org format. You can just have it in the org directory, which it automatically goes to, and link it to other relevant notes, which is its index, because everything in my Zettelkasten list has an index, but also every other permanent node whose contents are in one way or another mentioned inside the article. This way, the article is in a network with nodes that are similar to it. Then we move on to the second demo, which is about a full-fledged literature node. We can go on Orgrom node find, search for references, go to this, and you can see it is linked to other nodes. And here's the mini abstract, and here are my notes on it. The last thing you need to do when creating a literature node is obviously create permanent nodes based on what you read. If you never create these literature nodes, you will never get new information. So for your Zettelkasten to grow, you need to create such nodes. This means that the subject you're researching is not just literature nodes, but also has well-structured permanent nodes, which is what you will actually read. You typically only read literature nodes to see what gets cited where. What you will mostly read is these permanent nodes that you create from this knowledge. So finally, we're at the last part of the talk, which is about organizing literature nodes. And this is, in my opinion, the most interesting part because it is very unique. It uses a package I wrote myself, and it doesn't have as much usage as the rest of the things I described so far. So, what is the problems you might find? Indeed, if you read a lot of things, you have a large collection of notes, and it's not the only thing you will think about. However, you do need to justify everything with citations, so you need to remember everything you read in these notes. You have done a lot of work, but there is still a lot for you to reach your final manuscript. Except if there was a handy little way to combine everything and sort it in a very easy way. Well, there is, and I think it came out pretty well. It's zeldas.io. It was inspired by this quote here from How to Take Smart Notes. Some Karens here talked about a desktop, which you have all the literature you want in that desktop, and you try to bring it in order. And by doing that, you can improve your ideas and have a structure so that your manuscript will then be very, very easy to write. And as I say here, in trying to do this, I made something much more general than it needed to be. So yeah, you can use it for many other things. But before I show you some things about it, I want to introduce you to what a desktop is. It's essentially a collection of the knowledge you want to be able to see. You add things to your Zetteldesk, and using filter functions, you only see these nodes and nothing else, which in my opinion is very handy. So, having said that, we can see these things in action with the final demo of the talk. This is the third one. I will go to an index file of mine. This is 3D printing, an assignment I had last semester. And this has 28 backlinks, so a lot of things that I looked at for this assignment. I can say I want to add the current nodes backlinks to the Zetteldesk, and now I have a filtered version of Orgrom Find, which only lists these 29 nodes. Very nice, right? I can also filter just the literature nodes, which can also use other UIs beside Orgrom, such as, for example, one I use a lot is the ivbibtech command. This takes a lot of time, much longer than the Orgrom one, but has them in this UI, which in a lot of cases is more useful for me. The other very important thing is inserting these. For example, say I want to insert a permanent node, such as this. Its title will become a top-level heading, and everything else will be inserted as expected. But the most important thing for us is inserting literature, right? This is done with this command, and let's say I want to insert this. The title again becomes a heading, and this is the article title also. I store the site key here, and everything else about it is also here. And I can add others, for example, this and this. And we have all of them here. I see it says this is the basic, so let's put it at the top. And then maybe I want to put this last. And this way you can sort things. And typically on the other side, I have my manuscript. And I look at what order I want to have things in. And sort the articles and the permanent notes in a way so that each section can have its own citations and its own notes. Which makes writing, again, very easy, in my opinion. Finally, let's go to composing the final article. This is our goal. We wrote and organized all these literature notes to put them in your final project. This might be an assignment or an actual scientific article. It is apparent that you have done a lot of work for this so far, but you don't need to do a lot more. In my opinion, this is the easiest part of the whole workflow. People consider final article composition hard, but if you've done all these steps, you already have everything you want to add in the article from your notes. It's already there. A lot of things are copy-pasted. It's all in a coherent order. Connections are, to an extent, already there. And you know what citation goes where, so you can justify everything you write. The actual draft isn't there, but it is very easy, because now you just write things as you see them in your desktop and connect them. Connections are basic connections, and making the article good, obviously, are basically the only thing you need to worry, but those are very important because others will only see the final manuscript, so if that's not good, then the whole assignment is not good, obviously. So it's not like your work is done, it's just very easy. And with that, I hope you like my talk because it is coming to an end now. I want to thank you for your time. I hope you enjoyed it. You can feel free to email me at this address. It has also been on every slide since the beginning. I also have the GitHub for Zelda.el here, and they will be available for questions. I will be viewing both the pad and the IRC, and we'll do a live Q&A after this. See you. Actually, before I go, let's show you the GitHub for Zelda.el. Here's the README. If you're interested on it, you can see more about it. And also have a very in-depth, I would say, wiki about it, with 11 pages. And talking about everything that happens here. A lot of what we discussed is in this section about literature notes. And these documents go a lot more in-depth in how Zendesk works and also how to use it. So if you're interested, feel free to read them. And if you have any problems, you can open an issue about it. I will be very active. Thank you.
All right. Hello again, everyone. So, and sorry, this is really confusing to me because I was talking with Vidianos for like the better part of the last 10 minutes, and now I need to say again, hi Vidianos, how are you doing?
I'm fine. So
and
we can start, right?
Yeah, sure. I mean, you
is-
pretty much know the drill. Everyone watching the show now already knows the drill. Vidianos is going to read the questions. If you want to read the question on your own, you can open up the pad. Otherwise, Vidianos will be reading the questions and answering them in line. And I'll be making jazz in the background whenever something doesn't work. So, Vidianos, the floor is yours.
Okay.
So do you use fleeting notes as well? Do you keep them in org room? Fleeting notes are a very interesting subject. In the initial draft of this talk, I want to include fleeting notes as well, but it would take a bit too long, so I said, let's not do it. I'm gonna add a link here to my dot files and a section for fleeting notes, but I can very quickly share my screen for a moment and show you some things about it. So give me a moment.
Yes, you can do this.
Okay, so you see the screen now, I think.
Yes, I confirm we can see it.
So I have a key binding which opens my daily note. I have some notes from other talks in EmacsConf and talks that I'm going to miss due to the 2 tracks. Don't mind them. So I write, like, for example, fleeting note, and I have a command down here which will automatically give it a to-do value. So let's say, for example, I'm processing it. It adds a tag to the current projects node, which is essentially a node I have for things I want to do right now. It makes it an org-room node, and then I can write something here, blah blah blah. And if I go on org-room node find, actually I need to save it first. It will appear here, and then once I say it's done, it is not a node anymore. It is removed here. This allows me to archive things. I can stop the sharing now. This allows me to archive fleeting notes. So I don't need, because fleeting notes are not something that needs to remain my Zettelkasten. I want them for some point and then deleting them. And this is done with org journal and not org-room dailies, because with org journal, I can have this, I make it a node and then I remove it from a node, while I don't think you can do that with org-room dailies. And the code for all of this is in the section I pasted on the Etherpad. So, and if you have any questions, you can email me. Okay.
Sorry, Vidianos, just to specify, all the contact information will be available on the talk page. So be it the email to Vidianos, also the pads, the recording, everything will be available after the conference as soon as we have the bandwidth for this. So that's where you'll be able to find contact information. Okay, you can keep going, Vidianos. Sorry for the interruption.
Okay, so the second question is if it works for PDFs only, or Word and Excel, or EBUB, websites, CWW, and YouTube. So I'm not sure. Give me a moment to look at OrgNoter and see if it says, because honestly, I don't remember. Use it with PDFs typically, but I think it works with other things as well.
From the top of my mind, I think OrgNoter works with EPUB file via the package nav.el that is managed, I think, by, was it by Wasamasa? I can't remember actually now, but at some point it was managed by Wasamasa. He was probably watching right now and probably yelling at me in the background, so I'll keep you posted on this. But yes, the OrgNoter allows you mostly to take notes on PDF via PDF view, but it also allows you to take notes on EPUB, and they're relatively working relatively well. But as for the other, go on, Vidianos.
I opened OrgNoter, and it says it also is compatible with DocView for Office, so Word, Excel, and things like that.
Yeah, and otherwise, if you really want to take notes on such documents, you can probably use either OrgConvert or Pandoc to generate a document that would be editable within OrgNoter. It shouldn't be too difficult to do so. And usually, it's mostly PDFs when you're working on research stuff or stuff like this. Anyway, sorry for inserting. This is a topic very dear to my heart as well, because as you know, I have worked a little bit on OrgRoam, and OrgNoter especially.
Yeah, so I think you should be able to do Word, Excel, and EPUB. And I don't think it works with websites, and it definitely doesn't work with videos. Not sure if there's other solutions for those.
I believe there is one. Sorry, I keep inserting myself into the discussion. This is a very interesting topic. I think Alpha Papa developed an org package to capture a web page. So it's like an org capture, org protocol that allows you to capture stuff from your browser, or it allows you to capture a page and basically pendocs the results into an HTML. Well, no, sorry, it pendocs from HTML to an org document with a structure and a hierarchy, and this way you can actually take notes on the documents and just have all the features you would expect in an org document. I'll shut up now. This is your talk, not mine. If I really wanted to talk about this, I should have made a talk. Anyway, back to you.
Don't worry. For the things that I don't know myself, it's good to have someone else that has the knowledge on the topic.
Yeah, I'm good to be a resource then. I'm happy to be a resource. Sorry.
Okay, so next one. I used to take notes on PDF with OrgNoder, but the Zotero PDF reader is also very nice. So, okay, yeah, I have seen that there's a Zotero PDF reader. It does look nice as well, I would agree, but I have two problems with it. One, Emacs key bindings don't work, and two, it's not Emacs. Basically, I think it's nice, but I want to use things that are outside Emacs for as little as possible. And I use it there because I haven't found a way in Emacs to save the article somewhere and download the PDF automatically. I know there is DOI utils, which was mentioned in IRC a few moments ago as well, but it hasn't worked perfectly for me in the past when I tried it, so I use it there for that, but I wouldn't use it for the PDF reader as well because I want to use it in Emacs. Next one. Thanks for saying that it was a great presentation. My thoughts on the future of Zettelkasten. I think Zettelkasten has a bright future personally because it is plain text. Plain text will never go away, basically. You will be able to use it forever. And also, OrgROM is open source with a very vibrant community, so that won't go away either anytime soon, I think. So it probably has a future if you mean it that way. If you mean that way, and I think that in general it is a noting method that is very efficient. I have used it for university the past few years. I have right now like 850 notes on it, and they will probably only keep increasing. So I don't think it's going away. If you want to ask anything else, we can talk more about it.
Actually, I do have something to add to this particular point, because on the topic of the Zettelkasten and how useful it can be. Now, it's been a little while, since Zettelkasten really started exploding. I think in 2020, right when COVID started, a lot of people started getting interested in Zettelkasten method. And, ever since, you have a lot of software that were released, including the ones we have in OrgROM and all the, I'm going to use OrgROM because of the one I'm most familiar with as a container, but we also have, Denote by Prot and other solution as well. Yeah. And one thing that I'm currently working on, and a key area of interest for me, is how do we use the concept of a Zettelkasten, a collection of notes. Generally, when you think of a Zettelkasten, it's a really individual collection of notes, right? It's something that you have, it's the stuff that you find during your research, during the paper that you read. But how about trying to have a slip box for a group of people so that they could start sharing notes on research that they do? It wouldn't it wouldn't be the same thing as a personal slip box, but you can think of it as the knowledge bank for a group of people, where they keep track of the concept that they use within their organization, the patterns that they like to use when they work together. So we actually wanted to do a talk this year on some of those adjacent topics, but sadly we were a little taken by time, and you'll have to wait for next year. But I will agree with you, Vidianos, there's a lot of very interesting stuff abound for the Zettelkasten method, and especially Zettelkasten inside Emacs. All right, back to you now.
Yeah, thanks for the additions. I like them as well, and I think what you said about collaboration, it would be very interesting, really.
Great.
The only problem is having other people using the same methods with you.
Sorry, Vidianos, I'm not sure if you asked me a question. I had a elves whispering in my ear in the background at the same time.
I just said that I really like the idea that you said about collaboration.
Yeah, because it is really something that is missing when you think about it. Like, the good thing about Emacs and the philosophy of Emacs generally is that, we have different modes working together. And they do one thing or multiple things, and they do it very well. We have org mode for editing structured documents. We have maggots to manage repositories. We have, calc to do calculations with Polish notation and whatnot. And it feels like we have a great tool for collaboration, editing a singular buffer, which is CRDT, which we've already talked about before. I'm not sure if we did have a presentation at EmacsConf about CRDT. I think if you're more interested into this, go back to the talk I did last year with Joe Connelly and Nora Lassan on Emacs Research Group. We did demonstrate what CRDT was. So we have a very good tool for working on a buffer, and we have a very good way to take notes. Why not try to combine the two tools like Emacs is so good at doing? We take one mode, we take another mode, we clash them together, and we do something very interesting with them. Well, we should probably be doing something similar with notes taking so that people can actually start building notes together. And I think that would be a really key step in the future. But anyway, I think I'm repeating myself a little bit, and I don't want to say too much right now. You'll see it in the future. It's coming months or coming years. You're not in a rush in plus. Okay, Vidianos, back to you now.
Okay, so how do you find a way to get a nice overview of multiple nodes to rearrange them? Like physically putting many small nodes at a table and rearranging them? So my initial idea when I tried to make Zetteldesk was to get as close as possible to this. Have a lot of small nodes in my table and be able to rearrange them. Due to org mode being text, this is not exactly possible, but I don't know if this question was before the third demo or not. What I showed in that demo, I think, is to an extent showed what I do for rearranging, that you add all the things you want on the Zelda scratch buffer and then rearrange them however you want. So that's as close as I have been able to get to that. It's not perfect, but I think it is all right for being text, which making it graphically it would be hard, I think. And next one seems to be a follow-up on that question. Yeah, says it's difficult or impossible to do that. Yeah, I agree. Okay. So this package that you say on the next one, on the next question, I will check this link out. It seems very interesting for making for adding your notes in a big canvas. I think it would definitely make sense for my workflow to use something like this if it is what I have understood you mean it is. I would love to try it, and we'll get back to you if you want. Whoever left that message, if you want to leave any contact information or talk to me, I would love to get back to you about this because it looks very interesting.
Yeah, so again, all the contact information will be available on the talk page. By the way, if you're worried about the lighting changes in my place, it's just that sometimes I have a lot of light in my face, and then when I'm a little tired, I do rest like this, and it's very different, but it's still me. Don't worry about it. I'm not going to turn it off because every time it's like a flashbang going into my eyes. So if you want to talk to Vidianos afterwards, maybe do not leave your coordinates right into the pad. Maybe get in touch with Vidianos instead. Yeah. Those pads are going to be public eventually, and even though we will be reviewing all the content within them, it means that they will be open to people for a while. So maybe avoid putting personal information over there. But otherwise, you'll be able to connect after the conference relatively easily, and Vidianos will be able to follow up, or even just on the questions whenever you have the time. But it might take 1 or 2 weeks, for the speakers to get back to the questions you put into the pad. We will be asking them frequently. We do have this policy, as you know, with EmacsConf of nudging speakers to do something. So we will nudge speakers towards answering your questions, but it might take us about 1 or 2 weeks to get all the answers. I think we don't have any more questions currently.
There is one more.
Oh, there is one more, so please take it.
Can we use Zettelkasten for coding too, especially when using the IDEs like Visual Studio and Excel? So I can't say for sure if you can use it because I'm not in coding. The language I know the best for coding is Emacs Lisp, and the only other one I know is MATLAB for doing calculations, for example, for things in university. But I think you should be able to do that. If you look for Zettelkasten for coding, you will probably find some resources for it. I don't think it breaks the Zettelkasten principles. Like you can make atomic notes for coding concepts. So should work, I believe.
Yeah, and I can actually confirm this. You know, I did share with you before in one of the previous Q&A how I was taking note on this little device right there to do lead code exercises. Well, the thing about lead code exercises is that, well, lead code, sorry, let's be more vague about it. Lead code is a platform, and not free platform as well, and I'm not advertising them. But the concept of data structure and algorithm is really important to programming. And usually when you try to solve algorithmic problems, you rely on a number of patterns that have been developed by, sorry, I get people telling me into my right here that, oh, the sim is going down. And so my stomach is falling into my, my body, just, oh, what happened? Anyway, going back to the point, we do rely on patterns and identification of patterns within a problem. So as a result, it would be very much possible to create separate notes for all these patterns, and you can have different exercises and say you have an exercise that is using two different things. It's using a tree pattern and it's using a depth search. If neither of these two words make any sense to you, do not worry and be grateful, because this will haunt you at night otherwise. But it would be I think it would be a prime candidate really for atomization and linking within the Zettelkasten, because it would make it so much easier to structure your knowledge in a way that is organic rather than hierarchical. So yeah, this was a very good question, and I'd be happy to encourage the asker to try it on their own and maybe make a presentation next year at the next EmacsConf. Vidianos, before we continue, I just want to give up the heads up. So we have opened the room currently. If you want to join the room with Vidianos, we have posted the link on ISC, and if you go to the talk page of Vidianos talk, you will be able to join the room as well. We did have quite a number of questions, so feel free to join. In about 4 minutes, we'll need to move on to the next talk, but well, actually, I give you about 3 more minutes. Do we have any more questions on the pad, Vidianos?
So I'm looking on the pad. No, I'm looking on IRC.
Yeah.
Someone says if Zeldas.dl will be available in Melpa. It is on Melpa right now. You can find it.
Right, and you just have to... Sorry, my voice is getting raspier. It's only the first day of EmacsConf. It's not even lunch, and I'm already losing my voice. This is not boding well for the rest. But yeah, you should be able to find it pretty easily by looking on DuckDuckGo for Melpa and space and Zettelkasten.el, the name of the package. And you'll be able to find it. And we can put it on the page. I'm pretty sure it's already on your talk page, Vidianos, as well. So
yeah, it is on the talk page.
Yeah, you'll be able to find it really quickly. So we have about 2 more minutes. Did you see any other question that you'd like to answer as well?
I'm scrolling on IRC since the talk started to see if there is anything else. I don't see anything else. If anyone joins the room here, I would love to continue. If not, then I think we've already answered enough things.
Sure, I would concur. You know, you have covered a lot of ground. I am personally happy to be seeing so many talks about Zettelkasten. It feels like, you know, I was a little bit of a forerunner at EmacsConf talking about Zettelkasten, and now we are 2 years later and we're still talking about it. I know a lot of people are getting a little tired of hearing about Zettelkasten all the time, but you know, if you But all the communication, if you focus on what it actually does, and I keep saying it's just notes and it's just links, and it's actually quite amazing what you can do with it. And it's just a mental model, really. So I would kind of use the sorry for soapboxing here, but if you have been interested into Zettelkasten at some point, or if you are frustrated by all the talk about Zettelkasten that seems to be kind of like a cult at some points, well, I would encourage you maybe to try, not necessarily try it for yourself, but try to understand really the simple stuff behind it. Because honestly, there's nothing very revolutionary about this note-taking method. It's just that it used to be done with paper, and now it's done with computers, and it makes it a little more easier. Personally, what I find the most helpful in this type of note-taking is how organic everything feels. You do not need to be thinking about the structure from the get-go, and this is extremely freeing. Okay, Vidianos, we are about out of time. Thank you so much for taking the time to answer the questions. We will be in touch in the future, and we'll be looking forward to having more presentation about Zettelkasten, perhaps maybe one by you in the future.
Yeah.
So, well, thank you so much. And Vidianos, I don't see anyone in the room, so feel free to leave the room after we're done. So in about 1 minute, we're going to go with the next talk. We might go a little bit quiet until the top of the minute. I need to drink and I need to rest my voice. But in 1 minute, we'll be starting the next talk. Vidianos, thank you so much, and see you next time.
Bye.
The next talk is called the Emacs Buddy Initiative. In this talk, Andrea shares how to connect with an Emacs buddy for one-to-one peer mentoring. Afterwards, he will answer questions over IRC.
Hello, welcome to my talk, the Emacs Buddy Initiative. Who am I? I'm Andrea, I work as a closure software engineer somewhere in the middle of the UK, and I started with Emacs during my PhD, thanks to my PhD supervisor that introduced me to this tool, and from then I am basically using it for everything. You can find more about this everything at ag91.github.io, that is my blog post. So let's get into the talk. Why Emacs Buddy? Emacs Buddy is an initiative to bring us together, and the reason is because Emacs is a limitless tool. So you can keep learning about it, you can keep expanding it, and also takes time to get up to speed. So you may actually extend Emacs, or you may actually get introduced, start using Emacs, but you could fall into all the traps or all the waste of times that other users have already gone through. And so, since there are a lot of amazing people in the Emacs community, why to every time redo the same errors? Let's bring us together. And that would be amazing to get a one-to-one relation. So have somebody that actually knows what you want to do, what you want to achieve with Emacs, and supports you because they have done a similar path to yours. And so they can remove some of the obstacles for you. So what can you expect? The main thing is guidance on your Emacs journey, because the Emacs journey is infinitive, it doesn't really end. But the farther you go, the more value you get from this amazing tool. And that helps you save time. And at the same time, you can meet like-minded people. And so you can learn about Emacs or about your context if they are in, for example, if you are a physicist, they are physicists or they are interested in the field. You may not only learn about Emacs, and you can learn also something about the field. And anyway, the idea is that you can move forward together. Somebody asked, why not just mailing list or Reddit? Well, the point is that mailing list is many people can help you solve one issue that you have, and that tendentially doesn't become a discussion of where you are from, what are you trying to achieve, and where you want to move forward with using this editor or using this tool. Instead, here we want something more personal, something more like you tell your story, and if I can help you achieve what you need, I am also interested in your story as a buddy. So, given that, how do you get in touch with a buddy? Well, the thing is easy. Just ping me at this email, andreadev@hotmail.com, and I can put you in touch with one of the buddies that are available. Or you can contact them personally, directly, because on the web page, on the Emacs Buddy web page, there are links to their material or their websites, and sometimes you can find the contact yourself. Anyway, I'm a facilitator, so if you contact me, I will find the contact for the person that you want to get in touch. You can also get in touch with me. I'm a buddy myself. And so, how did it go so far? Well, from when I started the initiative, more or less we had 10 buddies. We have 10 buddies that are available to help you with your Emacs journey. And I budded myself or I got in touch with people that wanted a buddy, about 8 people. And each of these conversations was quite interesting, and I decided to paraphrase one, and so I had this user that got in touch and said, I used Emacs for 10 years, I'm curious about the initiative, and here is my GitHub that I started writing recently, a Lisp projects in a Lisp to extend Emacs. I looked at their code. I suggested, why don't you use Dash? It's something that I'm familiar with. Maybe you may like it as well. And then I started asking, what do you do with Emacs? Have you tried a note-taking tool like Orgrom? And then the conversation started. So yeah, I tried Orgrom version 1. I use my own thing, but what I'm curious about version 2. Did you use it? Do you know about Luman? That is the inspiration of Orgrom and the backlinking and stuff. And then I started the conversation about that, and we discussed about functional programming. We discussed a bit about philosophy, and went on. And then this conversation, this conversation is not currently going. So we arrived to a point in which sort of died out. But if I want, or if they want, they can ping me back. I can ping them. So it's sort of a reference of this person exists, and it is an interesting person to chat with when I have something to say to them. And what if you want to be a buddy? Well, if you want to be a buddy, it's easy as well. So basically, just open a PR on the Emacs Buddy repository. That is something that I'm maintaining at the moment. Or simply send me the information. Somebody just sent me an email with the information, and I have added a commit to make it public available. The information is just your name, a summary of what kind of user you are, so that you can attract the right people to you, and a link to your material, so that if they are curious about your summary or about you, they can actually go and check and even contact you directly. If they contact via me, I will know your email anyway from the PR you open. So that is all. There are ideas to maybe if this is basically an advertisement for this initiative, so that we can get people that want to be helped or people that want to help. Is building up organically, so no rush to make this thing grow, escalate enormously. But for example, there are ideas to join this with the meetup talk that is being happening in the conference. So for example, if you find out something very interesting, you can bring the discussion that you have with your buddy into a meetup, so that the group with which you speak is big. There are ideas like that, but first of all, just get in touch if you want to find like-minded people that want to help you with your Emacs journey, or if you want to help others. Thank you very much, enjoy the rest of the talk, and chat to you soon. Yeah.
I'm messing up a little bit. This one is a Q&A on IRC, but I don't think we've seen Andrea yet. We're trying to reach him now. In the meantime, if you ask questions, we'll try to paste them inside the pad so that your question can be answered later. I'll keep you posted if we manage to reach Andrea. And if you see a nice person with a plus, with a nick looking like Andrea showing up on IRC, this is Andrea, and this is the speaker for the current talk. But yeah, this was a very interesting talk about the buddy system. You'll find some more about this, I believe, this afternoon or maybe tomorrow, about Emacs workshops, which do provide a very similar experience to the buddy system. It's not necessarily one-on-one, but it is fairly similar. So now what we're going to do, we're just going to leave the IRC window up for you to look at the chat. We're going to take a little bit of a break. If I have news about Andrea, I will let you know as soon as I do. And otherwise, we'll try to put some music to Okay, so we do have Andrea in the chat right now. This is, if you look at the screen, you'll find a name with a backtick and none, and this is Andrea. So say hi everyone to Andrea again, and if you have any question, feel free to ask him any question. Otherwise, this was the last talk of the morning. We're probably gonna go put out some fire happening backstage, and we'll be going on lunch break afterwards. We'll put a timer as soon as we're finished, and I'll remind you as we get closer to lunchtime. But in the meantime, enjoy the Q&A, and I'll see you afterwards. Have a good lunch if you are in the US. Alright everyone, so we are finished with the morning of day 1 at EmacsConf, at least on Gen. You have a Q&A that is about to finish on the second track. We will be going on lunch break right now, and we recommend you do the same if you live on the East Coast or wherever in the US. And we will be back at 1 p.m. EST, which is in 1 hour and 6 minutes. We might need to restart a couple of things, especially to get TubeNix working again, but if the stream is down, just relaunch the MPV command or reload the page on Firefox or whichever your web browser you're using. But don't worry, we'll be back in about 1 hour 5. So have a good one, people, and see you this afternoon. Bye-bye! The next talk is called Attending and Organizing Emacs and Meetups. Organizing in this talk, organizing shares how to participate in Emacs in this talk, and even how to organize your own, and even how to organize your own questions, and even how to organize your own questions of a big blue button. He will end all questions of a big blue button.
Hello everyone, welcome to my talk. Hello everyone, welcome to my talk. I hope you all have been enjoying Emacs. I hope you all have been enjoying EmacsConf. I hope you all have been enjoying. But you might be wondering, but you might be wondering, but you might be wondering, how do I meet fellow Emacs users? What if I tell you there is a way? What if I tell you there is a way? What if I tell you there is a way? These are local meetups. The answer is these are local user groups at some frequency. These are user groups at some frequency. Who arrange events at some frequency. They meet. And that's what we are going to talk about today. And that's what we are going to talk about today. And that's what we are going to talk about. Attending, in other words, enjoying your Emacs journey. In other words, I'm from India with more. And I have been organizing Emacs and I have been organizing Emacs Asia Pacific meetup few months since last. And we will be talking about online meetups most of the time. The beauty of online meetups is you can join any meetups if the time permits, if the time zone is same, and there is no barrier. So let's get started. Hello everyone, welcome to my talk. I hope you all have been enjoying EmacsConf so far, like I am. But you might be wondering, how do I meet fellow Emacs users after the conference? What if I tell you there is a way? The answer is local meetups. These are user groups who arrange events at some frequency. They meet at some frequency. And that's what we are going to talk about today. Attending and organizing Emacs meetups. In other words, enjoying your Emacs journey with more folks. I'm Bhavin, I'm from India, and I have been organizing Emacs Asia Pacific meetup since last few months. And we will be talking about online meetups most of the time. The beauty of online meetups is you can join any meetups if the time permits, if the time zone is same, and there is no barrier. So let's get started. Let's see how a meetup look like. We'll see one of the Emacs APAC meetups snippet basically.
There is something called org indent mode, right? So it's like this org adapt indentation, which is like electric indent. So like when you press enter, it will indent. This org indent mode does not require you to actually make the indents physically in file. It will make things appear indented.
This one?
Yeah.
Org adapt, okay.
Looks interesting, right? So let's get into more details. You might have a question, why should I attend meetups? That's a good question. You should always ask why. It's an opportunity to learn together. You basically meet like-minded people, like-minded Emacs users, and you can always have fun, right? You still might have a question, I'm a beginner. I would say that's a great avenue for you. You get to discover more things. You can get helps if you are facing any issues, any errors. And always keep in mind that it's okay if you don't understand everything from the discussion. There are going to be times where everything is, all the topics you are not able to understand, which is totally fine. I'm an experienced user. I would say that's even better because you can help others during the meetup. And usually in Emacs or in general, there is always something new to learn. There are plenty packages. There might be something you have never tried. And there are always going to be different workflows of using something. So now how do I become part of a meetup, right? How do I become part of a meetup group? The first step you might be doing is finding a meetup. So there is this page, Emacs Wiki page called User Groups, currently maintained by Leo and Sasha. So let's see how that page looks like. As you can see, this page tells you about all the upcoming events. And also it has a list of all the meetup groups. So you can find all the groups there. Once you find one, you need to join, right? So how to join differs from group to group, but usually you will find a way to subscribe to their mailing list or RSS feed, join their IRC channels. They might have accounts on some platforms like Mobilizion or meetup.com. So you can just go there and join so that you get notified whenever there is a new event. Now seeing that list, right, you might say, there are too many events of my interest. Don't worry, there is a solution. So there is a Emacs calendar. So you can subscribe to this calendar. And let's see what all events are there in this particular calendar. This month there is Emacs Berlin to start with. And then there is EmacsConf. Then Emacs APAC is also there. So let's see, there is a companion website for this calendar as well. Let's go to the website also. So you will see all the options, how to import it. There is ICS file. There are different time zones or mode files. So you can just go there and subscribe. So how do I make most out of it? If I'm an attending a meetup, how do I make most out of it? I would say never hesitate from asking questions. If there is something new, something you don't understand, just go ahead and ask question. Ask for help if you are stuck somewhere. There are going to be new things, so make sure you note them down and you can try those later. If possible, have microphone or webcam on so that you can connect with others very easily. If that's not an option, for some reason, it's fine. You can always use chat and interact with everyone. So don't make that as a reason for not attending. Go ahead and attend even if you just have chat as an option to interact with others. Wait, I still have questions. Definitely. So if you have more questions, go ahead and post those. I'll come to them at the end. So now we know how to attend, what are the things you need to do if you want to attend. What if I want to start my own meetup group because there is no regional group or there is something very specific which you want to start a group about? Again, why should I start a meetup group? It is a way, I would say, to give back to the community by creating a platform for people to interact. So you let speakers give a platform, you give speakers a platform, you also give a platform to the attendees, and obviously to have fun with others. There are some common questions which might come up, something like how much efforts do I need to put? Personally, I don't have to put more than 2 hours a month. That's including the time I attend the meetup. What if I'm new to Emacs? That's totally fine. You don't have to know Emacs. You don't have to be an expert to start a meetup group. That's totally fine. You will have more folks joining in with different experiences. That's totally fine to be a beginner in Emacs to start a meetup. How do I do it now? So let's look at some specifics. some questions you might need to answer in order to start your meetup group. Format of the meetup. What participants will do during the meetup. So let's see one of the option. This is one of my favorites. Keep it simple, a bit unstructured, and have free-flowing discussions. What does that mean? That basically means letting people ask questions, share new things they have found, let them ask doubts, ask them for help. During this free-flowing discussions, you can go through Emacs news as well, go through the topics, and you might find something interesting which you can talk about. Why I prefer discussions? Discussions basically give an opportunity to all the participants to participate. They get to talk about what they know rather than just having one-way talk. They can basically participate by putting up their thoughts. Everyone gets to learn more as topics change. Usually during these free-flowing discussions, topics keep changing, and that's how you get to learn more. This also has less friction for the speakers. They won't have a burden that, okay, I have a talk in the meetup, I need to prepare. So that just increases friction for them to participate. If you are having a free-flowing discussion, it's basically just a matter of saying, hey, maybe I would like to share my screen and I'll talk about this particular thing. What about talks? Everyone loves talks, even I do. So make sure you are also accommodating talks, allow people to submit talks and have talks plus discussions. You can also host watch parties. So you can pick up any of the talks from EmacsConf or anything which is out there, and you can watch it together and you can have discussion about that particular talk. The next question you might need to answer is frequency of the meetup. How often the group is going to meet. One option is recurring meetups. So something like you meet every month on a specific day, time. Another option is one-off meetups. So you can meet whenever you have some specific talk, some specific discussion topic. What you can do about the timing is, if you are targeting a specific region, make sure all the time zones from that region are able to attend. Now you have figured out everything and you are going to schedule the meetup. So should I schedule and just wait? No. Go ahead and spread the word about it. So let's see what we can do. You can post on social media about your event. So usually do it a week or two before so that people can plan their other things. Share it on local GNU Linux user groups. They might have IRC channels, mailing lists, so you should share your event there. Reddit seems to be a popular place as well. So many people follow and are there, so you can post about your event there as well. The next option is adding your event to Emacs calendar. Should get your event added to the Emacs wiki and the calendar, which we saw in the first part. And the instructions are given there. So whenever you schedule a meetup, you should definitely add your event to those places. So next thing you should do is, these are few points which you should do during the meetup. You should start with the introductions. Introductions serve as a icebreaker usually. They make everyone speak about themselves so that everyone knows each other a bit at least. Make sure it is possible for others to participate via chat. So if there are some messages in the chat, make sure you relay those to others who are talking via audio video. Share your website at the end so that people know and they can follow it and they can join the next event. The next is keeping track of time. So make sure you keep track of time, have some time, let's say 1 hour or some slightly more than that, and time bound your event so that we respect everyone's time and we conclude in time. Now your meetup was done, it was good, people attended. What's next? Publishing the recordings, I would say. You should consider publishing the talks or discussions, both. The reason being, people can revisit the things. Usually people go back and watch the recordings again. And those who were not able to attend, they can also participate by watching the recording. You can do even more. You can have captions for the videos so that people can enjoy the talks way better than just audio video. And you can even have written summaries of the discussions, something like with links. So let's see some of the examples of summaries. So this is one of the summary for Austin meetup. And this is written by someone who is participating during that meetup. You can see they have put up their thoughts, what they think about something they got to know in the event. Another example we can see is Emacs research. You can see they have put up all the discussion points. They have even have action items from the meetup. And one more example we can see is Emacs API. What I have done here is I have mentioned the topic and links who shared what. And that's about post meetup stuff. You can keep it simple. Just start with hosting your video recording and just start with basic links and details. So are we ready to start a meetup? Definitely. So let's see some of the points or checklist I would say you should do before you start a meetup group. What are the next steps? Have a co-organizer. So have at least one co-organizer or person to talk to during the meetup, so that even if no one shows up, you will have someone to talk to and you both can discuss about the topic you decided to. If your friend or the person you have reached out to are hesitant to become a co-organizer because that feels like responsibility, it's fine. You can ask them to just come with you and have the discussion during the event. And like Andrea explained in his talk about Buddy, Buddy is someone who is helping you with your Emacs journey. Buddies and their mentees can make their meeting public, and that can be a good way to start or spin off a meetup. Have a website for your meetup. You should definitely have a website where people can go and read about your event or the group. Keep it simple. Have RSS feed so that people can subscribe. And whenever you have new talks, make sure you add those talks to the announcement pages. So let's quickly see some of the example websites. So first one here is again Emacs Asia Pacific event. You can see we have details, what is the timing, how to submit a talk, how to attend. Next example is Emacs Berlin. So you can see they have mentioned what is the next event, which were the previous events, how to participate, how to stay updated. And similarly, there is Emacs Research as well. They have mentioned what are the events, what are the upcoming events and all. You can just get started by taking any of the website and just modify it to your liking. That's totally fine. The next thing you will need is a video conferencing tool. It should support video, screen share, chat. And these are the few of the free software options. One is Big Blue Button and another is Jitsi Meet. So you can request for an account on the given instance to EmacsConf organizers on this mailing list, or you can stick to any of the Jitsi Meet instances. Communication media. You should have at least some way for people to interact post meetup or before the meetup. So you can use any of the existing IRC channels, EmacsConf, or maybe you can use the existing GNU Linux user groups lists. I would recommend you to read or watch Starting an Emacs Meetup by Harry Swartz. They have mentioned definitely watch before an account hosting or captioning the talk recordings for very specific or good talks. Don't hesitate to reach out to EmacsConf organizers. There are many volunteers subscribed to that list, so you will definitely find someone to help you. I had one idea. If you are one of the organizers or if you plan to start a meetup, I was thinking if we can have a common platform for all the organizers to discuss what they are doing, what they are experimenting. So if you are interested, drop me an email at this email address. And if I get somewhere with this idea, I'll definitely involve everyone who is interested. With that, we come to the end of my talk. I would like to thank Sasha and Leo for their inputs while I was creating this talk. And thank you for joining. And now it's time for the questions.
All right. Hi again, everyone. So we are back, and I am with Bhavin. Hi, Bhavin. How are you doing?
I'm good. How about you?
I'm doing well. You will note that I now have an extra layer because I was absolutely frozen in the first half of this year's EmacsConf. But now, hopefully, I should start getting a little warmer. Usually, I'm more stressed, when we only have one track and we only have about 2 minutes between every talk. I need to run all the time. And even though we are in the dead of winter in Europe, usually I'm pretty warm. But today, I am so relaxed that I have the mental availability to be cold. But anyway, this is not about me. This is about you, Bhavin. So for the new joiners, newcomers to the chat, we do have a pad where you can ask questions, and we are primarily looking at this pad for the questions. What we'll do afterwards is that we'll open up this current room in which we are, and we will allow you to ask questions directly to Bhavin. And it's a subject, user group that is very close to Sasha and my hearts because we've done a lot of work towards it, and might have some knowledge to contribute afterwards. But for now, I'd prefer if we heard about Bhavin. So Bhavin, take it away.
Yep. I see one question. What about using on multiple computers? I think that's not related, or I'm not sure what it is about. So
I'm not sure either.
I'll switch to the next one. What about collaborative editing with this multiple computers with Emacs, like CRDT or with all?
Okay. I think there's something weird going on. I'll give me just a second.
I'll just pick up the relevant one in that case.
Sure, thank you.
Thoughts on physical meetups? This year, I think few months back, I had thought of doing it. But the way right now it is, at least in my region, the community is comparatively small. So usually right now the model is working is basically the remote one. And we get some people from I think China, some people from Australia. So we get to have a couple of people and good discussions usually. Whereas for physical meetups, what I have been thinking is maybe one-off meetup can be physical. Let's say you come together, similar to people have been watching EmacsConf this year, right? So something like you come together, do the online meetup first, and then networking and discussions can happen offline. So that was one of my idea. Maybe I'll try it with Emacs APAC sooner or later, and we'll see how it goes. So that's the current plan about physical meetups. And in terms of if you ask me thoughts, they are good too. So you get to talk with people face to face. You got to make more connections. So yeah, I might experiment some mixed way of doing it, right? Once in a while you meet, or otherwise you do it online, so that people who are not able to join in or travel to that particular area or region, they can just join online.
Yeah, it's a very interesting topic, physical meetups, because we, so I participate in one of the workshop, Emacs Paris, and we used to have in-person meetups in Paris, and usually there were about 5 to 10 people showing up, which was a good number. But when COVID happened and we moved to virtual meetings, we started having a lot more people. Now we are averaging about 15 to 20 people at every session, and it's amazing. But the problem is, I'm knocking on wood really hard, but now that COVID is a little easier to manage, and that a lot of people are returning to in-person meetings, it's a little more complicated really to say, do we go back to physical meetings even though we have more people on a virtual meeting? It causes us to ask many questions about what do we want those meetings to be really. And we need to think about this in 2023 with the organizers of Emacs Paris. And I think Emacs SF also was in a process of thinking about, SF for San Francisco, sorry, was in the process of thinking about how to go back to physical venues. And I think right now, the consensus amongst a lot of workshop user group organizers is that they would like to have both. So if it was a monthly meeting before, why not have a physical meeting every month and a virtual meeting every month as well on a 2-week cycle? So that's a lot more work, obviously. It's not choosing, it's choosing to
see that
let it decide. Yes. So, but yeah, I'm not sure how big the pool of people you have in Emacs APAC actually is, but it feels like it's a much larger area than, say, Emacs Paris for France. So
exactly,
you should try it, even though that might.
Yeah, exactly. So in India, right? There is the region where is Maharashtra, Pune. It is like one end, and across maybe you can say 500, 600 kilometers radius, you have many other cities where more people are there. So having all of them at one place is basically event like conference or something. Monthly meetup, probably not. So there is one more meetup group I manage, not related to Emacs, but we had same question, what to do now. We have many people joining us throughout the state, and should we have a meetup in one city only? So yeah, I think we'll have to experiment and see.
Yeah, but it's fun to experiment, it's fun to have. We know that we have interested people all around the world, like Badin showed you the type of workshop that we can have and how to run your own, but we already have many workshops around the world. It wasn't the case if you go back 3 years ago. I think, if I completely spitballing now, but I think we had about 5 user groups worldwide 3 years ago, and now we must have something like 12, 13, 14 even, which is a massive increase when you think about it. And now that Bavin has provided you with the tools to do just the same and start your own workshop, and also you have the buddy system of Andrea that you saw earlier today, you have more options than ever to be able to meet people talking about Emacs. Now, there's obviously EmacsConf as well, which is helping, and we have a lot of lovely talks to share with you. But I think it's better, or it's a good complement to have a monthly checkup with people who might feel a little closer to you. And closer can have multiple definitions. It can be closer in terms of proficiency with Emacs, or it can be closer geographically, which makes it easier, or culturally, which will make it easier to converse with people. We do have a question about hybrid meetings. Do you want to take this one, Bavin? It's related to what we were talking about.
Yeah. So I tried it, not with Emacs one, but with the other one I organized. And even I had some thoughts. The only problem is what happens, the people who are joining virtually, they usually end up feeling left out. Because people who are in the room, they might be discussing something face to face. They might have some discussions. The only way I think would work is everyone joins the online link from their own machines. You do your regular meetup discussions, and after that you have some discussions, because otherwise one side or other side will end up feeling left out. Rather than doing it, I'll just keep it one or other, either completely virtual or completely in person.
Yeah, I think it is really complicated to do a hybrid stream well. Like I told you the figures of the people we had, which was roughly between 5 to 15 people at most in physical venues. Right now, by the way, we should probably say hi to the people in Switzerland who are currently watching EmacsConf in a very nice, warm room. I'm thinking warm first because I'm cold, but it's not only warm in terms of the weather inside the room, but also warm in terms of the people around it. So, hi everyone. But yeah, hybrid meetings pretty much take the attention of two people entirely. One to manage the physical venue and one to manage the virtual interactions. And generally, those two people would be core organizers of the event, and that takes a lot of energy. And I think people are a little scared to do such events because you also need to manage webcams, you need to manage presentation, how to take questions, how to relay audio. And frankly, as someone who organizes or help organize EmacsConf every year, I can tell you that there can be plenty of wrong going on with audio setup, video setup, and making sure that everyone is being listened to. But ultimately, we are sharing those tools. So maybe we could share the tools used for EmacsConf for people to actually start running their own workshop. That would be interesting. But please don't send me an email asking for this. I need to rest.
So there is one, I think, thought. One thought in the IRC. It is about the time it takes for me to organize the meetup. So what I have done is creating the announcement, posting it at least on the website. I have automated it. So at times even I forget that when is the meetup and all, but my automation takes care of creating the online website entries, announcements and all. So that saves me a lot of time and a lot of cognitive load, I should say. I don't have to remember, I have to announce it. And what happens is I do plan to automate more things like announcements on IRC, announcements on Mastodon and stuff. So that will save a lot more time. But usually that basically means I don't have to do much stuff before the meetup. It's like 15 to 20 minutes. And during the meetup, obviously I attend along with everyone else. And post meetup, it might take more time, but I haven't worked on processing or collecting the video and publishing those. So maybe add more, let's say 30 minutes or so. So, yep.
Yeah, there is definitely something to be said about how do we use the workshops to make content that lasts after the workshop. It's a discussion we've been having with some of the workshop organizers. I remember mostly Emacs SF again, and also Emacs Paris. We were talking about, yes, we record the sessions, but we share the sessions only with members of the event. What if we have a really great presentation? It would be such a shame to leave it live merely on the BBB record server where only users can see it. No, it's actually much better if we could find a way to share it on YouTube, for instance, or any other distribution platform where people will be able to share this. Like with EmacsConf, we share all the talks that happened in prior years. What if we could have user groups and workshop do the same? That would be amazing. But I think people are feeling a little iffy, and rightfully so. This is a lot of energy to first make presentations like this for the speakers, but then to package them, to caption them for accessibility. We are able to broadcast talk this year with captions, with no little thanks to Bavin, who's actually helping us a lot behind the scenes, working on the subtitles. So thank you again so much, Bavin, for all this. But Bavin, you will be the first to tell. This is a lot of work, actually. I'm not sure how much time you've spent in the last 2 months working on subtitles, but it's been a long time.
Yeah, it does take time. So that's why I'm still not sure how much time it will take for me to get those talks or recordings out, right? But as a first step, like I mentioned in the talk as well, just get it out first and then work towards refining it.
Yeah, that's the usual saying that, good is better than perfect, or here and there is better than later and never. So I think that's a very good plan here. So Bavin, we have about 5 more minutes until we need to head into the next talk. We have opened the chat room, so if people want to join and ask questions with Bavin, mostly if you're interested in running your own workshop, I mean, this would be a golden opportunity to converse with Bavin and see how you could get started on this. Or maybe if you want to find people interested in starting a workshop. Maybe not in BBB today, but it'd be interesting for you to connect on the pad or wherever else, really, to be able to see, oh yeah, I want to start an Emacs Michigan meeting or whatever. Not sure why I defaulted to Michigan, don't ask me. But, you would be able to find maybe other people willing to do so, and that'd be great. I need to stop moving my hands like this. This is the one gesture I'm doing today, and I need to pluralize it a little bit. Do we have any more questions on the pad? I think no.
Not on pad. I think there are 2 questions in IRC. I'll just quickly answer them.
Sure.
One is about automation. So I have my repository, the website repository on GitLab, and they provide something called pipelines. So you can just schedule things, and I have a cron job, you can say, sort of, on their platform itself, which goes and gets triggered on certain days, and my script basically takes care of publishing a new blog entry, basically. And there was one question, what is iLuxi? So it is a GNU Linux user group from Chennai, India. So yeah, I think I've been using their mailing list, and there have been a couple of people from that part of the country who joined the meetup as well.
So, yeah, and we're definitely trying to make Emacs user group a thing. Like LUG, Linux user group, has been a thing for decades at this point. And if only we could manage to make... I mean, the thing, it doesn't sound as well. A UG? It's probably the worst argument in its favor, really. But Emacs user group feels like it should be something that's, is widely adopted as much as Linux user groups. Because when you think about it, whether it be Linux or whether it be Emacs, those groups are where a lot of people get to experiment with those tools and learn, especially a lot of beginners who make it to those meetings. They get propelled in the future in terms of how much they learn, and it's so much better. You probably heard more about this in the Android talk we had earlier today. Right, I'm blabbering on about, but it's a topic very dear to my heart, and I'm so glad, Bavin, that you managed to field it. You managed to field, a topic and a presentation. Sorry, I'm mixing up everything there. We will soon be moving on to the next stream. So I see that we have a couple of people still on BBB, but no one with a microphone. So again, when we open the BBB chat room, if you want to join and ask questions, it's all the better. It's good if you want to join and listen, but we need people to actually be asking questions, because that's when we have the speaker in one room and you can gather all the questions. By the way, if sometimes I'm going to give you a little secret. If sometimes it doesn't sound like I'm making any sense, it's because on one here, I am listening to Bavin, okay? That's the left here. On the right here, I'm listening to production, and sometimes stuff is burning in the background, and I have to act, I have to take a deep breath and focus on, right now, for instance, everyone is talking in my ear. It's really complicated. So what I'll be doing is that in about 1 minute and 20 seconds, we'll be moving into the next talk. Bavin, thank you so much for taking the time to answer all the questions. You'll probably be sleeping fairly soon, right?
Yep.
Yeah, please don't feel
in a few minutes.
Will help us in the backstage. But yes, thank you so much for all your help for EmacsConf. Thank you for your presentation. As for the others, we are about to move to the next talk in about 1 minute. So there's going to be a bit of an awkward pause. Again, sorry for this. But at the top of the next minute, we'll be starting with the next talk. See you in a bit, I suppose. And thank you again, Bavin.
Yep. Thank you. Thank you for organizing the event. It has been fun.
And thank you for
The next talk is called Linking Personal Info with Hyperbole Implicit Buttons. In this talk, Mats Liddell shares how you can create your own hyperbutton syntax that can be used in any file to trigger any kind of action. After the talk, he will answer your questions via Big Blue Button.
Hi everyone, I'm Mats Liddell. In this talk I will show how you can link to personal data using Hyperbole support for implicit button types. Before starting, a few words about me. I work as a software engineer, and in my spare time I'm co-maintaining the Hyperbole package together with the package author Bob Weiner. Hyperbole dates back to 1993 and have had some inactive years in the past, but work is now active again. The package is available through the GNU ELPA package archive. The talk will focus on creation of implicit button types. For more info on Hyperbole, listen to other presentations and check out the package documentation. What I want you to take with you from this talk is that the implicit button types can make patterns in your files into buttons, and that new implicit button types can quickly be created by using the defill and defal macros. So, what is an implicit button type? I think of it as a text pattern that has some extended meaning. When you see the pattern in the text, you can think of it as a button type. And when you press the button, something related to that meaning happens. It can be jumping to some place, opening an external tool, doing some computation. So there can be some action associated with the pattern. To make it clearer, let's look at some examples. Let's start with something that is maybe so obvious that you don't even think of it as a pattern, a file name. When you see such a string in text, you will naturally associate it with a file on disk, and if you would click on it, you would probably expect that file to open. In the first sentence on the slide, you might recognize the file name for the bash initialization file, .bashrc. Hyperbole comes with built-in support for recognizing files and directory path names as implicit button types in text. For Hyperbole to take action on a button type, you move the cursor within the button and press meta return or use a mouse click. So let's try that. Similar for the path /user/local in the next sentence. That will open the corresponding directory using direct mode. Other examples of built-in implicit button types that Hyperbole recognizes are email addresses, web addresses, request for comment documents in the form of RFC followed by a number, GNU debugs issues, plus many more. These are some examples of implicit button types with built-in support. I list them here to give you an idea how the text pattern in itself is enough for the system to recognize it as something actionable. So as shown, Hyperbole has built-in support for implicit buttons. There is only one problem here. The behavior is predefined. There is of course a trade-off. It is convenient to get many button types out of the box with likely good standard behavior, and that works in many places. But what if you would want to create your own completely new mapping, possibly to your own data? It is here that Hyperbole support for creating new implicit button types comes in. For the full pattern matching button type, like for the file name and examples we just looked at, you need to find the implicit button using the macro defib. The downside of that is you need to code at the LSP level. However, if you are creating a new pattern that has well-defined delimiters, there is support for that in an easier way. These support functions, or other macros, are deffill and defal. We will look at those macros soon, but first, my definition of personal data. I think of personal data as something that you would like to link to, but it's not necessarily in a form supported by any known tool. It might be stored on a web server, local storage, or could even be some computation rather than a link. What all these cases have in common is that you want to be able to reference it in a short and for you descriptive way. So when you write text, you can use a new implicit type to create the connection. This might be a bit abstract, so let's look at an example. Suppose you have a flat file structure with some nodes in each file. It can look like this. In the data folder, we have two files that represent the nodes we have taken. We now want to be able to link to these nodes from outside of the data folder. Let's make an implicit button type that opens a file in this structure. To make the pattern stand out in text, we use double braces as start and stop delimiters. An implicit button instance would then look like this. We can create that using the defill macro, like this. This invocation of defill creates a button type demo link to file with the start delimiter of 2 braces and the end delimiters of 2 other braces. The regular expression .star pattern to match everything between the delimiters, and finally the action, defined by the link expression. Pattern substitution is performed on the link expression before evaluation, so that the text that is in between the delimiters is inserted where the \\ampersand is in the link expression. So all in all, the implicit type instance will result in the link expression of ~data file A, which we recognize as a file path. With a single line expression, we have created our own hyperbutton syntax that we can use in any Emacs buffer to link to this custom set of data. So let's evaluate the defill and use it. I have prepared the files so that they already contain some text and implicit links. So from the presentation, we can go to file A, and from there to file B. Since the hyperbole path expression supports outline structures, we can, as an extra bonus, reference directly the headers in the files. So we can, for example, link directly to the more nodes in file B. So we have now created a simple but still an info system. Looking deeper at the link expression, it can be of 4 different types. A file path expression, as we have already looked at, a brace delimited key series, that is a series of command keys for performing some action, much like a keyboard macro. An URL, a function that takes one argument, which will be given the button text as input. The link expression allows you to link to web pages. So if the data you want to link to is accessible through the web and the URL can be constructed from the button text in a meaningful way, it is possible to do that. Let's create a button type that links to GNU software. The URL to the GNU software catalog is www.gnu.org/software. And with what we know about defill, it is easy to create a button type for that. It can look like this. And here are 2 possible button linking to Emacs and Hyperbole. So let's again evaluate the defill and use it. Please note that not all GNU software is under that URL, so this simple definition will not work to link to everything. To highlight the fact that the button action does not have to be a link, but can be any action, let's look at the math example. Here is a button type that does some math and writes the result in the message area. Let's evaluate and use it. Before ending, I would like to mention the default macro. It is similar to the defill macro, but simpler since it uses the form the implicit button type with no delimiters. It is simply angle bracket type link expression end angle bracket. So the implicit button type contains the link type in clear text. For a recent FSF software, button would be created like this. And it would be instantiated in text like this. I have shown how you, with the help of the refill macro in Hyperbole, quickly can create imprisoned buttons. With those buttons, you can link to your personal information in the form it may have. By the nature of the imprisoned buttons, those can be used from any file in Emacs. The button types can be created to be used long-term, but even short-term use within the session is possible, since the creation is simple and quick. Inspired by this, I hope you will find ways to create implicit buttons that will support you getting to your information. For the simplest cases, the fill and the file macros might be enough. For more complicated cases, using a tailor-made function can be an option. If you know Lisp, use the defib macro, which gives you full control over the button type. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Hi, everyone. So we are back now, and I'm with Mats. Hi, Mats.
Hi.
How are you doing?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm doing great as well. As the talk go by, I keep warming up, and this is a very nice feeling. I look absolutely big with this down jacket, but it works, and I'm not going to question it. You do know, for the people coming every year to EmacsConf, that I do try to look dashing. But I also need to be warm, because this year we are doing it in December and not in November. Okay. So, Mats, how about you start reading questions in the pad? I believe you've got one already.
I got one question already, yes. The question is, so with one line of code, you can create custom hyper button types that are live in any Emacs buffer. Is that right? Yes. The short answer is yes. Maybe I should use the presentation and go into here. Let's see if I can find it. No, I did wrong. So here, the fill macro allows you, in principle, to in one line define a hyper button starting with the starting delimiter and an end delimiter, and then there's this mapping to whatever functionality should sort of come out of pressing that button.
So that was significantly more than just a yes. Thank you. And we're glad we put your screen up so that you can answer this. So people, just to remind you, so we do have the pad to ask you questions over there. Let me check how much time we have for this Q&A. We have until 15 of the next hour, which leaves about 20 minutes. But right now we only have one question. So people on ISC, if you could place questions in the pad. Right. Sorry, I'm managing multiple things at the same time. Is there anything else you wanted to talk about? Anything else? Because, to let people know, we do ask speakers to submit pre-recordings to us because it makes our life much easier on the day of the recording at EmacsConf, on the day of the conference at EmacsConf. Because this way, we can get away with not having to worry about live presentation, catching fires, and I cannot share my screen. My microphone is not working. So not only is everything working, so today, inside the BBB room, but Matt also sent a pre-recording. So that's great.
I got another question.
Oh, yes, go. Well, please, I'm down attending then in the background.
Let me jump over to the second question. The second question is there a good way to share common patterns for links other than the ones that you shared? Shall those be pull requests to your repository? Okay, let me think. Those should not be pull requests to our repository because these are your patterns, your links. That's something you would share, like that I'm showing here. Could even be like you're sharing maybe the pattern, how this button looks, but maybe the implementation could, in principle, be different. So the one you're sharing with might put their information in some other storage that might be accessed with the same, using the same information, or maybe just placed in some other part of the file system. So so the only good way to share it would be like to send it over email or some other message to someone else. Share it some way. Third question. I like the link to evaluate calc expressions. Any way to get the outcome into the buffer and not just in the message window? I mean, that will be up to the sort of the implementation of the function that you would use in the button. I mean, the function that is evaluated could do anything really. So that was just an example to show that you don't have to be a link that you actually go to some new place. It can just be some computation, whatever. So that's just trying to show that you shouldn't be limiting yourself to just thinking about links. It can be computing anything.
It's really the thing about eLisp, really. It's just when people ask you, when they come from outside of Emacs and they ask you, oh, can your function do this? The answer is more often than not yes. Can you write it in a Lisp? Yeah, I might need to look at the documentation a little bit, but I'll be able to do it. And calc does have the ability to paste the result when you're not calc used as a library, but calc the mode. When you type something in it and you press Y, it will paste it into the buffer. So, which means that there is the ability to communicate between calc and the buffer you're currently in. So it's probably just a matter of doing Control-HK Y inside the calc mode, checking which function it's running, and just putting this at the end of the button. And voila, there you go. So, Matt, I don't think you have a question at the moment. We're going to leave some time for people to gather more questions. But if I'm not mistaken, I might be wrong with we changed the schedule a little bit, but you're the first Hyperbole talk for today. And as such, you are introducing people to the concept of buttons, which is very instrumental to Hyperbole. Hyperbole? I'm going to go with Hyperbole, actually. So could you maybe, I know it's a big task and you've also touched upon what Hyperbole was, but a lot of people always ask, Hyperbole, org mode, I see both of them sometimes crop up at the top of the subreddit and I'm not exactly sure which one is doing which. You're using the term links, and this speaks to me as someone who works in several custom methods. So maybe I'm asking you with a very difficult question now. Could you differentiate maybe Hyperbole and org, or try your best, knowing that we'll have more Hyperbole talks later in the conference?
Well, I will not try to get into that sort of warm, let's say, wormhole, because I don't think they should be compared. They're more companions. So yeah.
I think it's the best way you could have answered this question. And I'm going to remove you from this tricky situation in which I put yourself. Yes, they are complementary tool. They do some of the same thing. They do have different philosophy. And at the end, if they allow you to take notes, if they allow you to relate notes in different places, it's a good note-taking system. Let's put it at this. Let's not concern ourselves with comparison. At least, or the best thing about comparing is cross-pollination, which is made all the more easier with something like Emacs, because ideas from one mode can be taken and applied in another mode. Now, maybe not straightforwardly between Hyperbole and org, but the idea can be translated at the very least. You did have a question. I'll answer this one very quick because it's a quick question.
Yeah.
Yes, do you want to take it?
I just want to quickly follow up on what you said there. That
sure.
Now I lost it. Maybe it come back. So
I'll give you 3 minutes.
Yeah. Let's jump into the question instead, because I got an answer. So thank you for everybody who wrote the answer. Great. And the next question was, this talk was really straightforward, so that's probably why there aren't many questions. Maybe Mats could talk about Hyperbole in general, while he goes, okay, that's not maybe what you were trying to do here. So maybe I should. And the last one is, last question is, how did you present the lossage bar at the right of your buffer? A lot of people are wondering. The lossage bar. Oh, well, you have to elaborate on what the lostage bar is then.
I can, although I do have a slight problem. My daily backup is running, so if my voice is crackly, I'm sorry, I can't do anything about it. Can you hear me right, Matt?
Yeah, you're chopping up, but I can understand what you're saying, so that's great.
Okay. Sorry for this. So lostage is the stuff that you have on the right side of your screen. It's the commands that you're running and the key binding that you're using to run them. And yes, this is a mode that we ask or that we provide EmacsConf speakers with, and it's called interactive log mode, which is available on GitHub, which will allow you to have this pretty print on the right side of your screen or wherever, really. It's just a buffer.
Yeah, and I haven't used it before doing this presentation, so it was a news to me. So I'm very new to using it. So, but it works.
Well, you made it look natural.
If you move around, you see that. Yeah, so it's yeah.
So for the people, we did open up the BBB chat room now, which means that, again, if you go to the talk page for Matt, where this was button, the talk name buttons, you will be able to join the BBB by clicking on the link, and you'll be able to ask questions right away to Matt. We've started a nice question about org, hyperbole, and stuff like this, but maybe we should... yes, I'm trying to save you here. Maybe we should recenter on the buttons and what they can do, especially what we talked about eLisp, allowing buttons to be whatever. And since, Matt, you have your Emacs available, it might be a good opportunity for you to show some of the buttons that you're using as well, maybe some different one that you've presented. So if people want to join, that would be a great opportunity to ask you questions. We have about 20 more minutes of Q&A, and if we don't have any more people showing up and no more questions in the pad, we can also go on a little break, and I would appreciate this. But I'm also happy to stay.
Yeah, I understand the interest in, but there are more talks coming up in related to hyperbole, and I haven't prepared any sort of any cool stuff. What I could mention that I think is cool, I will not demo that, but I work as a programmer, and then I have different support systems which have this we can say strings identifiers that maybe link to different information, like a ticketing system, for instance, that with your bugs, and could be like a normal text string that identify your bug or your ticket. And it's internal tool, so no one else can support that. But by using hyperbole, I can write my own interpretation of that string and get that to work as a button. So I can easily, from the code or from some nodes, link directly into that ticketing system. So that's the point I'm trying to make with this talk, is that it's useful for setting up your own environment that only you really know about, and how you want to sort of navigate with your information. And it's not about sort of trying to sort of force some type of work stream upon anybody. It's more like giving you the opportunity to sort of streamline your own workflow instead. I think the remaining talks about hyperbole will be more focused on all the features. It's a multi sort of functional package with a lot of different stuff in it. So I could not give justice to it in just sort of doing some quick demos. It won't show sort of all the things you can do. So
yeah, but I'm going to say, for someone saying that you couldn't do justice to the topic, you've done a very fine job. So do not worry about this. It's funny, I was listening to you describe this, the buttons merely, but you know, when you think about it, you could have forgotten about the buttons and merely remembered about Emacs, and would make as much sense as well, because Emacs as a whole, the eLisp stuff behind it, allows you to do whatever interface you want very easily, and the buttons really enshrines the interface type of things, really, because you just have a button that is running code. It's no longer, oh, you need to go to the end of the parentheses, or the end of the sex, when you need to evaluate it. There's something more interactive about it, which feels closer to your user interface as a result to this. But I've already blabbered enough. We do have someone with a microphone in the BBB chat. So does this person want to mute themselves and ask a question, maybe?
I think I have some very sort of knowledgeable person about Hyperbole in the chat.
Yes, I didn't want to spoil it, but I'm not sure if they're going to unmute themselves, so I don't want to put too much pressure on them. Oh, they are.
You guys hear me?
We can, yes.
Hi, Bob.
Hi, longtime fan of Hyperbole. So
you might want to cue people in on a joke here, because I'm not sure if everyone knows who you are.
I wrote Hyperbole, and Matt's my co-maintainer on it. So really exciting to have the first talk here. I think I just wanted to mention that two things. Maybe you could show a little key series. Just type one out dynamically and show how simple that is, and then talk about you keep a daily journal, right? Time-stamped journal that was originally org mode, and I think you're now using Hyperbole's K-outliner. So maybe mention doing that. Okay, like think it's something that's more than one key sequence, please. Like do a couple operations that you do a lot of that are interesting, all in one. So the key series is like a keyboard macro, but so it's not limited to one key sequence, but any series of key sequences can be strung together just like that with nothing else, and then you activate it the same way as any other button, right?
Yes, but you're putting me on the spot here, because now I have to remember actually how to write these things. But
you just write it the way you would type it. Yeah.
You see my screen here.
Return. Yeah, I see it. So
do I okay. So let's see. So the key series is between these braces, and
you could leave off quote marks if you don't.
Maybe we can skip that as well. So here's a key series. Let's see what happened. Do I go to the temp folder or not? Boom! I got there. Yeah, it worked. Bob, great.
So you want to string those along, and you can name them and then reuse them, and so it's sort of like you've got this toolkit that you can embed in all these different modes that you have in Emacs, and you just carry it with you. It's not like a whole mode unto itself that you always have to use.
Yeah, so in this example here with the fill, you can, instead of having this path string here, you can have a key series as well. But to the other point also, eLisp is available, but this is even more available because you don't even have to code using eLisp. So that's the point also with this defill and defal macros. You should make it even simpler. And if you just know how to type some command, you can use the key series together with this to get some functionality out of this.
I think one of the things we've taken to saying about Hyperbole is it's kind of the lightest hypertext markup that you can have, as you saw there, right? I mean, there were just braces, and all of a sudden it's a live hyper button. So we've tried to strip away like having to write stuff like HTML or even all the like drawers and the property markup in org mode, and just provide very, very simple sort of syntactical things similar to what Lisp does, so that you can get a lot of power and put buttons everywhere, but not have to recognize a lot of syntax or use a whole bunch of keys on your buttons.
It's supremely interesting. By the way, I'm sorry I have to do this, but we only have about 5 more minutes in the Q&A before we need to move on to the next talk. But don't worry, if you've had a little test of hyperbole right there, and you'll have more over the weekend. We've had a lot of hyperbole talk this year, which is amazing. You know, we usually have a lot of talk about org, but this year it's truly the one where we also have a similar amount of hyperbole talk, which is amazing to see. Obviously, I am more of an org guy, but I see so many parallels between the two, so many bridges that could be built as well. And it's amazing to see the amount of passion that goes into this. Usually I deal with people who are passionate about org, but to see that there's a similar amount of passion on the hyperbole side of things, it's truly amazing to me. I think we had one more question in the pad, if you can take it, Matt.
Yeah, the last here is, does the links buttons created in Hyperbole, like the one with the URL, get exported on org mode files too, like when exported to HTML? Oh, tricky question. I mean, these implicit buttons, they are just like the patterns. So the pattern will of course be exported to HTML, but you will not be able maybe to do something there unless you're watching the HTML within Emacs. So the sort of Hyperbole machinery would be available. If that makes sense.
I mean, yeah, it's possible. It depends what the encoding is, but we do have. We have an outliner mode, the K outliner in Hyperbole as well, and that has a single command export to HTML. So if you've embedded URLs in there, you would see them just like if you embedded them in org mode. And, you know, potentially the org exporter, if you just write a raw URL, will also encode it for you when you export it.
Yeah.
If you embedded other Hyperbole buttons in there.
Yeah, but the functionality that is by clicking on that button will not be exported. So.
Right.
Well, it's like you can try printing the button. I'm not sure. No amount of clicking on it is actually going to trigger an action. I might be wrong, though. Sorry, I mean printing on paper. Very confusing terminology that we're using right there. Not printing in a terminal or something like this.
One cool thing if you use the Hyperbole export to HTML is that you can expand and collapse your trees in the HTML. I don't think you can do that with the org export right now.
But Bob, you're going to show something about that tomorrow, right?
I don't think it's in this presentation because I'm
it's not in the presentation. Okay.
On the org side
right.
of the house this time, but yeah. You know, it'll be in a different one about Hyperbole some other time.
All right, so we have about 2 minutes until we need to go to the next talk, but thank you so much, Matt, and thank you so much, Bob, also for showing up and giving us a taste of what is probably going to follow up tomorrow. I can't remember, I think your talk is in the afternoon, right, Bob?
Correct, about 1 p.m. EST.
Yeah, so in about 22 hours, 23 hours. I'm trying my best to give you times which are time zone independence, so I'm sorry if I'm missing the mark a little bit, but hopefully this should be useful for many people. But otherwise, just check the schedule and you'll be able to get everything. All right, well, thank you so much, Matt, for answering so many questions and for your presentation as well. I feel like it was good to have your presentation before Bob's one tomorrow, because focusing on one aspect of Hyperbole, the buttons, and linking it to eLisp, linking it to interactivity, linking it to UI, I think is going to prime people to then understand fully what Hyperbole, or what are the capabilities of Hyperbole beyond this, or inspired by this. So thank you so much.
Thanks, Matt.
Thank you. Great.
All right.
Great.
And we are going live with the next talk in about 30 seconds. The next talk is called Real Estate and Org Table Formulas. In this talk, Daniel Gopal shares how he uses org tables as spreadsheets to help him decide on real estate investments. Afterwards, he will handle questions via the Etherpad.
Hey, I'm Gopal, and this is the Real Estate and Org Mode Table Formulas talk. Not very creative, but it is what it is. Now, I just want to say that everything I talk about here is in the org mode, in the Emacs manual. So I posted a link to the web version, but it should be inside of Emacs as well. Now, before I start, I want to showcase the end goal. That way, you know if you guys want to actually see the talk or not. So I always think that's pretty cool to see what you're actually going to build before you start building it. Alright, so let me start off with the goal, with the end goal. And here we're going to have a simple table formula, and we have some constants, some values inside the list, inside the table, and some other stuff that we will get to. But for now, I don't want to spoil too much, but I just want to give you a demo of how it actually works. So we have a few values. So let me first go over the constants. So we have PMI, which stands for private mortgage insurance. So it's insurance that you'll have to pay depending on how much money you put into the deal. The property tax, which is explanatory, the tax that you owe for owning the property, and then home insurance and the interest rate at the loan that you get. So here we have a few columns. The first one is called house, which I usually just put a description of the house with the link of the posting, the price of the house, the percentage down payment. This I play around with to see how much the deal will be structured. The down payment, which is calculated from the previous two columns, the monthly mortgage, which is calculated as well, and then the tenant income, which is what I suppose would be an example of the tenant income that I can potentially make off the property, the 1% rule and the ROI. I'll quickly go over the last two columns. So first is the 1% rule. The 1% rule is essentially a rule, in quotes, that says that if a property matches a specific formula, it is a good deal to look into. So for example, the first two pass, and the last one does not pass. So the last one, quickly at a glance, we can just ignore it and say, hey, that's not going to fly. We'll just ignore it. I won't go too much into details. That's just a brief summary. So now the ROI is the return on investment. So it says how much of a return am I getting on the amount that I invested? So let's say you put in $12,000 and at the end of the year you cash flow $6,000. So if you calculate the ROI off of that, you get a 50% return on the investment. So in 2 years you'll make your money back, which is pretty good. And then all the rest of the years you'll just slowly be reaping in all the excess cash flow. But yeah, that's it in a nutshell. So let me demo it real quick. So for example, I'm going to change the down payment, but I want you to pay attention to this column and the monthly mortgage column. So right here is $25,000 and here is around $1,200, a little under $1,300. So what happens if I say, you know what, I'm going to change the down payment to 5% instead, because I don't want to put 10. So let's just put say 5 and then I tab out of here and voila. You see, it updated to half of 25,000, so now it's 12,000, and this went up over actually 1,300, and then this hasn't changed at all, and the ROI is there. But yeah, so one thing that I should mention is everything that I'm putting here is just example numbers, should not be taken into literal real estate advice. So just want to put that out there. These are just examples to show you how you can potentially make it on your own, do the formulas on your own. Alright, so another cool thing that I did was if there is no tenant income and I tab, it says enter tenant income. So if I don't put anything, it will automatically tell me, hey, I can't calculate without the tenant income. I can also do this right here, say the same thing, enter tenant income, but I just didn't put it for whatever reason. But after this video, you should be easily able to put it, without much struggle. Alright, so if that's something you're interested in, then keep watching. So let's go over the basics first. So how do we create a table? Well, we can do meta x or table create, and if we run that, it will prompt us in a mini buffer. It says table size columns times row. Usually it's rows times columns, but it is what it is. So let's just leave the default of 5 times 2, and voila, we get this. Beautiful, awesome. So the other way is using the magical Control-C in org mode, which basically is context aware and does anything, does the right thing like almost 100% of the time, which is pretty amazing. Alright, so let's just say I write a pipe, some words, and then another pipe, gopar, and then another pipe. So let's just say we're trying to write it out via text, because in org mode everything is text. There's nothing fancy about it. So if I do Control-C, org mode should automatically be context aware that this area is a table. So Control-C, boom. So if I press enter, another column. If I press tab, it should automatically move me. So yeah, so that's pretty much it. So that's how you get started into the column. So, but I'm assuming most of the people here already know that. This is just a primary, a basic review. So let's dive right into our first formula. So I copied some values over here just to save time and the columns. So let's go ahead and say that we have a single family house and the price is 100,000. And let's say that I want the price, the down payment that I want to put is 10%. All right. So, all right, 10%. Now, if I tab or go to the next column, nothing happens. Why is that? Well, it's because, as you probably guessed it, we haven't written or tied any table formulas. So we're saying, all right, enough talk. How do we do that? Well, the answer is very simple. We do a £, if I can find it, £, plus, and then we do TBL for table, and then FM for formula. So table formula and a column. So this, you're already halfway to writing your first table formula. So let's say we want to automatically, let's just for exercise, we want to put the down payment, just put some type of value in there just to make sure that it's working. So the way org mode refers to columns is we start with the $, and then we put the number that the column is, and the indexes start with 1, not a 0, as for most of us watching our programmers, we probably used to starting with 0, but it starts with 1. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So down payment is the 5th column. We say 5, and then we say equal to, let's say, gopar. And then we do Control-C to evaluate it, and the table is automatically updated. Look at that. So when you do just this, $5, it updates every single column. There is a way to specify that this cell only and this cell only, but this is out of scope, and it's not that hard. It's just not in this video. I recommend that you go check out the manual for that. All right, so let's say we want to do some basic arithmetic. We want to do some list values instead of just putting in text. So how do we do that? Well, we have to quote the expression that we want to put in. So for example, if we want to add, we'll do 20 plus 20. And if we do Control-C to evaluate it, it should update every single column, the entire column, the 5th column, I mean, and ta-da, it does. Cool. So now let's say we want to do a little bit more advanced. Let's say we want to add the previous column to this column. So how do we refer to this one? Well, 1, 2, 3, 4 is the 4th column. So we would just simply do $4, and this should automatically be referring to this column. So we'll do 10 plus 20. It's going to be 30 over here. And let's do Control-C. Ooh, error. What happened? Oh my God. Oh my God. Well, this seems scary, but no worries. This is where debugging comes in pretty handy, which is actually our next section, as you can see. So what happens if we go into the debugging section? What is the first step? Well, the first step is to enable formula debugger. So if you do Control-C, open squiggly bracket, it will turn on a minor mode that whenever you evaluate a table formula, the debugger will be enabled, will automatically kick in. And if you want to disable the debugger, you just run the command again and it will turn off. So let's go ahead and run it. Control-C, open squiggly brackets. And as you can see in the menu buffer, it says formula debugging has been turned on. Awesome. So if we go back to our table and we try to run this and see what's going on, we see, first off, before we look at the buffer that just opened, look at the mini buffer. It says debugging formula, continue to next. So if you have multiple or a series of formulas, it will say, hey, do you want to debug this one or the next one? So this is just saying, hey, do you want to go into the next formula? And since there's no next formula, debugger will just exit out and leave you with the other buffer to see. For now, we'll just click no. Right now, it doesn't matter if you click yes or no because there's only one formula, but we'll just click no. And let's go ahead and pay attention to the new buffer. Well, over here, it might seem a little confusing, but don't worry. We're just going to ignore most of this. But the first thing that we're going to pay attention is to the original. So it says, okay, this is the original. So we have a quote expression, which is just trying to add the fourth column. And if we go over here, once everything is finalized, it says, hey, we're trying to add this 10, but it's actually a string 10 and added it to 20. So of course there's going to be an error. So now we know what the error is. So you're saying, all right, cool, awesome. Now how do we transform that string into a number? Well, org mode formulas have these flags that you can use. And essentially a flag looks like this. It's a semicolon followed by some letter or some identifier that will let org mode know that, hey, this should be turned into a number, or this should be turned into whatever. So there's different ones for L for literal and for a bunch of, I think there's even I for integer. So it depends what you want. So for now, we're just going to put number because it's a real number. And if we do this and the debugger is still on, remember, because it automatically stays on until we turn it off, if we reevaluate the formula, we should be able to see it. But first, before I do that, let's check step 2. I'll now rerun formulas with Control-C asterisk and table, which it calls org table recalculate. So to do this, you actually have to be inside the table. Otherwise, org mode will try to do some other stuff because it is context aware. So depending on the context, it might do something else. So if we do Control-C and then the asterisk, and then as you can see, the debugger is kicked in. It says, do you want to continue to next? Let's press yes. And it has been applied. So as you can see, it only updated one column. One row. And the thing is, when you run this, the recalculate, it will only run for the current row that you're in. If you want to run for the entire table, you're going to do Control-U, Control-C asterisk. Before I do that, let me turn off the debugger since we no longer are in need of it. So Control-C, open squiggly bracket, and debugging has been turned on. So now let me do Control-U, Control-C, asterisk. And as you can see, the other row is also calculated, updated as well. Beautiful. So as I mentioned, feel free to browse the documentation for more flags, because each flag has its own special meaning and will do different things, which is pretty cool. So now, all right, cool. We're done with debugging and we fixed it. So there, now we know how to create formulas and how to debug them whenever they break, which is awesome. All right, but remember how I said that you can only debug, whenever you run recalculate, it will only run the first formula. Well, let's say you want to have multiple formulas, which this is completely valid, except the bad thing is that you have to do Control-C, Control-C, Control-C on each one, because Control-U, Control-C asterisk won't recalculate everything. It won't, sadly, it doesn't do it. There is a way that you can do it, which is hacking together some eLisp. You can probably find it, or you can probably make it yourself if you look around, but that's out of scope for this. So now, we can write all the formulas we want in one single line. So there's a way to distinguish when one ends and one begins, and that is the double colon. So right there, and a new formula will begin. So for example, let's say for the 7th column, we say gopar. And if I do Control-C, Control-C, it'll run every single thing. So there, gopar. Ta-da! There, awesome. But this is going to get very annoying if you're simply trying to edit formulas like this, right? So that's where the nicer editing section comes in. So yes, just like I mentioned, table calls only the first formula. So what's the step onto this nicer editing section? Try out Control-C, comma, or org edit special. So let's go back to the table formula and call it. Oh my God, look at that. A new buffer just for editing. And each formula is in its own line to make it easier, which is beautiful. So let's just say I want to do another calculation. Let's do 8 times 8, which should be 64. And we have no need of putting this flag because the flag only affects it on the input coming in. I should have mentioned that earlier. Only input coming in. There is ways to affect the output, which we'll also cover in this talk, but later on. But for now, you can either leave the end flag or leave it out. It will still work fine. So let's just leave it out for now. And let's just do Control-C, Control-C to make sure that everything is working. Control-C, Control-C, 64. Beautiful. So there you have it. You can have multiple formulas just stacked up into one line, and whenever you need to edit it, just go into that line and Control C, comma, and ta-da! You have this ready, good to go, and for editing. Oh, and if you want to exit out, also just do Control C, comma again, and you're back. I did not mention that. Sweet. So now we know how to have better editing experience. Sweet. So now comes the formatting section, which I talked about. So what's the first step? Well, for formatting, org mode uses the printf function from C. So those who are familiar with C, you'll feel right at home because the way you format it is exactly the same way. So for example, this will print off a floating number with 2 decimal points. As you can see here, this is how you will use it. It will be after the semicolon and it will be %.2f. So let's go ahead and test it out actually. Let's go ahead and to our latest function. To our latest formula. Let's go ahead to the nicer buffer and let's do, let's enter the semicolon, and then let's put the %. We do 2f, or actually let's make it 5 just to differentiate from the formula. And let's see, let's run it, and ta-da! So yeah, as you can see, 5 decimal points, and if we want 0 decimal points, we can also just do 0.0, and ta-da! Just like that. We can also just leave it as is, how it was before, because before we didn't even actually need it. But yeah, just an example. And just a reminder, there are plenty more ways of formatting. Just look at the documentation. There will be more, basically every single thing that you need. Just use the documentation as reference. Cool. So now we know how to debug, how to write formulas, and how to get a better, nicer editing buffer for the formula, so we don't have to do it all in a single line. So what about conditional prompts like I was showing in the first table in the end goal? Well, that's actually pretty simple because we already know how to do this. Yes, if you think about it for a second, if we are able to pull list as expressions, then we are able to basically do it already. And here's an example. We're saying if the second column is empty, is 0, so actually this should be with the end flag because we will transform empty values as 0, and that's how org mode will read those. It's saying if the second flag is 0, then I want you to put enter the values. And if it's not empty, we're going to put values entered. We're going to recognize. So let's go ahead and actually do this. So let's grab this and let's type it in. So let's go ahead, enter the values because it doesn't have any. So let's go ahead and say hello EmacsConf. And let's go ahead and run it again, and since there are values, it's going to overwrite what's here and put value entered. So let's go ahead, ta-da! So there you go. So that is pretty much how you do conditional prompts, which is pretty straightforward once you think about it, because if you are able to insert list expressions, then you're able to just do that do the conditional checking yourself. So custom formulas. Yeah, you'll see what I mean. And then, so we want to be able to put our own custom functions. And you probably have an idea how to do this already. So yes, we also know how to do this already. So before I continue, I'm going to say that I already have some formulas that I use, which are not part of this talk because they're just functions that calculate some stuff. So for example, they calculate the monthly mortgage, the monthly PMI, property tax, homeowners insurance, so a bunch of other stuff. I have these functions already, and they are a bit off, but for this example, they're doing everything. It's close enough, so don't worry too about it. But just example, you can have your own function that does something else, like calculate Airbnb rental or something like that. So you can do whatever you want, as long as you can call it be a Lisp, you can call it in org mode in the table formulas. So let's exit out of there, and now that we know how to do everything, let me go back to the original table and go from there. So let me close all of these out, actually, And now let's go back and revisit this table, since we'll be much more familiar, except for one thing, and which I will explain. So we have the constants right there, and we have the house prices, and we have everything just like I mentioned before, but the main part that we want to look at is the table formula. So let's open up our special editing buffer, Control C, comma, and as you can see, I have some right here. So the fifth column, I'm saying, hey, I'm gonna call this function REI calculate down payment, and I'm gonna pass in the third column and fourth column, and I'm gonna pass in true. I believe this is just to normalize, so to be able to convert to the proper decimal place. So let's not worry too much about that. And then for the sixth column, we're going to say calculate the monthly mortgage. We're going to pass in the third column, the interest rate, which we've defined over here in the constants. The 30, I believe this is for 30 years, PMI, the property tax, and home insurance, and then the fourth column. And then everything is going to be accepted as numbers, and we're going to have 2 decimals at the end of the place. So what else? We're going to, over here, here's where we have our conditionals. We're saying, hey, if the 7th column is 0, press enter tenant, and over here as well, if the 7th column is 0, we're going to press enter column, enter tenant. And for this one, we're going to say, hey, we're going to normalize the price, and we are going to, I believe this is the 1% rule. So this could have been extracted into a function, but I just did the calculation right here. And this, I believe, is the ROI. So yeah, 12 months. So this is just calculating the cash flow. So this is a very rudimentary function or formula. Do not use this because there is way more to go into calculating the cash flow, and also it differs from person to person. Some people are more conservative, other people are way more liberal. So it just depends how you want to calculate it. And as you can see, we have the N flag for numeric number, and then we're saying we're formatting to 1 decimal place, and the double percent sign is just to input a percent sign as itself. Otherwise, org mode's going to think it's some type of formatter, which is not. So if you do, as I mentioned, if you've used the printf function in C or C++, then you probably know how to use it. Okay. So this is pretty much everything in a nutshell. So one thing that I do want to say is the last section, which is automatically updating, which is the part that blew my mind when I realized that org mode can do this. So how do we do it? Well, you've probably guessed just from looking at the first table that we have right now. We add a column at the beginning of the table with a percent. With the pound sign, or hashtag, as the younger kids call it. And then so this is what we do. We added a column at the beginning of the table, and we do pound sign. So this is what it's for. This lets org mode know that, hey, I want the values, the table formulas, to automatically run on each tab change. Now, I believe that you can make it so that it changes, so that it updates on every keystroke. I think that's too much. And then you can also make it so that only certain rows update or certain columns. So there's a plethora of things that you can do that you should definitely read up on the documentation, because you will probably make a way better talk, way more advanced talk than I on this one. So I'm looking forward for that. But this is essentially how you build a org mode table formula that will help you know if a property is correct. So let's go ahead, and as a final out to this demo, let's go ahead and enter a new column. So org mode automatically puts the pound sign, which is awesome. And let's just say Emacs house, and let's say it is 100K. So 100K, and as you can see, it's already trying to calculate the monthly mortgage, but we'll see about that. And then let's just put 10% down. So 10% of 100K should be 10,000. So 10,000, correct. And the monthly mortgage is that. And let's just say the tenant income is, as you can see right here, tenant income is, let's say 1,500. And is it passing the 1% rule? Yep. What's my ROI? 118%, which is kind of cool, actually. That's a nice deal. So yeah, so this is a rudimentary way of calculating deals in org mode. So I hope you found it interesting. And yeah, that is it.
question in the pad or other view. Apparently this was, I mean, no, scratch the apparently, this was a very interesting talk, but that generated a lot of attention. So now that GoPar is available, I would recommend asking you questions either, well, probably use IRC, because this way you can have a back and forth, and then we'll take care of putting the question into the pad so that people can find the answers later on. I'm going to check with Backstage now to put up the ISC on the stream. If you want to be able to ask questions to GoPar, I recommend joining via ISC via the lounge on the website to be able to talk with everyone. Okay, so we put up the ISC. So we put up the IRC chat. Sorry for the interruption. I was talking with Backstage. We put up the IRC chat for the moment so that you can chat with GoPar and see the answers. We'll also be putting the questions into the pad afterwards. In the meantime, we're gonna go on a break, and we'll be back in about 23 minutes for the next talk.
The next talk is called Health Data Journaling and Visualization with Org Mode and GNU-plot. In this talk, David O'Toole shares how he tracked and graphed his personal data using Org Mode and GNU-plot and how you can use a template generator to do the same. Afterwards, you will end all questions of a big blue button.
Hi, this is Dave O'Toole, and today I'll be giving a presentation on tracking health data with Emacs Org Mode and GNU-plot. So GNU-plot is the well-known scientific and mathematical plotting application. You feed it text files full of names, dates, numbers, data points, and you get out a nice graph, and you can spit out SVG, you can spit out PNG graphics, and in this case we're using an SVG. And what I'm going to show you today is how to take daily health journal items, in other words, things like I exercised such and such number of minutes today, I got X hours of sleep last night, I used such and such, a number of pieces of nicotine gum, say 5 pieces. So let's see. We've got this whole picture here, all right? And I've tracked here, this is a month of data from my life. I'm not showing all the variables, but this is what I felt comfortable sharing, in order to help people who might have a need to track either because of a chronic condition or just because of a health improvement goal or what have you. People who might need to track health data in a way that's a little bit more robust than just one or two variables and one, just weight or just blood pressure. So in this case, I've got exercise. I've got the number of hours of sleep, the number of doses of nicotine, and that's the yellow line here. And this is referring to nicotine gum. Okay. And what we're going to be talking about is looking at connections. The idea that plotting your data can actually help you figure out what's going on. And this is just 1 month. I've been doing this for a couple of months now, but I felt comfortable showing 1 month with a limited subset of the variables. And what I'm going to be doing in this presentation is showing you how to set up your org templates so that you can, hit a hotkey to capture today's data with an org template, or in this case, yesterday's. Usually I'm saying, okay, yesterday this happened, because you don't know until the day's over how many pieces of nicotine gum you ate or how many hours you slept. So usually we're recording data for the previous day. So we can set up the capture template so that it fills a little org entry, one for exercise, one for sleep, one for nicotine, one for distress. Here, distress is just 1 to 10. How bad do you feel today? It's not a scientific measure. But many things ask you to rate on a scale of 1 to 10. How bad is the anxiety? How bad is the general level of stress? And so without a lot of complication, I just rate that 1 to 10. Pain. Okay, we won't have to get into any details, but if there is a level of chronic pain, well, I put that between 1 and 10. And as we can see here, during the period that I've shown you, it's pretty low. There's some. If you miss a dose of medication, you can track that, in this case with a big ugly red triangle, you can see, I can see here that in early to mid-October, I stopped using the nicotine gum and probably should have cut down more gradually because my sleep suffered. Look at this. The sleep line is down here. Okay? And what I'm going to do now that I've shown you the graph and some of the things that are useful about it, I'm going to actually take a step back and show you from start to finish how you can do this in GNU Emacs. And I have a little template generator that you can use if you'd like. All right. So let's go back. Let's step back from this file. We're going to split the screen. And on the left side, I'm going to put the underlying org file that generates this graph. Let me shrink that a little bit. All right. I'm going to work my way backwards from the template to the template generator, meaning that you'll be able to spit out, given your own specification of health variables, you'll be able to have it spit out a custom GNU-plot script like this, that's preset up with the definitions for, the column view in org mode. I'm assuming a little bit of familiarity with org mode and GNU plotting, but I'll try to explain as much as I can as I go along. The journal here is where, okay, one moment. So as you can see, there's a sub-entry here for each day that I've included from my data set, starting on September 13th of this year and ending on October 17th. And then there's an org property drawer with the corresponding names of each field and the value. Now, the idea here is that the columns specify, if you know a little bit about org mode, what happens is that let's say that I hit the key for my journal template, which mine is very similar. Oops. This is the capture buffer for today's date, and if you're recording yesterday's date, you can just flip it like that if you need to. And then I say, okay, yesterday I remember I went for about a 1 mile walk, so that's probably about 20 minutes, and that I had such and such. I had 8.5 hours of sleep for, let's say. I'll estimate how many pieces of nicotine gum I have. I try to count as closely as I can. How much distress, whether or not I missed a dose of medication. And then when you hit Control-C, Control-C, it captures that to the end of your org file. Now, what this shows is that I cut and pasted in. I've been keeping these entries every day for months, and that I cut and pasted in a month of data. Now, I'm going to dig in a little bit to the GNU plot script. This here, all this stuff, is one component of the graph, and I'll go over how it works. Oops. First, the items through this column declaration here, and the ID, my ID. This column view table here, begin column view, this whole bit here is going to get filled in with the corresponding columns, exercise minutes, sleep hours, nicotine doses. And then it gets pumped out by org mode into a file that looks like this. Tab separated values with an ISO style date at the beginning. So what we're going to do is we're going to go through the GNU plot portion of this, and I'm going to enlarge the font a little. I'm going to go line by line through the GNU plot portion. Now, my template generator will let you, will give you one like this. You don't have to write this from scratch. But I'm going to go through it line by line, because if you do use the template, then it'll help to have gone through it line by line, because you're probably going to have to modify it. So first, we're going to clear the graphics from any previous run, so that if we reuse the same GNU plot process, we're not overwriting the old, that we are completely overwriting the old image. So that's the purpose of this line here. The output parameters. We want to put out an SVG file. And font Arial, that's funny, but I don't know what font it's actually ending up choosing, but it looks fine. And then we want it to be square, so I'm giving it 900 by 900 pixels, even though it is a scalable vector graphic. And we're putting it in the same folder as the org file, example.svg. These lines here set it up to use the org mode format that we showed in the other file over here. The time format is 4-digit year, 2-digit month, 2-digit day. The time format doesn't specify here the time, but that doesn't seem to mess it up. When this line set data file separator means that the separators between that and between all the other fields are tabs, which is what org mode does when it spits out a table by default. Okay, along to the next lines, we're going to set up for time series data, meaning that the x-axis is going to be time, x2 ticks 1 format. I believe this means that every day has 1 tick, and that this tells it that the first. Unfortunately, I forget the exact meaning of this one line. I'm just going to move on. We want 1 x tick per day, and because x is in seconds, it's 24 hours times 60 minutes times 60 seconds. This line set grid x ticks gives us a vertical line on each day of the graph, and I'll pull up the graph just so that it's a little easier to see. All these vertical lines, one on each day, that's given to you by set grid x ticks. 1 y tick every 5 points. So here at 5 pieces of nicotine, we've got a 5. At 10 pieces, well, we don't eat 10 pieces, but 10, 15, 20. Rotating the labels to make them fit a little bit better. That's this part here where the labels are sideways, and that's already, even with just a 1 month of data, they're getting a little crowded, but okay. This set keybox LC just makes the line around the key, the legend here, a little bit less severe. Set x ticks format. This makes it so that, for example, I've done a United States style date here with the month and then the day. You don't necessarily have to do that. You can have the whatever you want. But this xticks format, that relates to how the dates are printed. Remember that over here, this set time format, that relates to how the dates are formatted in the org mode output. So remember, those are two. You don't want to mix those up. All right, Y range 0 to 40. Thus far, my exercise sessions have all been less than 30 minutes, and nothing's gone over 30. If you have a health variable that is in a significantly different range, you may need to get a slightly more complicated GNU plot script, because it is possible to plot multiple Y ranges in one plot. If you have a variable that uses a different range, it's just a little trickier. Next, so these parts here, aside from the fact that you might make some changes that relate to the date and your country format, are going to be the same. This is like boilerplate for almost anything. Now, here are the parts that are going to vary depending on what health variables you want to store. There are 3 main sections here. One is setting the different line types that are used. Line type 1, setting line type 1 with line width 2, line color RGB. And, unfortunately, GNU plot is a little bit cryptic, which is why I've made this template generator that I'll show you in a moment. I pick a color. So this is exercise forest green. Point style 1, or point size 1, meaning you get these little green triangles about that size. But the point type 9 is the pointing up triangle. Line type 2, purple, so that's the sleep line. So we're just establishing these different line types that you're given arbitrary numbers. Now on to the next section. Oh, before I move on, here you can see point type 11 for line 5, which is red, and that's the missed medications line, so you get a triangle that's upside down, because that's point shape 11. All right. The next section here is the goal lines. There are horizontal dashed lines here at 8 purple 8 purple hours of sleep is because 8 hours is the goal. So there's a horizontal line at y equals 8. For pieces of nicotine gum, I'm trying to keep it to around 5 right now. So my goal line is at 5. So these, here, a goal of at least 20 minutes of exercise. Sometimes I get more, sometimes I get less. There's a green line and a 20 showing that that's the goal. So these lines here are actually the goal lines, and you can specify the goal for each one in the template generator that I'll show you. Okay, the last part is the actual plot command. These all start with 1. Using 1 against this variable, so 2. This is a ternary operator here that says if the value of the second column is 0, then don't plot a point. In other words, not a number means it won't plot a point. The template generator lets you skip over the details of that. It sticks this in there. I'll show you. So we only want to plot a point when the value is non-zero. If there was no exercise, we're not plotting a point. The with construct means, we're plot data using date against exercise with points. The title is exercise in minutes, line type 1. And remember, we established line type 1 up here as being forest green, point style 1, point type 9, green triangles. Now I'm going to show 1 against column 3, which is hours of sleep. This one is plotted with lines, so we don't specify a point type or point size, just the line type 2. And remember, you can see that line type 2 is defined as purple with point type 1, point size 1. Okay, so I did specify point size and point type, but because I'm not plotting with points, those are ignored. Okay, and here we come to the line with nicotine. The 4th column is the nicotine number, the 4th column from the org mode file. So here you can see how we're telling GNU plot to take each column of the tab separated org mode file and put it into the graph. The line types are set up here. The goal lines are set up here. And then the actual plot command is set up here. So now we're going to work further backwards from this GNU plot template to the template generator that I used to make it. Okay, now I'm not going to go into all of the details of the code, but what I am going to show you is that there's a variable called health factors, and that it lets what this does, this health factors from list, lets you specify with a property list of keyword and value pairs. Here's the keyword name, and the value is exercise. The goal, that I want 20 minutes of exercise, that the unit is minutes, that the color is forest green, and so on. The aspects of the GNU plot setup have been abstracted here. 8 hours of sleep is the goal here. The hours are units. What color, what thickness of the line. So here we specify the number of points, and there's references online that show you what point types are what shapes in GNU plot, and so on and so forth. So I'll walk through the code a little bit that does this, that actually takes these pieces, that takes this specification of what your variables are, and turns it into a piece of, and turns it into a template first, I'm using EIEIO, the object system that's included with GNU Emacs. It's a reasonable facsimile of the common Lisp object system. And what I'm going to be doing here is defining a class with each of those items, those properties that we talked about in that list that lets you specify name, what the goal is, what the units are, and the GNU plot things, the GNU plot parameters like thickness, plot type, and all that, into a class that will then spit out the template once you feed it some of these health factor objects. So, just a moment. So, for example, you can see that this template originally came from being generated by this code here. So, to use the template, to use this little template generator, see here's where it spits out the line type given the pieces. This is all just text formatting. This is one of the things that Emacs Lisp just really excels at. I need to take, a piece of data like a list of health information, a list of health variables, and what their units are and how they're supposed to be formatted in GNU plot, and go from that to the nice template. So that's pretty much the whole thing. So I want to see if there's anything I missed. Bring up the chart. This has been really useful for communicating with healthcare professionals, because you are both on the same page about exactly what is happening, what's been happening, because if let's say that you're tired when you talk to your care provider. Well, if you have objective information that you've been recording every day, that you're ahead of the game, really, because you don't need necessarily the presence of mind to be able to give your care provider a complete picture of what's going on in your world. If you can find those few minutes a day to enter, not even a few minutes, really just a minute, to enter the data and say, what happened yesterday? I'm finding over these months that I've been more in touch with my health when I am not forced, but when I have the consistent habit every single day of recording that data. I'm accountable to myself. It's interesting. And I guess it gets into a little bit of ideas about the quantified self and how holding yourself accountable can change what you do and what the outcomes are. So, if just look at this here, without getting into too much detail, one of the reasons I track my sleep is because as you can see, my sleep is not as well regulated as most people. And that's why I need to do that. And I feel, so here, this was a time, 10, 12, here's 14 hours of sleep. That's depression. And then, it oscillates a little bit, but then below the goal line, well, the things are a little more normal here. This is a little more normal. But then, really, without thinking about it too much, I cut out the nicotine and my sleep suffered. So just the fact that I'm able to look and see that connection is really amazing to me. I mean, maybe I would have anyway, but looking at the whole months of data, there have been many things to discuss and many things to think about. And, but because this is a short presentation, I probably should wrap up. And I just want to thank the whole Emacs community for being there and for including me in the conference. And I hope to participate next year as well. Thank you so much.
And we are live. Hello again, everyone. It's been a while. I've been on break for the last one hour. It feels like I've been really far. I'm with David. Hi, David. How are you doing?
Hi, Leo. I'm good. Thank you for having me on.
So, David, you do have the pad open in front of you. And
that's right.
Yes. I think Sasha is putting up the pad for us so that they don't have to look at my very tiny face on BBB. I'm very small. I'm trying to push the boundaries. David, if you want to take some questions, Sorry, I've got elves whispering in my ears at the same time. Give me just a second. David, can you maybe read the first question and try to answer them?
Sure. Question 1. Excuse me. Do you use this just for yourself, or do you use this to discuss or show with doctors or health professionals? The answer is it is useful for me, and it's useful for healthcare providers. So it's not, I'm not just able to see connections myself. Even if we're not seeing a connection, if I'm talking to someone, if I'm talking to a clinician, I have brought this in a tablet if it's an in-person thing, or on the phone if it's a a video appointment with someone, just send it in an email. It's very convenient to just send the graph around as a screenshot. So it's definitely been really useful because one thing that I touch on in the talk is that, let's say that we're talking about depression, for example. Let's say, oh, well, how have you been sleeping this week? Well, if you had objective information, that's perfect. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry, I was mispressing my button for production. You're good.
Oh, it just caught a little clip of sound. I see. Okay.
Yes, sorry.
Yes. So where was I? I was saying, okay, so on the one hand, having objective information is good not only for you, but when it's time to speak to someone and give them a picture of what's going on, you don't have to generalize. Even if you're having a good day, generalizing can be really like, oh, well, how are you sleeping? Oh, well, this day I woke up that, but which way was that, Wednesday or Thursday? And then I remember this friend came over, so it must have been Friday. That's not, I've discovered that actually just first thing in the morning, waking up, recording how many pieces of gum did I have yesterday? How much did I sleep? So okay, so someone else, this segues right into the next question. How do you input the health data? Semi-automated with org mode capture templates, copy paste, automated with a smartwatch, and if this then that, tasker org mode document to automatically add stuff like sleeping data. Which parts are and are not automated? Okay, so it turns out I'm using an org mode capture template to automate the insertion of all the little category tags in the property drawer, but not the values. I'm not using a smartwatch or anything whatsoever. I am just, I look at the clock when I go to bed, and I look at the bed when I look at the clock when I wake up. And the very first thing I do is turn on my computer and turn on Emacs and enter that data. So now it would be really cool if we could get some kind of data, because if it's all, if it's able to be massaged into org mode format, it can then go into org GNU plot. Or maybe you could cut org mode out of the equation if you find a way to go directly from that data to either CSV, which which GNU plot can read, or whether you have to wear a little script in between. And the next question: how do you track the various health statistics that you're gathering? The ones, for example, nicotine, it's an estimate. I'm pretty sure it was 6. It was pretty sure it was 7. You know what I mean? It's pretty close. Because I do count, and I think I could at most be off by 1 or 2, so it's not fatal to the enterprise of collecting data. The same thing with sleep. I look at the clock, but I only count half hours. I say, oh, I slept 7 hours, 7.5. It's very much a back of the napkin thing, but it's precise enough overall that, as you can see from the data in the talk, you can see that my sleep declined pretty steadily over the course of that. So even if some of the values are off a little bit, you're still seeing trends, and you can still see connections. So it's not perfect. I would love to have some type of more automated data, but all right. So I'm going to move on to the next question. It's possible to download data from Apple Watch's health app. Is it easy enough to incorporate those .csv files into your implementation of GNU plot? Okay, So I think what it would involve, if you wanted to use my template generator, it would involve making your template, but then modifying the GNU plot script to read from that file instead of from an org mode table. So I think that what you would want to do is select the yeah. I mean, and if you want, I'll be around in the IRC after, and I might even be able to look at their documentation or something. Just give a peek at it to give a better answer to this question.
Sure. And just to remind everyone, so sorry, let me try to put up. Okay, I did crush dev earlier when trying to switch window. Oh, okay, I managed to do it. Yes, I still have it in me. So let me make the slightly longer. Slightly later, we will also be opening the discussion. So this BBB instance in which we are currently, we will be opening it so that people can come in with questions, and maybe considering the personal nature of this talk, maybe try to be a little wary of sharing personal information, especially if the stream is live. But otherwise, you can have a chat with David, provided David you're still available in 10-20 minutes. And feel free to come in and ask questions, because really that's what EmacsConf is about. It's about getting in touch with the speakers, and this is the opportunity that you have to have a one-on-one with them rather than an asynchronous one with a pad. Sorry for the interruption. I just felt I remember. We're probably going to open the chat in about 5 to 10 minutes. We still have a lot of questions, and right now I prefer if David focused on those questions. So please go in, David.
Thank you so much, Leo. And yes, I am available for after, so I'll stick around. Okay, so regarding the medication tracking, you only have the option to record missed or not. If one needs to take multiple medications throughout the day, how would you propose to track that within GNU plot or separate? Okay, yeah, as it is, I don't record which medication, and because it's the one I miss is typically just the same one. So the deal is that you would probably want to you could count it as either doses or milligrams. The problem with tracking as milligrams, and yes, you would want to use separate variables for those. And probably what would make sense is either to record some lines as doses, meaning that whatever that ends up being, if it's a tablet or if it's the proper dose. And then that way, if one medication is late and another is not, or whatever you need to record, they're on separate lines, separate columns of the CSV file, or I'm sorry, not CSV file, of your org mode, separate property drawer entries in your capture template. I'm trying to think. It would be a little bit more work, but you could track that. The problem with tracking milligrams is that some medications you would have a large range on the chart, because some medications are a few milligrams and some medications are lots and lots for for a dose. So tracking it as single doses might make sense. All right, so how's the workflow? This is the next question here. How's the workflow when working on the GNU plot code? Can you Control-C, and the SVG output on the right is updated automatically? The answer is yes. You can use something called auto revert tail mode. That's so you hit meta X to get the command, and then auto revert tail mode, and that will cause the SVG file to automatically update every time you hit Control-C on the GNU plot file, provided that you're viewing the same file that the GNU plot is going to overwrite. Let's see. Question: how much time does it take to process the amount of data that you add inside GNU Emacs? So at this point, I have 3 or 4 months of data, and it takes to update the whole thing, like capture all the entries. It takes like a second or two, and this is a pretty decent PC. So we're not talking about something that takes a long time each day I update it. It's just it's done pretty quick. All right, next question: will indent guide behave well with YAML files for Helm? I don't know the answer to that. Indent guide is really nice, and it seems to behave pretty reasonably, but I wouldn't be able to speak to that. Okay,
David, just a quick interruption. So we have opened the chat now for people to join us on BBB. So you can go to the talk page on EmacsConf. You go to David's talk, which is called Health. and you should be able to join the BBB. So if you have questions that you'd like to ask with your voice to David, feel free to join us. And David, in the meantime, you can reply to the last question you have.
Okay, thank you. Great. The last question is, have you noticed your behavior changing as a result of tracking your data? And the answer is yes. The accountability it draws habits, good or bad habits. It illustrates them in sharp relief. All of a sudden, it's very clear, like what's going on, what's not going on. And it eliminates a sense of fog because it's hard to generalize when your awareness is changing over time. It's hard to generalize about what's going on each day and having the objective information. Yes, I'd say it has changed my behavior in a good way.
I mean, that's a very good thing, I suppose. You know, the whole point of, you know, tracking so much stuff. You know, usually people, it's an interesting angle that you have because you're creating data on a lot of health aspects, and people usually, when they talk about using Emacs to better their life, they talk about org, they talk about getting things done, they talk about all the usual suspects when it comes to task organization. But plotting over time is something that is technically possible and that people talk about, but I feel like you've gone way far into this particular topic, so well done you. And you feel as a result you have a particular insight into seeing the curves evolve basically over time, and it's I think it provides very interesting data, something that is more easily understandable than just a list of to-dos in an agenda over time.
Yeah, and what's nice is that I still can have to-dos and notes in that same file that produces my chart and that has all the data in it. And I keep that in version control, which stays in a private repo. And what's nice about that is everything's backed up. You know what I mean? Pardon me. I'm going to have a sip of water here.
Please do. I mean, I'm actually down 2 termi. It's the good plural for termus. And I'm down 2 since we started EmacsConf today.
Oh, wow. Yeah. So, I lost my train of thought.
Take your time to find it. We're fine. We still have about 8 minutes of Q&A. By the way, I'll remind people, we have opened the BBB room. So if you want to join us and ask live questions to David, feel free to do so.
Now, I'm not... I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
I was asking you if you'd found the train of thought again.
Hold on. The last question, have I noticed behavior changing? Yeah, then we talked about, I talked about the fact that you can have to-dos and notes and appointments and all that kind of stuff. Like, for example, one of my now I remember the point that I was going to get into. The point is that once I have this routine of getting up every single morning and first thing putting in my information, that habit I feel like I build on. For example, I added a new variable the other day. You know, I thought of something, I'm like, hey, I should track that in my data. It reminds me, I say, hey, there's not enough green triangles. I need to get some exercise. This week, you know, the weather, I haven't wanted to get outside because the weather's been so dismal. So it's absolutely been a game changer. It really has been.
Yeah.
And it doesn't have to be, go ahead, Leo.
No. I was going to say that it's really good to hear that software can have such a potent impact, just the ability to track your data over time. Because the thing is, I think whenever you're feeling, you know, whenever you have mental ailments or whatnot, it's really hard to have a healthy relationship to the chronology of feeling better. And it's easy to get lost into the immediate sensation. But I feel like being able to track over time that, you know, this daily checking in that you do in the morning of keeping track of your health data, I think it's the first step that shows you over time that, oh yes, I am actually feeling better. And so as a result, being able to visually see, oh yes, I am actually doing better, it must be reassuring, I assume.
It is. I think that's a really interesting turn of phrase you had there earlier when you said it's harder to have a healthy relationship to the chronology of getting better. I think those were your exact words there. You know, the idea that, if you've got to manage something, if you've got to roll with the punches, then seeing what you've accomplished, seeing yourself bounce back, and then being able to see a trend. You might not notice unless you're tracking per the clock that sleep has started to decline and that it's time to start keeping your eye out. So it's also and it is reassuring. And you're right about that. It's not always easy to be in the mindset of saying, hey, these lines move, and it's, they'll move again.
Yeah, and I feel also it's kind of like having a scientific take on your well-being because you are okay, really tough word to say for the Frenchman that I am, but parameterizing the elements of your life, such as sleep. And we already have, sleep is already more or less of a parameter in our lives. We know, oh, you should sleep at least 8 hours. You should have 1 hour 30 blocks of sleep all the time. So this is a well parameterized element of our lives. But other element that you're doing, or the conflation of different curves, feels like it's pointing out, it's providing more data and being able to see the trend, which is a keyword in your presentation and what you do. I think that's really good. Chronology and trends and being able to see what works. I just have this example crossing my mind. Some people are plagued with canker sores, which are really nasty stuff that you get in mouth. But more often than not, it's really hard to track why you're getting them. A lot of people say it's due to stress or to poor sleep or to deficiency in iron or whatnot, or your toothpaste. You might have understood that I actually suffer from them, so I actually know a lot of the reasons. But being able to track health data like this feels like it would be able to correlate the appearance of canker sores with maybe poor sleep, or maybe change in medication, or maybe stress at work, or stuff like this. I really like this stance, and I think you're really onto something here.
Yeah, and if people wanted to chat about that more in terms of like putting people's heads together, because like, let's say someone who has a more sophisticated medication tracking need, maybe they come up with a solution and they share their config. There's one thing I didn't talk about in the talk, which is I have I had one line where I have a formula instead, that because GNU plot, can plot all kinds of formulas. So I have it plot an overall trouble score, which I did not show in the video, but I had it assign 3 points for every hour above or below the goal of 8 hours. So too much would give me lots of points in the trouble, and too little would give me lots of points. So the relation to the goal or whatever, if stress is high, then the overall, if the anxiety line is high, then the overall trouble line should get high. And what I found is that trouble line really did track with my recollection of how the last few weeks had gone. And so that trouble line is, you can see when it's trending, even if it's not super obvious from the other lines. And maybe I'll share that too.
All right, David, we are about at the end of time for the Q&A. Thank you so much for answering all the questions. I think it was very valuable to not only have your long presentation, which was very detailed, but also have this Q&A where you got the chance to answer 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, more than 7 questions, which is great in the time that we have.
That's fantastic, and thank you so much for joining in and for being here. And thank you for having me at the conference. It's really amazing to be part of the community, and I'm happy to stick around. Do you want me to drop to IRC or just keep answering questions in voice? Should I don't think they're going to go on the pad, are they? Or
so actually, what we can do, we can leave the BBB room standing for now. If people want to join, they can do so. Maybe Corwin will come back to close the room afterwards. But for now, you can stay in the room, and if people want to unmute themselves after we go off stream, that would be good. So we are about to go into the next talk in about 30 seconds. Let me just talk to production real quick.
The next talk is called Edit Live Jupyter Notebook Cells with Emacs. In this talk, Blaine Morse shows how to use ghost text and atomic Chrome to edit Jupyter Notebook cells and other text areas within Emacs. Afterwards, he will handle questions via Big Blue Button. You can join using the URL from the talk page or ask questions through Etherpad or IRC.
Hi, my name is Blaine Moores. I'm an associate professor of biochemistry at the University of Oklahoma Health Sciences Center in Oklahoma City. I'm going to talk about the use of Emacs to edit live notebook, Jupyter Notebook cells, as well as text areas on web pages. So like a lot of technical workers, I find myself having to write prose in text areas on web pages, as well as working with code in Jupyter Notebooks and Colab Notebooks. Often I have wished for the full power of Emacs while doing so. Well, now that is possible. Actually, there are several solutions that have been available for some time. I'm going to talk about one solution that I'm familiar with and has worked out for me. So this requires the use of two software packages, Ghost Text and Atomic Chrome. Ghost Text is an extension for the web browser, whereas Atomic Chrome is a package for Emacs. You have to have both of these. So Chrome is for the editor side, and Ghost Text handles the browser side. The Ghost Text extension is available in the Chrome Web Store, and Ghost Text is represented by this icon, which has a ghost in front of the capital letter T. It is being developed by Federico Brigante. He is a very prolific JavaScript developer. He has a web page committed to Ghost Text as well as a GitHub site. So here's an example of Ghost Text. So this is a snapshot from a session that I had while editing LaTeX on the Overleaf website. So Overleaf is this web service that empowers the editing of LaTeX documents on the web. So I have clicked on this Ghost Text icon in the toolbar, had opened up Emacs, and I had the Atomic Chrome server running. So a connection was established, as indicated by this blue border around this text area. And as soon as that appeared, the text appeared in a buffer inside of Emacs. So I have overlaid the area where normally the compiled PDF would appear in a Overleaf session. So I'm using a configuration for LaTeX that I developed, which is available through the Moore's Lab GitHub site. I also gave a talk about how I use LaTeX in Emacs at the Berlin Emacs meetup in August. This talk was not recorded, but the slides are available on this website. So I would like to now switch to a little live coding to make this a little more interesting. So I start my day at this other website called 750 Words. This site just takes plain text, but I like to write in LaTeX. So Ghost Text came to my rescue when I started using this every day last May. So I clicked on the Ghost Text icon, it highlighted that area in blue, and there's some boilerplate that I like to start my day with. I like to get a list of my deadlines that are coming up, as shown here for the next several months. And then I have landed at this tab stop. And so I had issued a tab trigger which inserted this almost 50 lines of text from a snippet through YAS snippets. And then, I'll change this to this text to whatever, and then I can hit tab to move to the next site. I was dead tired last night, so I fell asleep at my desk. And whatever. So I just keep on going. And then hit tab again and enter my to be done items. And then, what I love about Emacs is that you can hit Control C, Control J to insert a new item. And so forth. So you can extend the list. Initially, I just have 10 items. I'm going to have more. And on I go, using the full power of LaTeX. So I have configured Atomic Chrome, so it will recognize this website as it will open up this website, the connection to this website with this buffer in the LaTeX major mode. To turn this off, we can simply just close the buffer, and that will shut things down. On the browser side, you can right-click on the icon and disconnect ghost text on this page. Okay, let's go to a different situation. This is not a feature that's advertised by the developer, but I discovered that you can edit code cells, or any kind of cell for that matter, in a Jupyter Notebook. However, we have a challenge here. We have 3 text areas open, 3 code cells. So if we click on the ghost text icon, these 3 areas will show up in green, and we'll be prompted to select the one that we want to activate. We want to activate the one with text. So then we can go in here and make edits, of course, and you can do this in Emacs, or we can do it in the browser. It doesn't matter. You saw me editing in Emacs, but we can also make the edits in the text area of the browser, and they will show up immediately in Emacs. So we could change the case of that M, and that's shows up over here. Okay, we can run this code. So this is R. So, one of the 3 major programming languages for data science, at least the Jupyter is supposed to be a combination of Julia, Python, and R. So we're running MCMC to get the posterior distribution, and we're going to plot those out with this PyPlots package, and we have these beautiful plots showing the median of the posterior distribution for 4 variables in 4 parameters in the car's data set, which is available built into the R package. And then these shaded areas are the 80% interval. Okay. Oops. So now for the Python side, here's an example in which I'm going to actually insert a snippet. So click that cell, and then I'm going to enter NVLIG for NGL view ligand, and just hit enter. Oops. Hit tab, excuse me. And we don't need this line of code, so delete that and we want to load up this PDB file that's in this subdirectory. So the PDB file is a plain text file that contains atomic coordinates of protein crystal structure. This protein happens to be important in cancer, and we have we screened by docking 55,000 compounds on a supercomputer, and then we did MD simulations of the top 10 leads. 12 of them had the compound remain bound during the period of the simulation. So those have some potential for and require experimental validation. So we'll run this chunk of code, and this will give a view of the molecule that we can interact with in by using the mouse to but I want to share this with my colleague. My colleague does not, it's not set up to use Jupyter, but instead we can write this out to a HTML file, which I have loaded up already. And so we can actually, we click on these two arrows pointing at each other, we can get a full screen view of this molecule, and he can identify each atom in this structure amongst about over 1,000 atoms present by just hovering over a specific atom. So shown in gray is the ligand that is bound. Okay, so we still have this box selected, and we still have these two different, so for each of our selected text areas, we have a separate buffer open. Okay, now to wrap things up here, here's an example of using with an evolving Julia code, and so this Julia code in this cell is in a Emacs buffer. So you've got the idea now, I think. So in terms of plain text areas like in Overleaf and then these cells in Jupyter Notebooks, these are other areas that can be edited, like in the text areas within Outlook, Webmail, and Gmail. Instead of having to point with the mouse or click with the mouse, one can also use key bindings or keyboard shortcuts. So here are the ones for 3 major operating systems. So how does Ghost Text work? Well, the main thing is you have to open up Emacs and get this Atomic Chrome server running, and then with it up and going, Ghost Text will be able to, has to be activated, and it will find the Ghost Text server through the local host port 4001. If you put that into the web browser, if you navigate to that port, you'll get output that looks like this. If everything's working well, otherwise you'll get an error message, and you should have a port socket, a web socket port number. It will not be the same every time. So these are the supported web browsers, and in addition to Chrome, these are supported. And likewise, anything in these, any browser related to these can probably use these extensions. For example, the Brave browser will use the Chrome extension, and the Firefox browser extension works with WaterFox. These are the supported editors. Each editor has its own extension, and this Ghost Text was initially developed for Sublime Text. So if you have Sublime Text, then you can use its smooth operation as positive control when things go wrong with Emacs. This is this is a GitHub site for Atomic Chrome. Atomic Chrome is available for installation through Melpa. This is my configuration for Atomic Chrome. So I have it set up so the server starts whenever I log in, and I have it set up so that default major mode is Python to deal with the Jupyter Notebooks and Colab Notebooks. And then I have the major modes for these other websites defined below. This is a testing site, so the developer has made to help with troubleshooting. He also has a protocol on his website to follow during troubleshooting. So here are some precautions. You'll find that Ghost Text doesn't work with Pluto. Pluto is a new computational notebook that's for working with Julia. My suggestion would be just to run iJulia in Jupyter. It also doesn't work, of course, with RStudio, even though RStudio sort of resembles a web page, web browser. It's not. Of course, you can always run R, as you've just seen, using the IPy kernel. I will also caution you that if you use the Emacs server, you may run into issues with the server competing with the port 4001. So instead, you should probably configure the Emacs server to use a specific port. I've so far, although I haven't done that myself, so far I haven't found any conflicts with the org-roam user interface. So my conclusions are GhostText allows you to edit prose in your with your favorite major mode in the text areas of web pages and in the cells of Jupyter notebooks. This allows you to tap into snippets and thereby save time, as you have hopefully got the idea of. I'd like to thank my friends and mentors who've helped me out during my second year in my Emacs learning spiral. These include my local colleagues. We meet once a month in the Oklahoma Data Science Workshop. Last July, I gave a presentation about GhostText. And then also my friends at the Berlin and Austin Emacs meetups. And in the UK Research Software Engineer MX Research Slack channel. So I don't attend these every month, but I try to make the meetings as often as I can. And then I'm supported by the following grants, which allow me to spend at least some time each day in Emacs. I'll be happy to take any questions. Error. Okay, we'll just have to go with Etherpad.
Okay, so we are live now. So hi everyone. Sorry, we were doing some last-minute verification with Blaine, and we wanted to share screens, but somehow the Firefox gods are not in our favors today. So hi Blaine, how are you doing?
I'm doing great, Will. This has been a great conference. I've seen some talks this morning that are going to change my life. I just can't wait to start applying some of the packages I've learned about.
That's amazing, and it's only day one. We've got more of this coming for day two.
Exactly.
So Blaine, we haven't had the chance to tell you, but do you have the pad open on your end?
Let's see.
Yes, because I asked you to close Firefox, so you don't have it. Do you need the URL maybe?
Yeah, that'd be great.
I will put it into BBB, the chat right on your left.
Okay, I see it. So if I click on this and open a new window.
Yes, don't worry about it.
Okay, so I have some questions. Oh, that's fantastic. This is kind of a silly question, but I'm curious. Do you have a favorite color theme? So I do. I've been using a color theme that is sort of light green. It's from a set of themes that Proct put together and made available this fall on Melpa. And in some of the slides, you'll see that I have this like white background, but I'm currently using a sort of a mint green color, which I find actually has great contrast. And I had to install some fonts for the Mac to be able to use that theme, but Proct provides detailed instructions, and it was pretty easy to do. Okay. Let's see. To your knowledge, so the second question is, to your knowledge, are recent coming security changes in Chrome going to impact browser extension? Ooh, that's a great question. To be honest, I don't know. I'm not aware of that issue. Because I installed some extension I probably shouldn't have installed in Chrome a couple weeks ago, and I've been getting pop-up ads, and so I switched to Firefox. But so far, I've used Ghost Text in a number of browsers. I can vouch that it works in Safari, Chrome, obviously Firefox, Brave, and then amongst the Firefox family of browsers, there's WaterFox and IceCat. It works in those too. So if Chrome's security issues become a problem, then there are other browsers for which maybe that problem won't be an issue. Is this third question is this browser agnostic, or do you have to use Chrome? That's a good question. So obviously, as you've seen that, or just heard, it works in a number of other browsers. There's probably at least 10 other browsers in which it will work. So there's sort of 3 families of extensions, one for Safari, one for Firefox, and one for Chrome. And often one of those extensions will work in a different browser. You mentioned, fourth question is, you mentioned a couple other solutions to allow Emacs editing of text areas, pointers. Well, unfortunately, I didn't do my due diligence in researching those other solutions. I'm aware that there's something called Emacs Everywhere that's supposed to have a similar capability, but I haven't dug into using it, so I can't say anything about it. I'll have to say that,
to know everything.
So because you're setting up a server from an editor and you have this extension in a browser, things don't always mesh. You may have port 4001 occupied by some other server from Emacs or another application, and so you have to sort that out. that can happen from time to time. I've had trouble with the Emacs server sometimes using that port, but I think you can redirect that Emacs server to another port to avoid that issue. That would be the greatest difficulty, is just getting the 2 sides talking to each other through the WebSocket. But once that's going, I use it every day, and I'll go for weeks without any issue. And then, of course, I'll be changing something in my Emacs configuration, where I'm turning on some new server that fires up when I start Emacs, and then I break it, or something along those lines. But the great hazard of fiddling with your Emacs configuration. Just a hazard of being an Emacs user. Let's see. Why not save text?
Yeah, sorry,
let's see. So I have a 5th question, which is why not save text from Emacs? I would like to hear some solution to the issue I ran into. So if I am editing a document in a web browser and then via Emacs, and I save that to a document on disk, then okay, that's great if I'm not going to make any more changes, everything's fine, that works great. But if I then decide to make more changes in the browser, and then I try to save those changes, the copy on disk is out of sync with the copy in the browser, and I've had the connection break when I do that. So I heard that there might be a way of solving that problem. I have not implemented the solution. I forget what the suggestion was. Maybe somebody in the audience has an idea.
Speaking of the audience, we have opened up the chat now. So if you want to join the current BBB room in which we are and ask questions directly to Blaine, feel free to do so. Otherwise, we're still taking questions on the pad as long as we have them. Although right now, I think we have answered all of them. Am I wrong, Blaine? Or did we answer all of them already?
You're correct. We've answered all of them.
Cool. So we're going to still discuss for about 2-3 minutes. If people want to add last questions to the pad, feel free to do so. If you want to join us in BBB, the link is at the top of the talk of Blaine. You go to EmacsConf 2022. You know everything now. We are at the end of the day, and you can tell it's the end of the day because my accent is getting significantly Frencher as a result. It's not getting any better since last year, I think. Yeah, I wish I could contribute, Blaine, more to your talk, but I feel like I'm way out of my league. I'm the guy who plays with org on the side, and I tune into your talks every year, and I see molecules, and I see stuff that I can barely comprehend, and I feel very humbled as a result.
Well, I'm just trying to, make my talks kind of unique.
Yeah, but you are succeeding amazingly well. It reminds me, have you been talking with John Kinchin or something? Because you seem to be evolving in similar fields in a way with Emacs.
I'm a fan of his. I have been studying, I have installed Cymax and his configuration for Emacs, and I have, but I haven't, I've just started poking around with it, and I've used his configuration. I've got it up and running, and I've used Ghost Text with it, and I was trying to tap into his OrgRef package, which is super powerful for managing bibliographies.
Yeah,
he's very inspiring.
I'm glad you feel very much inspired. Go on, please.
Yeah, he's very amazing. He's very accomplished in Emacs and very accomplished teacher. And he has now, as you probably know, a series of videos on YouTube that he's been putting together about programming. So he's teaching students at Carnegie Mellon University how to program in Python via Emacs, and he has been sharing these videos on YouTube. And they're like just 20-minute videos, kind of short snippets, but you can learn a lot from them. So really fantastic.
It's an amazing journey, isn't it? You start from a field that has nothing to do whatsoever with Emacs, and yet you find yourself so attracted to the idea of programming and making your workflow easier that you end up actually transitioning into a little bit of a programming role or teaching programming role. I mean, I was studying literature. I was all well and good in my English faculty. And then I decided to say, oh yeah, let's try Emacs. And 10 years later, I find myself spending more time working on Emacs than working on my literature papers.
Well, my history is that I developed a dozen years ago, I started teaching students how to do molecular graphics. And then I got into Python programming to develop tools to make it easier for them to use molecular graphics. And then that evolved into making these snippets available for a wide range of text editors. That meant learning about so I prepared these snippets for about 20 different text editors, leading ones. And of course, I saved for the end Emacs. First, I went through Vim, and the month of hell of rewiring your brain to do the Vim key bindings, and then on to Emacs, which I call the ultimate text editor. And because there is no other text editor beyond Emacs, it's the end of the line. And
I absolve you for your herrings with Vim as a result of the last comment you just made. Actually, no, I have no right of absolution. I cannot grant you absolution. You'll have to ask RMS tomorrow.
Well, I spent a year, in evil mode, but I switched about half a year ago to just Emacs key bindings. By Vim. I mean, I use Vim when I log into remote servers and have to edit something really quick, but I've probably forgotten most of the key bindings. There's only about a dozen you really need to know to get the essential work done. But yeah, it's been quite a journey.
Yeah.
Very unusual for a biochemist.
Right. So sorry for the interruption. We do have one question, a very simple question about what was the key binding for Linux Firefox. Do you have it on top of your mind?
So Linux, Firefox.
I'm not sure what they're referring to as well, which is why I threw you this curveball, hoping that it would make sense for you.
Yes, it's Control-Shift-H. Control-Shift-H.
I hope. Whoever asked this question on IRC, I hope this answers your questions. So I think Control-Shift-H, yes. Okay, well, Blaine, I see some people have joined on BBB, but no one with a microphone still. I will chide you at the end. We are reaching the end of the day. We are reaching closing remarks, and I will be making a plea for more people to join with a microphone. Last year, we had pretty much the same setting. We were opening the room afterwards, and people were showing up with the microphones, and we had lovely discussions. And this year, it feels like everyone's a little shy. Shouldn't, that's the whole point, is for you to talk and for us all to listen. Well, Blaine, that was very insightful. Thank you so much for both the presentation and the question. Go on.
We have a question in the panel on the left and blue button. Right. So how long have I been using Emacs? I sort of made a commitment to use it full time about 18 months ago, maybe 20 months ago. So I'm a newbie. I'm still in the steep part of the learning curve.
Yeah, you just have to, okay, for providing context for the people, Blaine presented something at the last year's EmacsConf, and it was as impressive as this year's presentation. And afterwards, he told us, oh yeah, I've been using Emacs for 6 months or so. And that's where everyone's jaws dropped to the floor, because, some people, we've been using Emacs for 10 years, and we couldn't even imagine doing some of the stuff you're doing with it.
Thank you.
Do we have any other question? I think that's pretty much it. I'm not seeing anything appear on the other screen. I think we're pretty much good. So Blaine, I'm not going to keep you any longer. We are probably going to bring this Q&A to a close. Thank you so much for all your answers. What we're going to do for the stream, we still have a talk going on the dev channel currently, and then we'll be going to the closing remarks for the day at about 55 of the current hour. So we are going on a break for 20 to 25 minutes. So Blaine, sorry for keeping you hostage as I'm making the announcement, but it's the best way for people to see my face as I do it. So
okay, thank you very much, Leo. Appreciate it.
And thank you so much for all your time and all your answers. I will be closing BBB now, and we will put some music on and some announcement, and see you at the top of the hour for the others, or 55 rather than top of the hour. All right, bye-bye. Actually, we're going to do something a little different. I did tell you earlier that we haven't been able to get a hold of Sid for the talk that was about maintaining the maintainers. So what we're going to do now is have a Q&A with him. So it actually might be surprising for you because it's on Gen. This talk was happening on Dev, but it'll make sense afterwards on EmacsConf. So right now I'm going to join on BBB and talk with Sid. You'll have to give me about 2 to 3 minutes. We weren't expecting this, and it's a fine machinery, and we need to get it right. I'll be there in about 2 minutes, tops. Yeah, Sasha is writing you a little announcement right now. Oh, she removed it. Will be 2 minutes. We'll go back to BBB as soon as I've had a chance to speak with the speaker. Be with you shortly. Going live in 5. And now. Okay, so we seem to be back. Sorry for the little shuffling chairs around, but we are now live with Sid. Hi, Sid.
Hey, everyone.
So let me contextualize a little bit for the people, because we are on Gen right now, and the talk was happening on Dev. But Sid, can I task you with explaining what your talk was about in about 1 to 2 minutes?
Yes, sure. So the talk was called Maintaining the Maintainer's Attribution as a Model for Open Source Projects. And the idea is that instead of having an economic system based on supply and demand, which is capitalism, we have an economic system based on attribution and agreement, the power of our words, taking on incentives in the world, and that this can work for open source projects as a proving ground. And I think it can scale beyond that, and I hope it will scale beyond that to in general.
Okay, well, I think you did. I'm not sure if you rehearsed this before, but that was such a perfect elevator speech for your talk. I am beyond amazed.
Thank you. It's the adrenaline from being late and all the time zone shifting.
You're not supposed to mention this, you know.
Oh, yeah, right.
You've been fine.
Yes. Everything was fine.
The things we keep telling people, is that EmacsConf, yes, you see us rustling and being really grumpy when we don't get prereq, but really the live event is one part of EmacsConf, but really the better part of it is just having all the talks out of the head of people online, easily viewable, easily accessible with subtitles and stuff like this. So don't worry, it's fine if you're all right for submitting a prereq. It's fine if you don't show up to the Q&A. Eventually we will find you, we will ask you the questions, and all the data will be out there. So don't worry about it.
Yeah, the magic of the editing and stuff like that. Yeah.
Yes, but we don't have it now, so we'll have to stick, time is convoluted, we'll have to stick with strict adherence to chronology right now. So starting with, Sid, do you want to take the first question on the pad?
Okay, let's look at them. So the first question is, this seems to assume that there will be money contributions commensurate with the value of the project versus everyone freeloading because there's no incentive to pay. Right, so actually there is an incentive to pay. So I think what the question is referring to is that everyone is going to pay to other projects, or no one is going to pay to projects because they're free anyway and you can use them and you don't have to pay. But one of the new things with attribution-based economics is the idea that in open source projects, we all collectively agree on a fair market price for a project. And this isn't a price in the sense that you are prohibited from using the product until you pay the price, but rather it's for an accounting purpose, which is that if you pay more than that price, then that means you're now an investor. And so you can that means you are now attributable in future revenues that come to the project. So if you think there's a project that's going to do some nice things, you can essentially buy shares in it. Except these are not ownership shares, they're shares and attribution because you contribute value by contributing money, and that's attributable. So there is an incentive to pay. And I think, but also beyond this, the financial model is incredibly complex. It is much simpler than what we have today in a capitalist world, but still finance is a very complex thing. And I think we're in the very, very early stages of figuring out the financial model. And I think there's tons of open questions, needs a lot of help from people to figure these out. So, there's promising angles here, but I think we have a lot to work out as well. Should I go to the second question or?
Yeah, feel free to do so. You are the master, you're in Q&A.
Okay. So the second question is, are you aware of projects like OpenQ? Would that fit the model in your opinion? I'm actually not familiar with OpenQ. So maybe I should just move on to the next question and come back to that if we have time.
Sure.
The next one says, I see incredible amounts of overlap with the source cred system, where attribution of antecedents, graph of contributions, fair and hindsight, backpropagation. Oh, backpropagation, interesting.
I'm sensing a pattern though, so you are being exposed to stuff that you do not know, which is amazing. That brings opportunity to do research later on, but feel free to delay those questions until perhaps I would invite the people who ask those questions in the pad maybe to describe in a little blurb that Sid can read what is the meaning of those particular platforms. And in the meantime, Sid, you can move on to the next questions.
Sure, but I will say one thing on the subject of both of these things, which is that I think it's significantly underappreciated the extent to which value is created in the world that is both independently created of other value that happens to be very similar, as well as dependently related and that may be unknown. And this is something that I call subliminal transmission, which is like if you think about a turbulent flow, and that's what our world is. We like to have all these linear narratives and simple stories, where I think if you take all of Wikipedia, right, even a single person's life has more information and richness than all of Wikipedia. So when you think about it in those terms, you realize just how small our stories are in expressing what really happens and what has really happened in the world. So from that perspective, I think there's this thing called subliminal transmission, which is like a turbulent flow where you have little vortices that appear here and then they disappear, they're gone. But then you see them again here and they're like bigger, but they're the same. And then you see them in a different place and they're not the same, they're different, yet somehow the same. And I think our world is like that. And if we have an economic system that's capable of not saying that, oh, it should be this other way, which it isn't, but in fact, we see this is how it is, let's make sure that we recognize this and empower the right voices, given that this is how the world is. And from that perspective, I think projects like OpenQ and SourceGrid and any number of others might exist, which are creating value in the world. And I think that we all deserve to be empowered. If we're creating similar kinds of value, then these are voices that have something useful to say for us moving forward, and they deserve to be empowered. So yeah, it doesn't have to be causally related. You can have empowerment of all of these different projects because they work together. So yeah, very long-winded answer to a short question or non-question, meta question.
You're fine. You can be as long-winded as you want, because honestly, you have been so eloquent in your answer, and the little gestures that accompany these little vertices do carry on with as much verbosity as you want. We will be going until about 50 to 53 of the current hours, which means we have about 20 more minutes. Also, we have a lot of questions in the pad, so I would prefer if Sid started answering the questions over the pad first, but we're going to be opening the pod in about 6 to 7 minutes if you want to join and ask questions live to Sid. But in the meantime, Sid, sorry, I'm getting tired, it's late. In the meantime, Sid, feel free to answer more questions.
Sure, okay, thank you. The next question is, how is this different from money? Not in some abstract ownership versus attribution way. Open source funding is an incentive problem, which this does not change as far as I can see. So on the one hand, it does add new incentives, as we talked about. I'm not sure about the question of how this is different from money. This isn't proposing to replace money in any way. Rather, it employs money as the mechanism by which we recognize value. I think money is perhaps something that can be revisited and reflected upon in the future, but I don't think we need to do that at this stage. At this stage, I'm content to rest on the black box abstractions of certain things that we've already developed, like money, as a means of exchange and as a means of recognizing value. And I think we can use that. So I'm not trying to replace money. Open source funding is an incentive program. This doesn't change incentives. So I think we already covered how it does add incentives in the sense that you can invest in open source projects, which is a new incentive. And we also talked about how there are some open questions. I'm not sure if this is one of them. How would you approach a viable experiment? So the prototype that we have, that we talked about in the talk, so there's a prototype for those who didn't watch the talk. We have an open source project. It's a GitHub action, and I'd love to support other platforms. I'm not married to GitHub in any way. Don't have any special affection for GitHub. But it's a GitHub action at the moment, and what it will do is when you follow all of the processes in the Constitution, which says you have an open source repository, create an issue that solicits related work reports from members of the public, and then create this folder structure which has a report of the contributors and this and that. once you do all of that, like initial logistical work, this GitHub action will process fresh payments that come in, which you report as single line item files, text files. Everything is text input and output. And then, you can basically get all the accounting done for you by this system. So that's what the nature of the experiment is. And I think we're starting with just 1 or 2 repos because there's tremendous number of unresolved questions, and it's all going to be resolved through dialogue, agreement. We all decide how this thing works. And I think, there's, so we'll see about how the experiment goes. Next question, given that oversight is a social process, how do you constrain the cognitive and time burdens of deciding the values of attributed contributions? Okay, this is a great question. So first of all, let's talk about long-term vision, right? Long-term vision, I don't imagine that any of us, that is the actual contributors to the projects, are going to have to worry about this at all. We're not going to have to engage in this process of what is called dialectical inheritance attribution, which is, it's a lot of work. There's all these standards and precedents, and how do you compare ideas versus works versus the materials that went into the project? It's a very hard problem, and I think it's something we'll be improving upon for possibly even decades. But at that stage, I believe there will be experts, much like today's investment bankers and lawyers, IP lawyers. These are the people who are going to specialize in it, going to be professionals, and that's the kind of work that they're going to do, and we can leave it to them. But at this stage, yes, we have to do it. We have to set these principles and standards in place. And how do we constrain that? We start with simple heuristics. So initially, we want to have, if you can imagine, this is probably a bad metaphor, but if you have like a big hole and you're trying to patch it, if you put like little tiny things on it and try to focus on little tiny things. Oh, okay, what I'm trying to say is order of magnitude, right? Let's solve the problem at the first order of magnitude and then get the little harmonics and like solve those over time. So basically, we want to have usable, workable heuristics that are low maintenance, that solve the majority of the problem for our immediate purposes, and then iterate on those over time and develop proper models, which I think we will start to do in the next phase. The initial phase is heuristics that are easy and low maintenance and useful.
Right, Sid, I just want to barge in a little bit. I just want to let people know that we have opened up the Q&A BBB window right now, so the same spiel as usual. If you want to join Sid and ask questions directly, we still have some questions in the pad, and don't worry, Sid will get to them first. But if you want to join and have a discussion with Sid, we have until we've got about 18 minutes left of discussion there. So please do not hesitate. This is a very interesting talk. We have a very interesting speaker as well. So use this opportunity, please. And in the meantime, Sid, you can answer more questions.
Sure. Should we take one from the field, or I guess while people are thinking about it, I'll take one more question, maybe.
Sure.
Okay. So the next question is, how are the attribution amounts calculated? Okay, how are the attribution amounts calculated? This is going to be done through standards. So there's a repo, if you go to the GitHub org account, dream-org, drym-org/foundation. This contains the founding documents of how we will manage this process. And it will contain more standards. It has a few at the moment, very high level ones, but we will keep adding more standards there that are general enough to be universally applicable, and that can be specialized to the individual projects. And the attribution is going to be decided by these standards by the members of the public, members of the community. And they're calculated, they must add up to 100%. So it's, and that's okay, actually, I should say. One of the mechanisms by which attribution will be done initially is this heuristic procedure called the analyze, appraise, anonymize attribute loop, What that means is we first analyze the project, decompose it into its components, and we can do any number of such analyses. Any number of people can do these analyses, and there can be a decision procedure for combining them. But that, I digress. We'll keep it simple first. We analyze the project into its components. Then we agree on the proportion of value contributed by each of those components. Then we analyze the activities done by the contributors and anonymize them. And we say, this was done, this was done, this was done, this was done. This is how much proportion of value these activities contribute to each of these components. And then once you have this chart, this graph of all of these connections and proportions of value, then you unanonymize and you aggregate the sum of proportions of value by contributor. And contributor is not necessarily a person. A contributor can be a project. It can be an antecedent. It doesn't have to be a direct contributor to the project. It doesn't have to be someone who wrote code. It can be a person who created a bug report, or a person who had a good idea for the design. And anyway, so once you do this, you aggregate by a contributor, you have a set of proportions that total up to 1, or a set of percentages that total up to 100, that dictate how the revenues that come into the project are to be divided amongst all of these antecedents and contributors. Let's see, what's the next question? Okay, the next question is being written down as we speak.
It's fine. We can wait a little bit. In the meantime, I'll just mention it's the. So actually, when we keep track of presentation for EmacsConf, we do have slugs for them. And this year, the slug for your talk still was made, and it was not an anodyne choice, because last year we also had another talk by a maintainer, or well, the org maintainer, or one of the org maintainers, Bastien Guéry, and it feels like Bastien's talk was mostly geared towards sustaining maintenance, and your is more about maintaining the software effort in general. And it feels like the two talks are related, but yours seems to be more, I wouldn't say visionary. I think they are very complementary in nature. I'm not sure. Have you been able to watch Bastien's talk from last year?
I have not, but that sounds very interesting. I'll definitely check it out after this.
Right, and I will now stop my blabbering, and you can answer the last question.
Okay, the last question is, what are your assumptions about human nature vis-a-vis self-interest versus altruism? The funny thing is, I don't actually feel like we need to opine on that if, from the perspective of an economic system, I mean, yes, we have to recognize that, some people will say, oh, human nature is fundamentally selfish, or, we have to be good and we have to help each other. And I think both of these perspectives are not necessarily, I don't know if they're necessarily the right way to think about it, because you have, the idea about, capitalism assumes people are fundamentally selfish, or they have to act that way in order to be rational in the system. That's one side of it. The other side of it is this notion of altruism, right? That somehow you have to help others, and that, there's like a charitable component, and you have all these people who make billions and billions of dollars and then, start giving that away, which, if you're going to make billions and billions of dollars and you give it away and like help the world, that's better than not giving it away and not helping the world. On the other hand, the fact that you got those billions and billions of dollars in a capitalist economic system, which fundamentally skews the value recognition in ways that, is very, very subversive and very, very minimizing of the true sources of value, means that you've led yourself to go down this path, and essentially unwittingly and inevitably ended up causing a lot of problems too. Like, it's not necessarily the case that if you're wealthy in a capitalist economy that you've created a lot of value, because yes, you have, but at the same time, the net value is not guaranteed to be above zero, really, because capitalism can't express all forms of value. So I don't think thinking about self-interest versus altruism is the right way to think about things from the perspective of economic systems. In an economic system where the incentives are so set up that the maximum value to all is recognized the most, then it's inevitable that people want to do that. And it doesn't mean that you're a naturalistic person or a selfish person. You're just going to do it because there are incentives that are set up that way that everybody agreed on. And I think in such a system, your own sort of spiritual inclinations towards this are secondary. No, secondary. I don't want to say secondary. I want to say that they are up to you, you know, and your actions in the world will be rewarded to the extent that you help others. The more you give, the more you will be empowered. So from that perspective, you could say that the system like rewards altruism, but at the same time, if you're just giving and you're not in a position where, I mean, this system ensures that if you give, you're also taken care of, so that you don't have to choose between altruism and selfishness. Altruism is empowering yourself. So that's kind of the beauty of this system, really. That's the beauty of an attribution-based system, is that you become more empowered by giving more. But we don't have to get into the spirituality stuff of it, really. It's beside the point as far as the mechanisms of the economic system go.
All right. I think that was the last question, unless I'm mistaken.
That's the last one I see.
Yes. Well, you did a fine job answering however many questions before. Very, again, very lengthy, as you said, but very eloquent, as I will say to you. There is one question that appeared on IRC, which was the URL of the project. You mentioned dream.org/foundation. Would you be able to maybe type it out in the chat so that people can check it, and I'll paste it on IRC for the person that was asking? Or on BBB, it's fine too.
It's actually dream-org/foundation.
Oh, that's why I did dream.org, which was the problem.
Yeah, it's a GitHub. It's a GitHub repo. And actually, sorry, you should also check out dream.org/old-abe. Old Abe. That is the billing prototype, which is the GitHub action, which you can add to your repo. And it's got all the startup instructions for how you can set up attribution-based economics. So I'll let you talk about it. github.com/dream-org/old-abe.
Good for you for remembering it. I will paste this in BBB right now. Sorry, not in BBB, in the pad, so that people can click on it. Sid, is there anything else you'd like to say? We are about at the end of the Q&A right now.
I guess, attribution-based economics is open for business, as it were. So if you can go to some of the repos at the dream-org GitHub org account, many of those repos are starting attribution-based economics, and Simex.el in particular is one for the Emacs community. So I encourage you guys, and of course, Old Abe, that's another one that started, and that's the only one that's actually ready to accept payments and distribute payments, because we have done the attributions already, given that it was written in the last few days. But the other ones, we might start payments out, I think, in January 1st. So between now and January 1st, we'll start doing the attribution process and deciding, the antecedents, who's owed what proportion of value came from whom, and all that stuff between now and then we're going to start paying out from the repositories January 1st is the plan. So yeah, if you can contribute to these projects, then that would help prove the model out, and that would create incentives for people to join. So I encourage you to do so. Thank you.
Well, thank you. You've definitely made a very nice case for it, and people can make their own mind now by checking the link. We really encourage you to follow up on a lot of the talks. It's one thing that we always say with Sasha to the people, be they speakers, be they user group members, is that, EmacsConf and user groups, any kind of community activity for Emacs is about curiosity. And it's one thing to ignite the flame of curiosity in some people's. It's actually much better to actually follow the fuse and see where it leads you, because it's a little fuse, a little tiny flame, a flicker of a flame, a flicker of light going in a direction that might explode so much curiosity later down the line. I was talking earlier with Blaine about last year I was presenting, it had only been I can't speak English. It's 10:45 a.m. in my PM in my time zone. I'm starting to tire, but he had only started using Emacs 6 months prior to presenting, and he was already so proficient in it. And it feels like it's kind of like in Lost, you know, when you have the rope and you pull on the rope and it brings you so far away. Well, do follow this curiosity, be it for what Sid has presented to you today, but for any of the topics that we've presented to you today. So thank you so much, Sid, for all your time, all your presentation, and your answers.
Thank you so much, Leo. Appreciate it. Thanks for having me.
Great. I'll still make some last-minute announcement. So we are still running. Sorry, the elves are yelling in my ears again. We will be waiting a little bit for the track, development track to finish, which should take about 5 to 10 minutes, and we will reconvene in 7 minutes in this channel for the closing remarks for day 1. So see you in a bit, and thank you again, Sid.
Thank you.
We've made it to the end of the first day. It's time for Saturday's closing remarks.
Okay, folks, you did have the automated intro for the closing remarks. We will need a little bit more time. We are waiting for the dev track to be finished. So I'll be back with you in about 4 to 5 minutes. Actually, I won't be back. It will be Corwin doing the closing remarks. See you in a bit.
In the meantime, if you happen to want to share any comments, questions, feedback, there's a pad EmacsConf org 2022 for general conference related notes. All right. Are we here? Does the stream work?
You will hear a lot of new voices for the people joining us for the first year, but you've just heard Sasha, and you've heard, right now you're hearing Leo, your host for the day. Corwin, do you want to say a word as well? Corwin, can you hear us?
Yep, I guess you guys weren't hearing me. Hi, this is Corwin.
Yes, we can hear you now. Corwin, before I let you start, can we also get a hi from Amin, because you were on host, and for people who have spent the entire day on Gen, they didn't hear your lovely voice. So can you say hi as well?
Oh yeah, sure. Hello. This is Amin Urbandali, and yeah, I was also a co-host or your host today for the dev track.
Amazing.
Chloe?
Yeah, Chloe, do you want to do this?
I can try. So, hi, I'm Chloe, I did a bit of check-in and nothing more like that. Hi.
The thing about the volunteers is that they keep saying they do very little, but if you see them working in the background, they do so much. So thank you so much, Chloe. We also have Antonio around. Antonio, do you want to say hi?
Hey, hello everyone, I'm Antonio. It's the first time contributor to the conference and I'm really excited to dip my toes into this. Thank you so much for attending.
All right, great. Colin, I'll leave it up
So-
to you. The mic is yours.
All right. Well, thank you all for attending our first day of Emacs conference. It was just an awesome day. I myself couldn't watch as much of the program as I wanted to, so I'm looking forward to catching up on all that. Especially, we'll be working on extracting the Q&A from the recordings in the weeks to come, but if you would like updates, please subscribe to the Emacs-Discuss mailing list, and we'll put that link out into the IRC channels for you as well. I want to take the opportunity to also thank all of our speakers, the volunteers and participants. This year's conference hosts are Leo and Bandoli. Our streamer has been Sasha. Thanks to our captioning volunteers, Sasha Blavin, Tom Pearl, Hannah Miller, Treco, Anish, and also to the speakers who caption their own talks. Thanks to Quillo for translating the meetups talk into Spanish subtitles, which you can find on the talks page. Thanks also to Ash K. Garkwood for design contributions, and thanks also to the other volunteers, Corwin, Veltrin, DTO, J-Man, Floweycoder, who worked on all the other stuff needed to make the conference happen. Ying Chun, whose music you will hear tomorrow, and thanks to the Free Software Foundation for the mailing lists and, Emacs. Thanks to RIP for the servers that we're using for the OBS streaming and for processing videos. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow, where we've got a whole bunch more talks to share, and we're especially excited for Richard Stallman, RMS's, talk about what he'd like to see in Emacs. That'll be on the development track, so we can have an extra long Q&A session for that one. We'll see y'all tomorrow. Anybody else want to jump in there? I kind of ended that a little abruptly.
Yeah, that was very definitive, but at the same time, it's the end of the day. It's about 11 p.m. in my time zone. I need to sleep at some point, so I think a little bit of conclusivity is welcome at this point.
Yeah, maybe save it for tomorrow.
Anyone wants to say anything else? It feels like it would be weird for an EmacsConf closing remark to finish on time. Every
That's a good
single
point.
year. Yes, for the last 3 years, we have kept talking and talking, gushing over how amazing all the talks we had the year were. But, we can be quiet today, and we can be a little more outspoken tomorrow, when we do not need to save up energy for the next day, basically.
Maybe not having that feedback loop of everybody on camera helps us a little there.
Yes, so I kind of want to say something as well. Oh, does anyone want to say something before? I've already spoken enough today.
Go for it, Leo, and then also maybe say a word or two.
Sure. I was going to say that this year we have been very diligent about updating our streaming workflow, and we really, Colin already thanked her, but Sasha, thank you so much for handling the streaming for both of the tracks. And, this seems, if it sounds a little crazy to you to manage 2 streaming tracks on the same day for one person, you are actually right. I believe Sasha was telling us earlier today that she was listening to 3 you know how you can change the balance, left-right balance in your headphones? She had 3 different tracks. She had the mumble, on which we are speaking right now to you for all the backstage stuff. And then she had on the left the general track, and on the right the development track. And you can imagine this takes a lot of brain processing to do this. So thank you again, Sasha, so much for this.
Someday I'll get the hang of it, and then we'll have 3 tracks. How will we do that? I don't know.
To which I answered that Sasha would probably need extra ears to be able to do this.
Yeah,
I mean, you can take it away now.
Thanks. Yeah, that's what I was going to say as well, is just to give a shout out to Sasha and of course everyone, but yeah, also Sasha, because yeah, this year is the first one where we actually have 2 parallel tracks going on, which I think in many aspects is wonderful, because we were starting to really stretch the limits of what you can do in 2 days with just 1 track, and having everything just so all the talks are compressed together, I guess. Yeah, but you know, with how everything ended up, Sasha has ended up doing the streaming for both of the tracks from our server, with a ton of automation, of course, which Sasha is always, I guess, known for, and does so elegantly and so great. So yeah, just a big shout out, and it's been a lot of fun. I'm personally looking forward to day 2, and also later on, of course, to catching up with all the talks later on, because as I'm sure my co-organizers would say, we never can quite catch all the talks during the conference, or maybe not nearly as many as we would like to, just because we're constantly running around behind the scenes. But yeah, that's something to look forward to.
Here. I especially applaud that shout out for Sasha. You are a miracle.
All right, well, I think it is about time. So I suggest we be very diligent today and leave it at that. So everyone, thank you so much for tuning in today. We will see you again tomorrow at 9 a.m. PST, which is in about, I can't count. Whenever today started, it's the same tomorrow. And it will be 1 hour later for Dev. Thank you so much for tuning in, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
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 Sasha, do we want to turn off the stream properly now?